There was one last question, but I'm probably just going to have to skip that. So if you guys are still on with us towards the end, we will still get back on those questions. And thank you very much. It's been very, very insightful. Serious thanks from Lerato, Emmanuel, insightful presentation from Uti. Back to the Future is all about the consumer and their experiences. Thank you very much, sir. Absolutely on point, well delivered, great and apt. Thanks at Baba Wopetu. Baba Wopetu was simply captivating. Thank you, Ma, for your 9 pillars and so many. So thank you so much, guys. And like I said, we'll hope you will stay around so that we can still bring some of the questions that were actually directed at you. Okay, so we're moving on to the PR session, and I'm aware that this session is kind of like, it's going to be like an interactive session between Dr. Phil and the panel. So I would please ask right now that Tech makes everybody on that panel a panelist right now, because I'm going to do the introduction for all of them, because Dr. Phil had said his session was going to be interactive. So for the PR session, Dr. Phil Osage is the global strategist of JSP Communications, a leading marketing communications agency in Nigeria and West Africa. JSP provides public relations with intelligence to some of the world's most admired brands. It is also the first agency in Nigeria to have a full PR subsidiary corporation in North America. Over the years, Phil has developed public relations strategy for some of the most respected brands on the planet, including Chevron, Microsoft, MasterCard, GT Bank, Coca-Cola, Emirates Airline, Nokia, P&G, Tetra Pak, Kotsing, Geneva, and FedEx Red Star Express. Phil, a former faculty member of the Pan-African University, LBS, is an advisor to several CEOs and blue-chip corporations. He's also a committee member, World Communication Forum, Davos, Switzerland. Phil Osage is actively involved in philanthropy. He's the executive board member of the African Blind Restoration Foundation, chapter director for Hope Worldwide Vision, and a health member of the North York General Hospital. As global strategist, Dr. Osage is a respected international public relations professional and global strategist, an advisor to notable CEOs and several Fortune 500 companies, a frequent business speaker and part-time university lecturer, and a specialist on emerging markets and Africa. He holds a PhD in international business. Welcome, Dr. Phil.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up on the panel is Tokunbo Jot-Taylor. As Managing Director of Hill and Knowlton Strategies Nigeria, Tokunbo Jot-Taylor draws upon over 25 years of experience in public relations and corporate communications to guide the office in providing strategic intent and counsel to clients. She was well versed in the business operating landscape in Nigeria. Her areas of specialization includes public relations, community relations, advertising, branding and marketing in the telecoms, information technology, finance, education, and energy, oil and gas sector. She's experienced in governance and compliance, CSR strategy, and innovation development. You're welcome, Tokunbo Jot-Taylor.
Thank you.
Next up is Mecca Olowola. Mecca is one of the leading communication specialists in Africa with over 23 years of cross-functional work experience cutting across advertising, banking, public relations, and oil and gas. He's currently the founder and managing partner of Zenera Consulting, a branding and advertising firm, and the executive chairman of Buzz Digital, a social media and digital marketing company. Under his leadership, Zenera Consulting won the award of Most Inspired Agency for 2017 at the Marketing World Award, MWA Accra, Ghana, as well as the Outstanding Brand Management Company of the Year at the 2019 National Marketing, Branding and Advertising Awards in Lagos, Nigeria, whilst Mecca received the Innovative Leadership in PR and Image Management Award. He is an alumnus of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State, Harvard Business School, Sustainable Business Strategy, and Colorado State University, Change Management. You're welcome, Mecca.
Thank you very much.
We also have on this panel Adebola Williams. Adebola is the co-founder and group CEO of Red for Africa, the continent's leading one-stop storytelling shop with the largest portfolio of youth-focused media brands, including Red Media Africa, Statecraft Inc., the Future Awards Africa, and yniger.com. A pioneer at the intersection of media, democracy, and social change, Adebola has been profiled by Forbes and CNN as the man who helped elect a trifecta of presidents in Africa. His journey in media and television began in the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, with advocacy for youth and good governance. He later became presenter for Economy Watch at 17 and producer of Nigeria International, which aired in Nigeria, the US, and Europe at 19. In 2017, Adebola was named the African Young Achiever by EMY Ghana and recognized as one of the 100 most influential people of African descent under the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. A Mandela Washington Fellow, British Council Global Changemaker, and Oxford Business School Fellow, Adebola has been named by Forbes as one of Africa's best entrepreneurs under 30 and is a recipient of the CNBC Young Business Leader of the Year Award. In 2018, he was bestowed Marketing Edge Innovating Leader in PR and Image Management Award and awarded an Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellowship in South Africa and Oxford. Welcome, Adebola.
Thank you so much.
And last but not the least on this panel is Bolaji Okusaga. Bolaji Okusaga attended Obafemi Awolowo University, where he graduated in dramatic arts as the best graduating student of the 1994 class, winning the prestigious Wole Soyinka Prize for the best graduating student in the department, as well as Professor Michael Crowder Award for the best graduating student in the 3 creative art departments in the school. He had a short stint in art management and consultancy at the International Center for the Arts under the tutelage of Ambassador Segun Olushola before proceeding to do his national youth service at the marketing unit of the Broad Street branch of the then Lion Bank of Nigeria. At the end of the service, he was awarded a commendation certificate in recognition of his leadership qualities. Bolaji joined Marina International Bank and was part of the team responsible for delivering a compelling brand proposition, which helped drive the business strategy. With a wave of Nigerian banking industry consolidation in 2004 and its imperative for mergers and acquisition, he was part of a 9-man integration project management team that drove the merger between Access Bank, Capital Bank, and Marina Bank. At the end of the merger, which led to a bigger Access Bank in 2005, he was appointed Head Investor Relations in October 2005. He was the Managing Director of the Quadrant Company, Nigeria's leading public relations consultancy, from April 2007 to December 2017, before founding Precise, a reputation design company. He's a strategy and brand devotee with wide experience in the mass media, marketing, public relations, and banking. Aside from this, he's also interested in politics, policy, and corporate governance. Bolaji has attended several courses on branding, corporate strategy, product development, leadership, and chain management, as well as mergers and acquisitions in institutions such as the Lagos Business School and the Duke University in the United States of America. He is a member of the United Kingdom Chartered Institute of Public Relations and was also the second vice president of the Association of Corporate Affairs Managers of Banks. Welcome, Bolaji. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Phil. We look forward to listening to everyone.
Okay, have you unmuted me, Tokes?
You're unmuted, sir.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's great to be here just to just have this conversation on public relations and what's going on in the digital space. I want to commend the speakers who have spoken just before now and just the totality and the spread of their presentations. So we're going to be talking about public relations. I will try and make it as engaging and as practical as possible. So those who are listening, the whole idea is that those who are listening In fact, I approach from a selfish point of view. First, I want to learn myself, and also those who are listening will be able to learn from our conversation. So I will try and keep as interactive as possible. So we're talking about digital, and digital PR has been defined as the management of the online reputation. So I say branding, as I read the definition so about branding. Brand is the definition of the peripheral and the core. So what makes a good brand? A good brand has a core that's unchanging. It's there. It doesn't change. It has a peripheral. The peripheral is what you add a new item to it, you add a new variation. So branding is skillful juxtaposition of the peripheral and the core. And the peripheral never changes. That's who you are, your strong value system. And so with that space, in terms of how do we see digital, I see digital in that area in terms of just what is coming to the equation to make public relations and to make communications more engaging. So I'm going to be talking about the digital space. So what I'll be doing with this panel is I'll have each person just give an overview of how they see digital PR, how they see digital communications, what are the challenges in their own industry. Share for like 2 minutes each, maximum 3 minutes, just give a quick overview of this, and then after that, I'll ask questions to each member just based on their experiences so our listeners can learn. So I'll start with Debola, 2 minutes, just give an overview of the digital space and what you see in the future. And I'll give each person a chance to share for 2 minutes. Go ahead, please. Panelists, open your video.
All panelists, please open your video and unmute Balaji. Mecca.
Okay, Tux, you want to go first? Tux, are you unmuted?
Unmute.
Yes. Hi.
Okay,
Hi.
Tux, go first. Yeah,
Okay.
2 minutes,
All right.
2,
2
3
minutes.
minutes, just give an overview. Yeah.
Okay, I think
Because I want each person to share.
so in analyzing the future digital era, we also need to look at the challenges for organizations, because an organization is not going to be unique anymore. Everybody is going to be on digital. Everybody's going to be there. So, how do we ensure there's not too much content consumption? How do we differentiate ourselves from our competitors? Again, now people are looking at content personalization, having that data that we've been talking about all morning to make that communication to Tokumbo or to Mecca or to Bolaji direct to them. And innovation also has to come in. How are the companies going to be ready in the future to innovate and serve the purpose of their organization, as well as the purpose of the people that their customers or their consumers? Lastly, I think one of the challenges we face right now is a lot of people are also skeptical on going on to digital because that is where their campaigns are seen by everybody. They have a lot of critiques on campaign, and people obviously don't want to be critiqued and they don't want their brand to be ruined. So another big thing that we have to be ready for as PR professionals is how do we manage crisis when we go digital? Because we've already started with the fake news. There are going to be different things happening when campaigns go on board. How do we manage crisis going forward? That's my 2 minutes.
Okay. Bolaji, you want to go, or Debola? Or mute.
So I can
share
go.
a slide?
Okay.
Okay.
Bolaji,
Can
go.
I share a slide, please?
Yeah, go ahead. 2 minutes, 3 minutes max,
Okay,
so
can I share a slide?
we can engage. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to share a slide. I want the administrator to just give me a right to share a slide. Hello, Tony?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I share a slide? Yeah.
Yes, you can. You've been made a co-host.
Okay, I just wanted to say something about, you cannot look at digital in isolation of the realities that we confront on a global scale. I mean, what is actually driving digital transformation, and how even, settling down to have this conversation in the first place? The truth is that information, we have moved from the agrarian age to the industrial age, and all of a sudden we found ourselves, in the information age, where information has become a critical asset, all right? And speed has become a competitive advantage. And now the customers are not just passive participants anymore. They are now value innovators. So they determine how they want a product to be, how they want communication around that product to be, and how they want to interact with brands. And to that extent, PR as a branch of marketing communication, has a responsibility to actually transform, and actually lead that trend in terms of, getting to create, a scenario where you have mass customization as opposed to mass communication. So that's essentially where I want to stop for now. I reckon that the conversations are still going on, so we'll talk again.
All right, thanks for keeping the time. I like the discipline you're all showing so far. Keep it up. 2-3 minutes, so we can have a lot of engagement. Debola, over to you, Mr. Williams. Are you there? Or make a
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was switching platforms from mobile to the laptop. I apologize. Thank you so much.
No worries at all.
Thank you so much for having me, and it's of course great to be the youngest on the panel. I always enjoy that.
Who told you are the youngest? I'm the youngest.
I didn't ask about you.
So here is my opportunity to all of you.
I'm the youngest, so you're not the youngest.
So
I'm the youngest.
Go ahead.
So I think my summary would be that, the audience power continues to increase. That's my summary. The citizen have moved from, making demands from government to now crossing to corporate, meaning that many corporate leaders need the help of PR strategists in designing how they engage from end to end. Everything you do, everything you say now can be misconstrued, can be presented in any light beyond your control. So if there is ever a time that we need PR strategies in corporate organizations, it is now. The drive for the voice of the audience is pushing innovation and making a generation create more platforms. So there are more platforms now, and audience segmentation is breaking down into smaller, versions, meaning that there is a lot more work for organizations to do in engaging their audience. So they need PR practitioners who are innovative. PR needs to pay more attention, we as professionals, to the evolution of the target audience. We've seen in America recently how people have lost their jobs because Black women came together to say they gaslight them, that the CEO gaslights them. We've seen brands being dealt with because they did not support Black businesses. So for me, my angle is there is a cross between advocacy, citizens engagement, and corporates. So business leaders, corporations need to make PR a more integral part in their decision-making to be able to understand the target audiences and be on the right side all the time. You're on mute, Uncle Phil.
You need to unmute, Uncle Phil.
I thought it's the host does automatically. Okay, so who wants to go next? Maker?
Okay. So
and then after that, I'll now ask questions. I'll ask each of you a question based on, there are 3 key areas I want to cover. I want to cover crisis communications, the future of PR, and measuring PR. So, but give an overview and then ask each of you a question quickly. 2-3 minutes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I agree with Tokunbo that she's the youngest amongst us.
Thank you.
A pleasure, having you here. But quickly, I think the digital space, and how it affects corporates, whether SMEs or large corporates, is pretty much similar. And despite the skepticism and the hesitation that Tokes described earlier on, I think at some point it's going to be impossible for everyone not to embrace, going digital. It's already happening. And in the post-COVID environment, that is even going to be very predominant, So one of the things that, I will share thoughts around will be when everybody goes digital, we would require a new set of rules to be successful, right? We would have to rethink, what innovation means and how you would have to, adapt, and be dynamic, if you want to succeed, really, So we've seen, consumer going back to what Debola also said, we've seen, and Bolaji alluded to, there's a lot of reclassification, if you like, that's going on within the consumer base, and the psychographics have changed significantly. So we are looking at like a new set of rules and engagement as well. So PR branding and in communications is rapidly coming to the forefront. It's now a C-suite, executive, portfolio, and you have people, so gone are the days where you come to think about, reputation issues after you've, either designed a product or formulate the strategies driving the corporate existence to putting it at the front burner right now. Okay, so Nigeria is not going to be immune from that. We have our own internet, penetration going at 46, or 47% right now, and it's been touted to go to about 70% in 2025. So there's a lot of opportunities, if you like, and so I would just end by saying that one of the favorite quotes that I have learned during this period is that the Chinese, who by the way gave us this COVID, have the same brush in their language for the word crisis and opportunity. So it depends on what you see. Do you see the crisis or do you see the opportunity? And what you see will determine your future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick, I just want to, because our own discussion is meant to be, I just want to switch the camera view. So our discussion is meant to just, I'll ask each of you a question, but before I just do that, I want to just pick up something that Debola said just now, or Nomika said about the Chinese. I beg to disagree. Yeah, I think that's taking a page from someone's playbook in terms of where the virus came from. That's a different kettle of fish. But I think it's probably a matter of misperception or misclassification to isolate a particular incident to a particular place. So that also shows what PR is all about, that PR is a history of the battle of what is reality and how people see and understand that reality. So that example is just a perfect example of that, of reality and how we see reality. So I want to talk about three big areas, and I want all of you to, I'll ask each of you different questions. I want to make sure to talk about crisis, the future of PR and measuring PR, and also how to be successful in the digital space. So talks quickly, 2-3 minutes, just answer the question in terms of how do you see a challenge of digital communication is how to manage crisis? Because in PR, we are constantly managing crisis, ideally in a proactive manner, because crisis is best managed when it's managed proactively. The same Peter Drucker said, the best way to create a future is to anticipate it. So in terms of managing crisis, we know that if you want to, in the regular PR space, if you want to manage crisis, it is visible, it is tangible. But digital communications has democratized the media, and you're seeing millions and probably millions of editors, or like in the past where you have like a number of main editors. So Talks, I'll put that question first to you. How do you manage crisis in digital space? Because the tendency is for clients to say, oh, kill that story or remove that, but ideally, how do you manage crisis in digital space? Okay, because that's a huge problem. You can't control, you can't call the editor of this day or Guardian or whatever and say, hey, can you rewrite that story? Anybody can just come up with a story online, and it wrecks the reputation of your brand. How do you manage that? 2-3 minutes max.
So I'm going to talk about two things. I'm going to talk about strategy and preparation. And I'm so glad that my Aburu, Debola, or my Egbon, Debola talked about PR strategy. Now, this is where, strategy is very important. And I think a lot of the people have been treating PR as a knee-jerk reaction. When something happens, then let's quickly go and sort the issue out. But if your strategy is right, If we're part of that C-suite, we're able to strategize for you to say that these are the things that could possibly happen. If you don't strategize, then, unfortunately, that is when the crisis happens. But if you strategize enough and say, these are the things that are likely to happen, these are the issues, we as PR strategists in that meeting can guide you. Secondly, they say if you plan to fail, if you fail to plan, you plan to, how does that saying go?
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Yes. So planning is critical. Whether it's traditional, whether it's digital, you still have to plan for a crisis. And planning goes back to your strategy. What are the things that could happen? If it happens, what should we do? So this is where you really need to have all those scenarios planned out. And I'm sure with digital tools, this scenario planning will probably be made easier. So a case in example, some of the corporates decided to join this EndSARS campaign without consulting the PR consultants. A lot of them are facing issues now where their brands are being talked about in a negative way. If they had come to us, we'll be able to say, okay, let's plan this properly. What are the likelihoods of things happening? Now, when it comes to crisis on digital, we have to move fast. It's all about time. So how are we going to work?
Okay, go ahead.
To move quickly?
Okay, I'll just round up here. So I want to ask, I want to get Emeka's perspective on this very quickly. But go ahead.
So it's strategy, planning, timing. Because when you look at all the scenarios, you have so whether it's Twitter, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram, you have your statements ready. You have your statements ready in the format that is going to be there. Whether it's people responding, you know how you're going to respond. So for me, whether it's traditional, whether it's digital, our strategy has to be right, our planning has to be right, but in digital, timing is of essence.
Emeka, quickly, practically, your client story comes out in online and it's spreading like wildfire. How do you put out the fire? 2 minutes, quickly. I have 2 other topics to treat. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's very important to mention that one of the things we tell our clients now is that, we're into the era of responsible communications, and sustainable communications, right? So you actually start to manage crisis before it happens, like Tooks, said very clearly, right? You start to shore up your reputation capital right, before, the crisis, hits you. Right now, you can no longer say, people aren't going to see, what, has been mentioned about you in the digital space. That era is gone. So it's how are you responsible? How do you react very quickly, right? One of the cases that we had recently was a client who had an incident and did not deem it proper, to respond very quickly, right? So, and it had gone a bit, viral, and before they approached us, to say, what needs to be done, right? So the perception of irresponsibility has already been ingrained in the hearts of the audience. So speed is of the essence, of course, but always the best time to start to manage a crisis is before it happens, okay? So we're going into the era of humanizing the brands, of being responsible across your value chain, okay? So whatever ecosystem that you operate within, there's a time, to show a lot of responsiveness when it comes to the key issues that affect people, or whatever indicators you want to use: governance, ethics, people, and social impact, and economic impact if you have fiduciary responsibility towards your shareholders. But I think if you remember anything, that I've said in this submission, it to be that you need to start yesterday.
Okay. Debola, in terms of digital, the transition, because transition is a very popular phrase in politics and everything. You transit from one phase to the other. But I believe that we're not transiting to the digital phase. It's always going to be a continual process. As they say, perfection is not in its attainment, perfection is in its pursuit. But how do you manage that transition? How do you move from let's say from good to great? How does that transition of moving from traditional PR to digital back to traditional PR, how do you navigate that space? Just take a couple of minutes to share, again, based on your experience and based on what you've done. How people that listen to this, oh, am I on mute? Did you get that?
No, I'm struggling to hear you, sir.
Okay, so how do we manage that transition process from traditional PR to digital, going to and fro? And how do you stay dynamic? How do you stay fresh to your audience, fresh to your clients, managing clients' expectations, and also making sure that PR projects reality, but also colors reality in a way that is persuasive, that is impressive. So how do you manage that process? Keep it brief, because I have like 4 more questions to go.
Okay, sir. I think on the client side, and even on us as professional side, I think the first thing is really to continue to understand the stakeholders. Who is the target audience of the brand? Where is the target audience of the brand? What does the target audience of the brand care about? What provokes them to action? Where are they? Because if a brand is reaching older women who are traders, you might not necessarily come and find them domiciled in digital space. But if your market is a digital generation, then a constant understanding of your, because the whole idea of business is your stakeholders, is your customers, is your consumers. And so if you're able to understand where they are, what makes them tick, how they operate, what provokes them to action, that's all you need. And so we can pick up each brand and dissect. But I think at the top of it all is understanding. A few people have called me over the NSAS protest over, oh, you know, they have no guidance, they have this. I said, leave them alone. Let them try a new type of style, a leaderless, a no guidance, just let people run. And if any brand is targeting that audience, you need to understand that this is the leaderless audience. So what this kind of brand needs is action. They don't need anybody to come and talk to them or speak for them. What they need to see is our demands must be met. So everybody trying to have conversations on their behalf is a fail. And that's what I keep saying to everyone that speaks to me. So understanding the audience you're trying to reach determines how you innovate, how you engage, and the speed that you take. I think that's a cardinal rule answer, you know, that can help across board.
Okay, thank you. So public relations is meant to communicate the news, influence the news, receive the news, and respond to the news. And one of the challenges or one of the criticisms that clients and companies and the industry throws at us, at the industry, is saying that PR is not that measurable. I can put a full page advert in the newspaper, I can put a 30-second advert on television. I know how many people are seeing that. It's very scientific, it's very measurable, but PR tends to be a bit intangible. So this old subject of measuring PR, Bolaji, I throw this question to you. How can we be more demonstrable? How can we be more relevant? How can we be more practical, less theoretical, more visible? How can we demonstrate the measurability of PR?
Right.
We can, yeah.
How
can you measure success? Not just here.
You know, we live.
And then, Toks, I'm coming to you next, okay? Get ready.
Yeah.
My next question is to you, Toks.
You know, a conversation economy right now, where conversations actually shape progress, as opposed to, you know, having progress happen and then people start talking around it. So PR is very, very critical in the conversation economy, because what you're essentially trying to do is to actually show, you know, lead the way so that other people follow you. So having said that, you know, the whole issue about the tangibility or the
measuring
tangibility of it, that consistently comes to mind. So how do I measure what I'm doing? If I'm supposed to be helping an organization shape its conversations, how do we know that we're achieving the right result? Of course, people have said all manner of things, and a lot of people have come out with all manner of theories around measurement, from advertising value equivalency, where you are saying that PR value should be 4 times, you know, the power of advertising, because advertising speaks in the first person pronoun, while PR speaks in the third person pronoun. So the credibility quadrant is actually higher than when you speak in the first person pronoun. That's tricky. However, what I like to say to people is that to measure the efficacy and of what you're doing, impact is actually where we should be going. So how do I demonstrate impact? All right. So if my idea was to actually go out there and educate young school girls, how do I measure that impact? Because of course, I can no longer just go and take a newspaper and then measure the column centimeters and times it by 4 and say to my clients, look, this is the amount of PR value I've procured for you. But if I move beyond all of those metrics, I move beyond just plain analytics that talks about impression and following and all of that, and I actually can demonstrate impact, then I can show that what I've done is actually tangible. So I think that where we're moving from is for us to jettison all manner of theoretical models that don't cut the grain to actually, doing post-campaign analysis. And, you want to do post-campaign surveys, you want to actually speak to the audience you are purportedly said you are going to target in order to be able to demonstrate impact. And there are a couple of campaigns. I mean, we just ran COVID-19.
Joseph, sorry, quick follow-up to that, follow-up talks. We tend to, whether we like it or not, and that's what clients like to see, there's a lot of ego massaging in our industry when you're able to present to the client how much coverage you received. I was in front page of this newspaper. I was in the main news of channels, television, whatever. There is a lot of ego massaging in our business, and perhaps that is not unusual. How do you, talks, how do you demonstrate? Because PR ideally, and that's the lesson we should be teaching our clients and the industry, is yes, it's about quality, it's also about quantity. It's about column inches, but it's about shifting behavior. Practically, talks, how do you shift behavior? And how do you resist the law and the temptation of just focusing on how much volume your PR activity was able to generate? Because success, in my view, is not just the volumes. Success is being able to shift behavior. And let's see if we can give 1 or 2 examples.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay. I mean, I agree with Bolaji. It's all about the impact that you make. And I think you often find times when you are meeting with the client, they're like, oh, we want the PR campaign to ensure that there's an increase in sales. And I think one thing that they have to understand is what we do is we increase your brand value. We make that impact for your brand. And you'll find that most international organizations, when they start a PR campaign, they first do a brand audit to see how people react to their brand, to see how many people know about their brand. And I think, yes, it's about impact. It's also building that brand, because right now, value is actually placed on brands. So it's not just about inches and columns. You just have to say to them that, look, this is the impact I'm going to make for you. And if you go back in the next couple of months, go and do an audit about your brand and see how people have interacted with your brand. So I think it's changing the mind of the client and letting them understand. There's some that are still very traditional. That's what they want to give to the executives. But we also have to change that reporting system that we give them to ensure that it talks about the brand value and the brand recognition amongst their target audience. Because it's not just being everywhere, it's actually hitting the target audience that they want to hit. That is what is important. And that is what needs to be measured.
Okay, thanks. I'll come to you, Debola, in a minute, get ready. But Meg, I want to take that a little bit deeper in terms of, I want to be a little bit more practical in terms of how we shift behavior, how we use PR as a tool, working in conjunction with probably with the other elements in the marketing mix. How do you use PR to shift behavior? And then Debola, I'm coming back to you with another question. But make a quick, let's dive deeper into what Tukse just said. I'm concerned about not just column inches, I'm concerned about shifting behavior, changing perception, influencing thinking. And we see that in international PR campaigns whereby they start from one point, and by after 2 months or 3 months, you can see a noticeable change of behavior. Yeah.
Okay, so I think the starting point is, to dive deeper and go into, collection of pre-campaign data, understand the idiosyncrasies of the consumer, live and touch and speak their language, understand the way they think, and all the psychographs that we need to collect prior. Now, what then happens is, you then start to test, right? So many times we because of the pressure that the clients puts us under, we often don't have enough time to research properly some of the key messages and the key insights we want to take to these, demography. So what we need to do is go back again and test, some of those narratives and some of those key messages to ensure that they will resonate with it targeted audience. Okay, so one of the ways that we have seen it was one of our clients who wanted to deepen financial inclusion within the bottom of the pyramid, the financial pyramid in Nigeria, and a couple of other places on the West African coast. And what we had to do is they wanted the campaign to start, they gave us 30 days, but we requested for 90, which allowed us to then go and really understand these people. What do we really want to communicate? How do we get them, to be financially involved, right? So they didn't have bank accounts, right? And they wanted, to provide a financial product, right, that is targeted right at them. Okay, so what we then discovered was that it was very difficult to communicate with them, right? Because they are not in the traditional touch point. So we had to look at things completely differently, right? And use a new set of influencers, which we developed, from the scratch. They did not exist, right? We had to go and identify, those influencers to say, if we want to get at this demographic, if we want them to change and not have all those perception issues when we enter their terrain, we will need to get, the imams or the religious, the pastors, the village, chiefs and all of that, and teach them in a new, shift in a paradigm, which was what then happened. Now, so what the client knew, how the client knew empirically that this has been effective was because there was a set of data, that was collected at the outset, which we then used to gauge impact afterwards. All right. So we had another set of data which we mined after 6 months and after 1 year, and we saw dramatically that even though the client had tried to do this same campaign 2 years before, the results that we got by just understanding the ecosystem a bit more was exponentially different. All right. So we can't underplay the role of research in all of this.
So I see two takeaways, because I want people to go away getting the lessons, the takeaways. So you talk about influencer marketing and also measuring behavior before and after. Those are two things I could see that you mentioned very well. And also do some research before and also after. Debola, I'll ask you now in terms of how you see social media platforms. Which one will you say are the most effective? Just talk about that for a few minutes. Just take us through the social, that space, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook and all that. It's just a cacophony of social media platforms. How do you achieve the best mix in deploying social media platforms in a digital campaign? Just take 2 minutes, because I want to ask, the next person I want to ask to Bolaji and Talks is in terms of the future of PR.
All right.
So go ahead. Yeah.
For engagement, it's Twitter. For conversation, you want to shape opinion, you want to drive a conversation, you want people to converse, to speak, you want to run a competition that is around, what you want people to type. It's Twitter. For visual, you want to sell something, you want people to see, connect, be excited, you want to run a dance competition, a picture competition, you want people to see your videos, to see visual, it's Instagram. For something a bit more, if you're looking for an older, slightly older audience, or an audience that has a lot of time to gist, to have long stories, it's Facebook. That's where Uncle Phil is. And then if you want something quick, quick, sharp, fun, it's TikTok, it's Snapchat. The audiences on Instagram are also on TikTok and Snapchat. Some of the audiences on Twitter are also on TikTok and Snapchat. If you're looking for something political, something deep, something heavy, it's Twitter. If you want to bring something deep and heavy or political onto Instagram, you have to make it light, softer, and and easy on the eye. But Facebook as well, you can take heavy stuff there. There's a lot of time. People are more into what they're talking about on that platform. LinkedIn, if you're looking to get a professional audience, if you're looking at a brand, a bank, a loyalty card, something for top executives, miles and more, flights and things like that. But if you're also going to go on LinkedIn, as a car company, perfect. And if you're a regular brand who wants to go on LinkedIn, you need to now go back to messaging. You need to now say, okay, well, I'm just a brand selling Coca-Cola or selling Montana or selling Alabuku, but I want to get the audience on LinkedIn. That's where they now need to come to professionals to craft the message that makes your brand worthy. So the final thing I'm going to say, sir, is platforms will come, platforms will go. What remains consistent is messaging and content. Regardless of you want to go, if you present your messaging right, if you create the right content, you can provoke action.
Okay. Meka, I want to go deeper on that, then I'll come back to you because I want to ask you a different question on Tokes and Bolaji. Meka, go deeper on the content. In the content oversaturation, that's what we're experiencing now. How do you create originality and depth and relevance in that space, Meka?
Okay, so
and just you can try and also make it very practical so people can just learn the lessons how to create originality and also impact in that space.
So I was going to start with something I read recently, either by the World Economic Forum or the World Bank, that says that there's a lot of information, but little informedness. All right. So there's if you open the TV, put on the TV, check your laptop, your phone, you get a lot of information, a barrage of information. Sometimes you don't even know which one is true or not, right? So the ability to declutter all of that and come to a position where you get informed I think is at the heart of your question. How do you get people to be truly informed, right? With a sort of, content and the plethora of news that is hitting them. And one of the ways that you can be very clinical with this is, again, going back again to understanding who you're speaking with. Where do they have conversation? Where do they converge, right? And how do I then make sure that the content that I'm putting, resonates very strongly, right? So one of the things that we do practically is, once we have a demographic that we want to target, right? We speak to that person or a sample size of that population. We get them involved in the process, right? We go out there and speak to as many people as we can, and sometimes we bring them into the agency, right? To have conversations with the copywriters, with the guys who are coming up. Many times we play the videos, and sometimes we play it to the client, to understand the ideation process, and they are always, more accepting of it, right? So
you're talking about testing the communication.
Yes, you can
manage the content. Look at you test it.
Yes,
just to ensure you have the. Yeah, I think one. Yeah,
and then you go out.
We have to round up soon. So I think one thing I hear is in terms of content. I think that's something that we struggle with, is creating content that is relevant, content that is persuasive, content that is professional, and that's how the industry will respect us. So I just want to cover one area before we leave. We have about the Tokes has told me that the moderator has told me that we have 1 more hour to go. No, I'm kidding. We have a few more minutes, but we're doing this discussion now. Marketing Edge, I must commend them. Advertising, outdoor, experiential marketing, different spaces. Bolaji, and then I'll go to Tokes. Why should someone come into PR? Why not advertising? If they say PR is boring, why not advertising or marketing? I want to do marketing before, for example. I see myself that I do marketing. Why must someone? Why PR? Is PR not boring compared to advertising
Well,
or marketing or outdoor advertising or experiential marketing?
Okay.
And then I'll come back to you, Tokes.
Okay.
I'll say, then I'll round up.
Let me just quickly tell you this.
Keep it to like
You
1.5
cannot find
minutes.
PR boring anyway, and you cannot. So you understand that we
Give me the why. Give me the why. Convince me.
So the sense is that advertising speaks in the first person pronoun, uses a lot of buzzwords, but they don't really get into conversations. What PR does is that we are conversation specialists. We understand the value and the route to keeping up, sustainable conversations. And for you to be able to have gainful and sustainable conversations, you've got to understand the audience, you've got to understand the subject better than the person speaking in the first person pronoun. So whilst advertising says I am, PR strives to create scenarios that make people engender mass.
Well, we're losing your sound, Bolaji.
The third person pronoun in support of a cause, a brand, or an institution, it will take you to. We'll have to. Oh, just hold on, hold on. Let me establish my point. You'll have to be smarter, all right? Vary dimensions to issues, all right? You'll have to understand how to move.
Okay. I'm losing your sound, Bolaji. Your sound is not very clear.
But, reality has mediated by the media to create some kind of textual reality that moves the middle.
All right, thanks. Tokes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bolaji. Tokes, convince me. Convince me why, because I want to switch from PR to experiential marketing or to outdoor. I want to switch industry because I believe in constant change, right? That's what we profess. So convince me why I should stay in this industry. And also convince why. And on this panel, we have only one woman. I expect that we'll have like 2 women. Why we have only one woman? So that means do women not find this industry attractive enough? So convince me and convince the women that are listening why they should come into PR.
Okay, so
you're going to really convince me, right?
Okay, I will convince you, but before I convince you, I want to go back to what Mecca was talking about in collating data for that financial client they have. So that's really what we're talking about when we're coming to the digital era. How do we as PR professionals also collate that data and have that data to guide our planning? So why PR? Well, I got into PR purely by accident. I hated writing. English was my worst subject. So I don't know how I got into a job that I have to write and review content every single day, but I am where I am. I think for me, we're storytellers. You can see, you can tell that story written. You can let people visualize that brand. You can get that brand to the next space with intrigue, with content, with intelligence. It's not just looking at an advert, it's writing that piece that will convince your client, that will convince the consumers. I believe that PR is very fun. It shows your innovative side. And I think they all show your innovative side, actually. So it's what you're comfortable with. I'm not a creative person. I can create by storytelling. I can't create by visuals. So I think it's where you find your place. And I think PR, marketing, and advertising, we all complement each other. But I find that with PR, especially when it comes to PR strategy, I'm able to get excited about what we're going to give to the client, and I'm able to visualize where we want to get. And at the end of the day, I'm just going to say, I like storytelling. It's not a one-off. It's the storytelling is like, okay, you finished telling this story. What is next? How do you sustain? How do you look at next year? So there's a continuous, what should I say? There's a continuous story to tell. So you're just moving forward. There's something new. You're looking at the corporate side. You're looking at their goods. You're looking at executive profiling. Crisis comes into play. You're looking at advocacy. You're looking at government policy. You're looking at media training. There's just so many things inside that basket of PR that you can't be bored. You're doing something every single time. There's influencer management. There's digital and social management. So you have so many things in one basket that you actually looking forward to the different things and different strategies you can bring in those baskets to your client to make sure they get the end goal, as ensuring that their brand is the one that the consumers go to.
I like that. So that means every day is different. It's like a newspaper. Every day the headline is different. Good answer. I thought some of you were going to say in PR we dress better, we are smarter, we drive better cars.
Sorry, they know that is a given. That is a given. They know that.
We go to better parties. We are more spiritual. We are more. No, I'm kidding.
No,
but
Phil,
let's
the dressing and the looking good, that is a given. All PR professionals.
No, I must say, no, I think advertisers. Advertisers used to dress better than us. I mean, like Biodu Shobanjos and all that. But that's a different conversation, a different day. So let's just round up with just one. I'll just take just one comment from each of you. What do you see as a key success factor in digital communication, this digital area we're talking about? What is one key success factor? It has to be one sentence, 30 seconds to round up. So I'll start with Maker. I'll just go around the circle. Maker, Debola, Bolaji, Tokes, and then I'll hand over to Marketing Edge. So Maker, one key success factor.
I think
for you.
We have to look at ourselves as solutions providers now, right? It's no longer whether you're in PR, advertising. Debola and I worked on a huge account, and you can tell that the client doesn't even know whether you're a PR or advertising solution provider. He just wants results, right? That's all they care about. So I think if I put it as my last words, usually, how do you transition into a solutions provider, because that's what the client is looking for.
Okay, solution provider, that's a key source. The ability to be a solution provider, you say as a key success factor in this digital era. They were like key success factor.
Do not take the audience for granted. Continue to understand the audience. It's all about the audience. Everything you're selling, everything you want to shape, all the opinions, is all about the audience. And focus more beyond just putting press clippings, photographs into wholesome storytelling. When someone is reading about the evolution of music, can they mention your client inside? When someone is reading about the airport and your client is Mitsubishi, how can you put in Mitsubishi inside so that people, it's not just about photo stories and press releases, PR is wholesome. And finally, what my husband just said, we became a one-stop shop fully in January this year. We became business development partners for our clients. We offer all our services from digital to government relations, to crisis management, all of it, because clients just want results.
So are you saying that you should be all things to all men? Because that's giving me because again, I'd say one key success factor. So it should be one key success factor be the most important thing. There's a book called One Thing. So your one thing is that it should be all things to all. What's your one thing?
Constantly understand the audience. Do not take the audience for granted.
I like that. Okay. Bolaji, and then I'll save the best for the last.
Yeah,
folks, I'll leave it in the house.
The one critical success factor you need is to become a better manager and curator of information, because we live in an information age, and strategically, the way you manage information will make you distinctive. So again, content is key, and that's the route to go. And therefore, for you to become a successful PR practice, you need to be a better curator of content. That's it.
Okay. Also, content is king. Talks key success factor going forward.
I've just quickly named it IPC, innovative personalized content. So what I mean by innovative personalized content is we need to get away. Our work has just started. Our work has really just started. It's not just writing one press release. We have to turn that content for the millennials, for the executives, for the people in the grassroots. So it's innovative, personalized content that will write one article, but that one article we could use for about 10 different target audience. And we will personalize it so they understand and it hits their psyche. Innovative, personalized content.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this has been This has been a very exciting time. I want to respect the Marketing Edge's time frame, but it has been very exciting having this conversation with all of you, just bringing your expertise to the table. I would say that since we cannot change, because they say PR or communication is all about, they say perception is reality. But since we cannot change reality, we have to change the eyes in which that reality is seen. I think that's the role of PR. So on that note, I say thank you, gentlemen. It's been very, well, gentlemen, I think in the media, ladies like to let's just say gentlemen, let's say lady and gentlemen. But it has been very exciting engaging with you. And I think I have learned from just this conversation as well as the previous conversations. And I think it's been a good one. So over to you, Marketing Edge. Thank you, Marketing Edge, for putting this together. I'll hand over to you, Tolu.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Phil. Thank you, Bolaji, Mecca, Tokunbo, and Adebola. It's been very, very insightful. Like you've said, strategy planning, timing is key, especially when you're doing digital. But strategy and planning for traditional and digital, but most importantly, timing when it comes to digital. So final words from everyone. We're a solutions provider. We're all about the audience. We need to become better managers or creators of content. And like Tok said, innovative, personalized content is important. And all this goes back to what Anderson had said, that we're all in the business of influence. So thank you so very much, everyone. We have quite a lot of comments. We have some presentation and conversation so far. You've all made us proud. That's from Mr. John Ajayi. You couldn't have done it better without you. Ms. Ikwo says to Bola, wonderful presentation and all of that. So thank you so very much, everyone. Thank you for your time. We're trying to rush Dr. Phil actually to get on board the advertisers, because one of the speakers actually had to leave for 1 o'clock. So okay. I'm not sure we will have him still. I think we'll just move or work with all the other people. But it was so much fun. We have 1 or 2 questions since we're not doing that. So Madam Ikwo says, collaboration is the name of the game today. Do we foresee a future where PR, digital, and creative agencies are integrated into one house? I think that goes to Dr. Phil when you asked everyone why PR.
Okay. So I'll ask. Who will ask that question? Let me ask that question to Bolaji. Bolaji, can you take that question for 1 minute and then I'll make a comment? How much time do you have to respond to the question? Yeah. Should all of this, the question is that should all marketing, advertising, PR, should all be in one house? Because what I picked you is that coming from Quadrant and the Insight, we came from that same family, you know.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
You know, there was an era where you had the era of the specialist, where everybody went in different directions because based on specialty. All of a sudden, we're beginning to see some form of convergence. The client is no longer interested in seeing specialization anymore. What the client wants to do is to get his message out there, create the needed influence that drives the impact he wants to see. So convergence is upon us. All right. Therefore, the agencies of the future will be those who understand how to move seamlessly across the specialty. That's all I'm saying.
So do you agree then, Mika, that advertising, marketing, creative, do you anticipate a situation in the next future where you want to go, for example, your agency, you want to go and hire a creative person, you want to hire an advertising person, and you want them to be umbrellaed in one house? Do you see that? That's the question. That's the question I was asked. Do you see all of that in one house, or do you still see a situation whereby everybody is specialized, and at some point in time we bring the synergy together? What future do you see, Mika?
That future is here already. Yeah. So it's not something that you look forward to, right? So that's the position where we find ourselves now. We are members of AAN. We registered 2 years ago because like Debola said, the clients just throw the brief at you, and what they tell you is we need this to be fixed, right? And they are increasingly looking at one-stop centers for their solutions rather than dissipate energies in several directions, right? So for those sort of less sophisticated clients, if you like, because the traditional clients, the FMCGs, still, retain those structures and well-defined delineated lines. But for a number of these new wave clients who are increasingly, paying a lot of top dollar, they're interested in a one-stop center. So it's already happening, right? So that train has moved, right? And we are retaining those competences, albeit maybe not on a very aggressive scale like you would have in a specialized, scenario, but those competencies are already being retained in under one roof already. Okay,
I have a different line of thinking, but let me just take a quick comment from Debo and then Tokes, just for perspective, what everything should be one. So how much more time do we have? We can talk for the next 2 hours, so just.
I would have said that maybe you should, Tokes and Debola should answer the next question actually.
Okay. So do you have more questions?
Yes, just one more, and that's the last. So Tokes and Debola could answer those for us.
Okay, go ahead.
So is there a clear intersection between the roles of the brand marketer and the PR executive in measuring the results? Is it possible to make a clear distinction between the results that were specifically driven by PR and those driven by brand marketing, especially in the case where those two roles are handled by separate agencies?
Who should go first? Debola go first or Tokes? Tokes, go first. Okay, Debola, go first. Debola, okay, go ahead, Debola.
Okay. I mean, we've had those cases in the past as an organization. And I think we have tools that we use, Keyholes, Meltwater, Mario, quite a number of tools that we use, and some that we have also created to measure our work. We are very particular about being able to show working to our client. So we really want to go into those meetings with graphs, with charts, show our impressions, show our reach. We want to go and show our clients where the newspapers got to. We want to show our clients how people engage. We capture the conversations. We take all the random mentions beyond the press releases and the photo ops, the random mentions. We track, how many views were on the site, on the different platforms. So we go out of our way to do all of that tracking to present to our client because we need to justify our payment, from that client. And so for the brand marketers, the advertisers, the digital agencies, they also have their own metrics, but we have tools that we've created. One thing we also do in our organization is, as Auntie Tokes mentioned earlier, we are about perception management and building immense goodwill for brands. So what we do is when we take on an account, we do a survey. We go on the street. We do stakeholder mapping, stakeholder consultation. We have video recordings, 6 months. In 6 months' time, we come again and do the same and then play for the brand so they can see the difference in what people said about it. We've had brands where we can say, okay, this phone, that phone, that phone, we take all the comments. In 6 months now, we play it again, and then this phone, that phone, that phone. And the brand can hear how the comments from when they said, oh, I don't care about your phone, I don't know your phone, how it has now changed to, oh, this phone really is this, really is that. So we, because we're focused on KPIs, have taken that responsibility and advise every agency because it's a constant conversation. People always say, what is the value of PR? It's only when they have crisis, that they will not offer you an arm and a leg.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, everyone.
As Tokes, I think you didn't give Tokes a chance to respond to that.
Debola has said it all, but I think the only thing I would like to add is that when mixing marketing and PR together for measurement, please let's just be specific that we set the KPIs separately. The KPIs for PR is different to the KPIs for marketing, so that when we're presenting to the client, they're quite clear of the two KPIs. And we agree the KPIs at the beginning of the campaign so that they can see, the results at the end of the day. So it's not to mix the KPIs together, let the client be very clear, because it's still clients still don't understand the difference between advertising, marketing, and PR. We're constantly educating them. They think of it as all the same. So we need to ensure that those metrics and KPIs are clearly stated. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, and bye-bye. So we'll move on to the next segment, which is the advertising agencies. For the advertising agencies, we originally had Steve Babaiko as the lead discussant for this group, but he had some other engagement. So Larry Adisa would be the lead discussant for this group. So Larry Adisa is, his profile is very interesting. He said, think of a man who prioritizes professionalism and quality leadership. Talk about a man who is passionate about grooming young people for future leadership positions, and you have Larry Adisa. I know that much. Larry founded Noah's Ark, one of West Africa's leading independent agencies in 2008. He started out in 1990 as a trainee copywriter at MC&A, Saatchi & Saatchi, Lagos. He was an associate creative director at Inside Great till 2003 when he joined TBWA Conceptors CD. He left in 2008 as ECD to start Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark has evolved into a group of creative businesses, which includes Integrated Indigo PR, Underdog Productions Content, and the Red Wolf Company Digital Creative. Larry is actively involved in the Nigerian creative community with a special passion for inspiring and grooming the next generation. He was part of the pioneer team that started the Lagos Advertising and Ideas Festival Life. He is the current chairman of Life Management Board. He has been on the juries of festivals across and beyond the continent, such as Pictures Awards, African Crystal Festival, Crystal MAD, Lorries, and the Canes Lions. He has also served as a mentor in the Lorries Student Portfolio Bootcamp. Welcome, Larry. Up next, we have Temitope Jemerigbe. Temitope Jemerigbe is the Chief Executive Officer of DKK Nigeria, an advertising and marketing communication company. She is a member of several organizations and currently serves on the board of the Association of Advertising Agency of Nigeria, AAN, and is the chairman of the Committee of Women in Advertising. Tope is also a motivational speaker and a strong believer in building the next generation of women. She's a board member of the Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative, SAMI, amongst others. Welcome, Tope.
Thank you.
We also have on this panel, Biodun Adefila. Biodun Adefila is one of the Amazons that are giving the marketing communications industry a totally new coloration. She is one of those that have signaled the arrival of women in an industry where men held sway until recently. She's the Chief Operating Officer of SO&U, one of the leading marketing communication firms in Nigeria. With a very rich pedigree that spans decades, during which period she honed her skills at some of the country's leading advertising companies, Biodun brings her wealth of experience to bear on the formulation and implementation of strategies that enable her group successfully execute its brand management initiatives for achievements of its annual financial targets. She holds an MBA in marketing from University of Liverpool, UK, and a certificate in advanced management from the prestigious Lagos Business School. A product of the Champions League Academy, Saatchi & Saatchi UK, and several other professional programs, local and international. Biodun is a member of the board of the Association of Agencies of Nigeria, AAN. She is the vice chairman of Women in Advertising, a committee within AAN, which strives, amongst other objectives, to give women a voice in a rapidly evolving industry that is increasingly playing a greater role in the economic life of Nigeria. You're welcome, Biodun.
Thank you, Tolu.
And finally, but not the least, we have Ikechi Odigo. Ikechi C. Odigo, an innovative professional with a 3-lane experience in general management, brand management, and creative development, began his advertising career 30 years ago. He's a 1986 graduate of University of Calabar and general management alumnus of Harvard Business School, London Business School, and Warwick Business School. Ike's core strengths are in business development, organizational strategy, and building high-performance teams. Over the 10 years duration of Ike's leadership as CEO GDB Lagos, had been consistently rated a top 8 agency based on the Global Staff Voice Survey conducted annually by PwC across DDB agencies in over 196 countries. Ike is currently vice chairman of the Kazers Group and also focuses his energy on nurturing Flow Universal Solutions as founder, chief innovative officer. Flow is focused on delivering innovative learning solutions that support entrepreneurship and capacity building among African youths. Ike is a serving member of the Adweek Africa Advisory Council, the immediate past president of the Association of Advertising Agencies of Nigeria, AAN, the immediate past chairman of the Lagos Advertising and Ideas Festival Life Awards, a past member of the Advertising Standards Panel, APCON, and immediate past chairman of the board of the SPV Omnicon Consortium for MTN Nigeria. You are welcome, Ikechi Odibo. Thank you, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much. We look forward to listening to you. Over to you, Mr. Adisa, and thank you very much for standing in last minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I share my screen? Host needs to enable me to share.
Yes, they will enable now, sir. Yes, you are enabled. Please share.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, first, some kind of disclosure. I think I almost got myself into some kind of very embarrassing situation. Let me just put it that way. And what do I mean by that? Again, a bit of that stereotype about men that sometimes we assume a lot. So my assumption was that Steve Vabeko would do the lead talk, and all I have to do is sit back and do a panel discussion. You know, until this morning or thereabout, when I had a call from Aniete. I was saying, oh, I needed to give a 20-minute talk. So just pardon whatever you see here that appears like I'm not a very serious fellow. But it's not saying I've not thought about this. So what I've just done is put my thoughts together in a formal, format, as it were, and that goes through what I have to say. But having said that, I'd like to thank Marketing Edge for being consistent with this annual summit. I think this particular time deserves that we talk and also inspire ourselves to action. And I can see that's what's been going on all day with the lead, with the guest speaker leading on to the last session that we just had. So everybody is concerned about our business and also about the future of our business. As you can see from the citations, most of us have put in nothing less than 25 years or so of our working lives doing this. So it must mean something to us and also mean something to our future. So for that reason, I've tried to also summarize, sorry again, the copywriter I mean, the long theme that we were given to just making the advertising, but we've got to scratch that business future fit. I'll talk about what I mean by scratching advertising. It's not saying advertising doesn't exist. It does. I love advertising, but we've got to go beyond that at some point. But let me just go on from here. Sorry, please. Okay. So, coincidentally, these things have ways of working. I mean, I'm very eclectic when it comes to music. So I listen to just about everything. From jazz to folk music to contemporary hip hop to Dada Kwada from Ilorin and the rest of them, any kind of music. So this morning I was listening to Dina Washington, one of the great jazz singers, and she was singing something I found very interesting and very relevant to where we are. This is the first stanza of the lyrics of her song, TV is the Thing This Year, which was written, by the way, in 1953. So she says, if you want to have fun, come home with me. You can stay all night and play with my TV. TV is the thing this year. This year, TV is the thing this year. Radio was great, nice, out of date. TV is the thing this year. I mean, in 2020, you will laugh reading that. But what this tells us is that every era will come with some kind of technology and things will keep evolving. I mean, She says that radio was great, but it's now out of date. But God knows, we're still living with radio. Radio is still very big to us. I'm sure we all know that. We can't do without our radio. I mean, there are radio stations springing up online all over the place. People are still filing, applying for radio licenses today. But this is the reality of our lives. A technology will come, we all assume something else will take over, and that's the end of it. And guess what? We move on, we adapt to it, and something else comes on. So again, back to the business of the day. And there's a whole lot of talk about, what COVID-19 has forced on us, how it has impacted us, and what will happen going forward. But I think the reality we all know and we all live with is the fact that we've been living with this disruption facing our industry before COVID-19. I mean, that's the reality. We've been agonizing about the incursion of consultancies, about the new the effect and consequence of digital transformation across board. A whole lot of things that we're grappling with, and content and influencer marketing and all whatnot. So pre-COVID, and I guess post-COVID, our industry has been faced and will continue to be faced, with different kinds of disruption. I mean, that's the reality. And I think the survivors would be those who are ready, to accept that and work ahead of that more than anything else. Part of what I also found going through my preparation for this, I stumbled on some report by Deloitte, and I found that very interesting. It's almost dystopian in some sense when you look at some of the things that they have to say. But they painted 4 scenarios that are likely to happen to advertising in terms of the future of advertising. And I'll just summarize them for the sake of time. I'll speak to what each of them portends. So there are 4 of them in terms of the different angles of the quadrant. There's the transactional you, the creative you, the entertained masses, and the fragmented masses. And of course, in terms of the quadrant also, you have the low creativity angle and also the high creativity. And of course, you've got the quadrant for reach and the quadrant for personalization. And in all of these things, you can see an interplay of technology as I go along. So the transactional you, what does that really mean? It's all about, like it says, being transactional. It's all functional. It's all data dependent. And in that particular world, transactional marketing would take over from brand communication as we know it. And the projection here is not so far into the future. This is like advertising as at 2030, which is just 10 years away. This is what they are foreseeing, as regards where advertising is headed. So large digital platform companies will prevail and agencies will disappear. I mean, that is what they see in terms of that scenario number 1. Now, scenario number 2, it's the creative you. And it says that human creativity will be the source of highly efficient campaigns in this instance, even though it is all about personalization. And it will be driven by nothing else but real-time AI, which will be targeting individuals with specific messaging. Again, when you look at this also, it's all about data, it's all about AI, and the advertiser is also in control because they can generate their own data and they can apply their data in nuancing what message will go to the consumers out there. And of course, working again with your digital platform companies and having little or no need for the agency. As a matter of fact, media companies will actually take on the role of the creative role, as we can see in terms of how media is also evolving today. Almost every newspaper entity, every newspaper brand right now is big on digital, have their own TV stations online, have other things that they are creating, and that is the reality. And we can see this even today. We all know this. I mean, it may be an anomaly, but there are Nigerian brands today that actually give their communication to media channels, the like of CNN and co, to take care of them. Whether it is well informed or not, that is a different thing. But it may just tell you exactly where things are going. Channel 4 in the UK, for instance. Channel 4 has been creating great communication that is winning even at Cannes. Remember the Paralympic campaign and all that from the UK. It was all done in-house by Channel 4, a media company. So these are the realities that we are actually facing as regards where we're headed. And that scenario, again, will not create so much of a role for the advertising agency as we know it. Then, of course, there's scenario number 3, which is the entertained masses. It seems like a familiar term where we are at the moment. Here, of course, creativity is the foundation of high quality campaigns with extensive reach, of course, onto people. So consumers also enjoy the creativity and they're ready to share with people. They're ready to talk about it. They look forward to it, as a matter of fact. Of course, also that uses some bit of data, but in this case, data used by the agency. But again, there is also lack of usable data. What I mean by that is that because consumers are also wary of some of the issues big digital platforms are doing to their data, so they're not willing to give data out. So in this instance, brand building will exceed transactional marketing, which was the case in scenario number 1. And there's extreme demand for creative talent. I mean, that's the reality of that time. Agencies, of course, will remain very strong and be, on top of things. When we go to scenario number 4, which is the last one, it's fragmented masses. And what this says is that, buying decisions will be triggered by, by brand power. So the brand is very powerful. But brand advertising, of course, brand adverts are very essential. So it's all about the brand. And it's very functional as well. It is for the masses, but there's little creativity. As a matter of fact, human creativity will be less important, and data and AI also will dominate, the creative process. If I recall, there was a time about 3 or 4 years ago, there was some talk about Japan coming up with a robot that was a creative director. Funny enough, we don't hear about that creative director anymore, but that is the reality that these guys are painting, that a time may come in terms of that scenario where data and AI will be so strong, they will drive the creative process. Of course, there will be low cost of creating work. So that will be in the interest of the client. So again, digital platform companies, as we see them even today, will be in charge. Now, data, of course, will trump creativity. Agencies' intermediary role, rather, will diminish. And of course, advertisers will be the winners. So, I mean, when you look at these things, like I said earlier, it's all dystopian and gives you cause to worry. I mean, is there any hope for our business? Is there any role for our business going forward, especially where we are now, having to cope with the challenges of a pandemic and also getting right into the middle of a recession in Nigeria and I dare say globally in no time as well. So where do we go? And of course, they couldn't conclude. I mean, a lot now depends on us. So for me, so what I say is that where we fall in this quadrant, individually as businesses, collectively as an industry, will be dependent on our mindset, how we choose to go. And I think that's the essence of a session the like of this. So as vulnerable as our continued existence may appear from all those scenarios, except for one, of course, a lot will depend on our mindset. And how do I mean? Our future will depend on how we resolve, now to stay relevant now. Staying relevant now, I'm actually borrowing this from David Drucker. I was watching a webinar of his, very recent one, that, our relevance will not be dependent on the work we've done in the past. What people say about us. It's about what we're doing now, what we're doing to grow the businesses in our care, what we're doing to say that, look, whatever the challenges may be, however we want to grow, we are the growth partners, that you need now. Easier said than done, I'm sure you agree with me, but the most important thing, like I said, is about staying relevant now at all times, being the watchword, being the catchphrase for us as a business. And that's why my now is in capital letters. So facing that future, I think we need to rethink our business model and structure. We talk about this a lot. But until we start looking at that and doing it seriously, there's a whole lot that needs to change. I was having a conversation with a gentleman from another industry the other time, and one of the things that we're talking, and it just hit me at some point, that how come people in advertising don't even think about what happens in audit firms, consultancies, legal firms, and all the rest of them, where you actually have a partnership system. And as a matter of fact, the new CAMA allows for you to have a hybrid of a partnership and a limited liability. There's something called the LLP, also limited liability partnership, where you can actually ensure that people in your business can see a direct career path leading to a time when they'll be partners in that business or whatever. I mean, these are reality. These are things. As a matter of fact, what a time like this calls for, and I've always talked about that, is that we actually think like we're startups and we actually experiment as much as we can, because trying to solve current problems, future problems with old models may not necessarily just take out of where we're headed. And you can see this happening also in terms of some of the holding companies. I mean, holding companies, I can bet you, as we speak, going into post-pandemic and this pandemic, are doing a lot of rethinking as well in terms of, I mean, the age where we are today, thanks to digital technology, may not necessarily require that I need to have 120 offices around the world to service some of the businesses that I have. So you can see, as in the case of your JWT and Wonderman are becoming a Wonderman, what's it called? Thompson, as we see now, and a couple of such things happening, even in Dentsu, getting together into just one Dentsu, and the independent agency that they acquired, Magariba, we're now becoming Magariba Dentsu. So people are looking at bringing disciplines together, and I overheard that on the PR side, like in terms of, can the disciplines stay under one roof? Maybe that's where we're headed. Maybe that's what we need to start at, whatever scale you look at it. Maybe we need to start looking at that. What can we bring back under one roof? And how can we think through this? So for me, we need to stretch our playing field. We need to stretch that playing field. It is not enough today to say, oh, you know what, I'm an advertising agency. Great, advertising is great, but that may not just be enough. I'm sure those of us who run the businesses know that it may not be the best for the bottom line where we're headed. As a matter of fact, COVID-19 has catapulted the rise and growth of digital. So if you are sitting back and thinking it's all about advertising as I've always known it, you've got to stretch the meaning of advertising where we are now. So stretch the playing field. Like we say in Noah's Ark, it's about, I'm going to show something that speaks to that we go where the ad takes us, and where the idea takes us. So we are in the business of advertising. Is something we need to revisit and actually cross that out and say, this is where we are. We're in creative business. And by creative, I'm not talking about the creative department. I'm talking about how do we ensure that the businesses in our care, our clients, as a matter of fact, when the clients come to us, they're not asking what hat we're wearing, that the businesses are able to access whatever platform is out there, whatever opportunity is out there that will advance the cost of the brand, that will advance the essence of the brand and grow the brand, exponentially more than any other thing. That is where our world is. So it is comes with a lot of collaboration and convergences, across different, creative spheres, as the case may be. As a matter of fact, I mean, the entertainment sector, according to the PwC report, but for COVID-19 slowing things down, was actually targeted to hit about 10 billion USD by the end of this year going to next year. And that's a huge industry. And there's no license anybody needs to play anywhere, if you ask me. You don't need any license. Gaming, for instance, is a very big thing as well. I mean, clients are clamoring for gaming. It may not be very big now, but gaming is a very big industry. We are the people who know storytelling. We are the people who build brands. How do we apply what we know? This is the time for, as a matter of fact, if I have to modify this line of we're in the creative business about when the applied creative business, we need to apply what we know about brand building. We need to apply all that we know about what makes a brand into spheres of creative opportunities that can really help our business, our brands to grow beyond where they are today. For me, this is very important. I mean, this is just for the laughs. I was saying the other time that we have a mantra at Noah's Ark that says that we go, wherever, the idea takes us. And that's poor me facing a carnivore and asking him to consider being a vegetarian as opposed to eating human flesh. But again, that's a different story. Okay, so one of the things we also need to do going forward is that we need to seek, groom, grow, still if need be, and retain talent from everywhere. And I'm very specific about being from everywhere. I think, the days of fishing in the same pond will need to change. We're looking for talent from the next agency at all times. Whatever happened to guys in technology? Whatever happens to the architects? Whatever happened to guys in far-flung fields? You know, whatever happens to, I mean, and thanks again to the reality of today, that, I mean, when we talk about talent, talent doesn't necessarily have to mean 9 to 5 talent under one roof. Talent can be anything that is relevant to what I have to do now. If what I have to do now, we need a material engineer, for instance. How do I access that talent to enhance what I have to deliver? And that guy can be anywhere in the world. I mean, thanks to technology, we can connect and we can make it happen. We can work on project basis. We can employ people not the way we've always employed them. We can have new contract people that will determine, you know, how we remunerate them based on where things stand today. I mean, so that is part of also, you know, it's not just stretching the playing field, also stretching our mindset to what is possible, because this new future that we're talking about, which is even now, will require a whole lot of talent. It is filled by talent of all sorts. We need to learn new, we need to engage people who know something we don't know, more than any other thing. So, and also, do not be scared by technology. Embrace it, invest in it, collaborate on it. I mean, one of the highlights of last year was Droga5 being bought by Accenture. I mean, that was a big thing. And you either were on the side of those who were like, how could he do that? Or, wow, where's that taking us? And if you ask me, that is the future of our business. It is taking the best of that world and the best of our world, because we know something they don't know, and they have something we don't have. So for me, is in whichever form it takes, I'm not saying it's got to be Accenture or as big as Accenture. There are all sorts of people in that field, even around us where we are. We need to find those collaborations and see where it can take us, and not be scared about, oh, some guy is going to take my clients' businesses. Those guys can't do it alone. So can we find a meeting point somewhere and collaborate where we can collaborate? And by the way, Droga5 didn't just go into Accenture directly. They had collaborated on some pitches once or twice, even though some of those things did not really, you know, fly, before they saw some strength in their own different capacities and came together, and that's where they are today. And I think it's brilliant. It's the brilliant marriage of logic and magic, which is the best for the brands. It's the best time for brands and people building brands to be alive, if you ask me. So the times may change, the technology may change, as in radio, you know, giving room to TV in 1953. But, you know, man will always remain a creator. Sorry, I omitted man there. Again, this is what happens when you do it last minute. So, but man will always remain a creator and consumer of great storytelling. As long as what is needed will be more than functionality, which is what AI and all that will stand for. AI cannot write, you know, the brilliant art by David Ogilvy, you know, talking about, you know, the sound of the clock that you hear behind the wheel at X miles per hour on that new car that he, you know, which came from him experiencing the car and writing the copy. That will never happen under AI or any other form of technology. So as long as there are human beings who are great creators of storytelling and consumers of great storytelling, and these are the guys in the midst of all these interesting scenarios around us. I mean, there's a young lady that's saying, "NSAS, make I see husband marry." I mean, these are the people we're talking to. So if you cannot beat that as the man creating stories in the agency, then you got more work to do. Or perhaps this one, I found that very brilliant decision. NSAS, according to the VAR of our young guys on the street. So on that note, I'd like to end this. Thank you very much. I hope I've been able to share a few things with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. I mean, collaboration and convergences. Apply all you know about branding. These are the things that we need to do now, and we need to marry logic and magic. Thank you, everyone. I will add one more person on the panel. Mrs. Nkiru Olumide Ojo. She's an author, corporate general manager, female enthusiast, and lover of Africa. Nkiru Olumide Ojo holds 2 decades of experience in strategic marketing and corporate communications, and has been looking after the reputation of multinational and national brands in Nigeria. Her work experience spans across various sectors, including financial services, aviation, telecom, and the oil and gas. She's a frequent conference speaker. She was a recent panelist at the Forbes Africa Women's 2020 conference, the immediate past keynote speaker at Google Nigeria's 2019 International Women's Day celebration, Nigeria's Africa Communication Week 2018, the 2020 Forbes Africa Women Summit, London Advertising Week, Africa Public Relations Conference, and Standard Bank's Blue Hills Women Program. These are some of the conferences where she has spoken at. Over the past couple of years, Imperial has had several recognitions, such as Brand Communicators, Top Women in Marketing and Communication, Leading Women in Marketing and Communications in 2016, Marketing Personality of the Year 2017, NIPRO's Top 40 Under 40, and Brand Journalist of Nigeria's Award for Leading Marketing Personality. Thank you very much, Nkiru, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Tolu, and good afternoon. It's a true pleasure and honor to be here. I think first, it's really important, really quickly, to say well done, John. No mean feat organizing digital conferences. So well done and thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Nkiru. So over to you, Larry, and the panel. Thank you very much, everybody. And we don't have so much time. We have about 30 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Is anybody moderating this?
To moderate for you, how do you want to go about this?
Okay, because okay, not about. I mean, I think if you ask me, I would like for each person to give their own thoughts on the subject matter. I don't know how much time they have to do that, and you know, maybe then we can have a conversation. You know, I mean, I can lead that conversation maybe.
Sure.
So maybe we could have everyone do like three minutes to give their thoughts on this, and then we'll have a conversation. Is that fine, everyone?
Sure, that's fine. That works.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So maybe my immediate past president should go first. They call them IPP in Triple N.
All right, thanks, Larry. I also want to appreciate the Marketing Edge team and every business and participant of this important summit. The way I actually approached this was similar to Larry. How do we make our businesses future fit? And what came to mind was the whole issue of, you know, the airplane. The airplane is quite an interesting illustration of how to put together something that is future fit, because airline manufacturers, they consider many factors and variables that should have a lifespan in building a vehicle that will have a lifespan that outlives even the builders of the airplane. And so when you look at how the airplane needs to be aesthetically appealing from a fashionable future point of view, needs to be fuel economical, space economical. They're always working to make the airplane lighter, faster, and safer to travel. And these are the qualities we want our business to have, even as we navigate through the times we find ourselves and into even good times, hopefully. So my take on building a business that is future fit comes from the principle of flight. And when you have turbulence in the airspace, what happens is that the pilot increases altitude so as to have a better picture of its path, and it's able to navigate out of the rocky path that it finds itself to find less turbulent skies. The other part of it is, the other second principle is that as the plane approaches the point of arrival, it locks onto a fixed path, and no matter the weather condition, that plane, you know, just stays on the fixed path, navigates its descent, and also lands safely. So future fit organizations apply those two principles. They are flexible, nimble enough to navigate around the present challenges of the economic environment, and yet remain committed and steadfast in their pursuit of clearly defined strategic goals. One of the things that comes to mind is, we, at the beginning of every year, we come up with strategic goals, but once the client calls, we tend to become distracted. And in the course of that distraction, we relegate our strategic plans to the background. And one of the things we need to bring back into our practice is that ability to achieve the balance between strategic and tactical approach to our business. If you will agree with me that if most of us had paid attention to our strategic initiatives, we'll be in a much better shape to navigate through the uncertainties that we find ourselves. So I want to believe that I'm a great believer in this because I've been privileged to be part of the leadership of the KSAS Group, which has a strategic and practical approach and has been willing to drive change even in very good times. And this has prepared us to manage future volatility and maintain a positive trajectory. I hope to be able to share some of these experiences further down the line of the conversation. So I'll pause here and let my colleagues take the conversation further.
Okay. Thank you very much, Captain Ikechi, as we land our plane for now. On a more serious note, I think that's a very good analogy, if you ask me, in terms of where we're headed, in terms of what we do, the turbulence we face, and the need for us to survive more than anything else and stay the course. I'll move on to Tokwe Deneribe, to give us our own perspective of the matter.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you so much, Larry, and well done to the Marketing Edge team. This is, a very fabulous thing. Every year it's been very consistent, and we'll say well done to the team. Really, I've listened to quite a number of people speak, and one of the core things, in terms of aligning my thoughts with most of what it is we have shared, is in getting our business fit for the future, the need for us to think differently. Our role as advisory, because what you would have now is, it's going to go beyond brands selling products and just simply rushing to meet bottom line. A lot is have to change. We're going to have to start thinking less concerned about our brand and what it is we make in terms of sales, and to look more from the point of view of concern from the consumers. Because now more than ever, the consumers will be given thoughts. They live online. That's the truth. So our thinking as a business and in our readiness for the future post-COVID cannot be business as we know it. It's a number of things have changed. Before now, they would ask us to describe our typical audience. I will say it's the life of the party. But now the party is not happening live the way we know it. The party is moved online. I've been a part of, I can't count how many parties online. There is a wedding that I have on Saturday, and there's also a plan to have it on Zoom. So you now begin to try to move life from physical, the way we know it, to digital. And in doing it, messaging and appropriate storytelling needs to even be more sensitive. So when Larry was speaking earlier, he had spoken about talent, about getting talents from all over and from everywhere. The truth is, if we are going to now be living in the digital space, as life has thrown us now, we must then really look at where these talents are going to come from, or how the existing talents we have must be migrated to be able to sync for messaging for the digital. It's really very simple, very sensitive. I listened to the PR panel as well. And yeah, they did speak about the sensitivity of messaging. So there's a fine line between every function. So you look at the advertising personnel, you look at digital, you look at the PR. The client is really not interested in those differences. What is more critical is the appropriateness of the message, and to be able to ensure that it hits appropriately, that because digital is also very quick. You post it right now, if the message is wrong, there's no pulling it down. So it's everybody from all of the different aspects of marketing communications really needs to start thinking alike. Yes, while we would have our different functions, that future is online. We're holding a conference of this nature virtually. It's not been done. The MBA conference.
Well, sorry, is that me or is it Tokwe?
Example,
we've. I think it's Tokwe's network.
Services AAA, and we are with NIPR as well, and DKK. So if you look at it, if we must be relevant in the future that we are speaking to, in the future that we are going into, in the future that we have actually found ourselves. We're not there yet, really, but the truth is we must then all begin to think alike. What's the problem with my messaging creates for the PR person? And that would have a negative impact on the brand. So it's not about just being out there because I want to sell something for my client. No, it has to have relevance for the target audience. It has to be messaging that adds to the concern of the consumers. It has to be content that delivers value and doesn't take away from that. There's so many things that we really must bring to bear.
We'll just come back.
Most critical is that.
Yeah, can you hear me?
All right, so thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear from somebody who is not directly in the advertising world as we know it. And by that, I'm talking about my sister, Nkiru Olumide Ojo. Good afternoon, Nkiru.
Good afternoon.
Good to have you. So I'd like to have your take on this, about, thank you, about being future fit as regards our business, as you know it from an outsider point of view, maybe.
Right. And thank you so much, Lanre. And I already sent kind compliments to John and his team for what has been a great conference so far. And Larry, just to correct you, I hate to be called an outsider because I feel like a strong insider, whether on the client side or on the agency side. But seriously, the conversations I've had today are quite critical. Really, because taking a long view is essential for everyone and anyone who wants to survive in a fast-paced world. I suppose in an impact-obsessed world, if I can call it that. So I believe that the first thing we should do as agents, and I use the word we loosely because I feel like I can say it on both sides, is to start with an inside-out approach. And with that is asking ourselves a few questions around our talent. And I listened to you speak about if we need a materials engineer, we can go get one. So it's thinking about, the types of talents that you need, because we do and have had a lot of conversations around digital and around digital-led marketing or PR, but it's all people-based. So it's getting the right type of people you know, who are the ones that can actually drive the entire digital solutions or the types of processes that we think. I feel like this is a time where agencies should be looking into their talent pool and saying, we talk about data-driven marketing. Do I have someone who can translate data? Am I dependent on the client's data? Am I able to fact check or back check, you know, with the data that has been provided to me? So there's a lot of focus that needs to be given to talent. And obviously with the way that we're evolving, remunerating talent also being done differently so that the agency doesn't feel the pressure of remunerating the types of strategic talent that they need. Now, the other thing that I'm going to move on to quickly, there are just 4 points, is having improved teams and processes. Processes are so key and essential, especially as we work, you know, often from home. So first, as an agency, is how much listening are you doing? There's a lot of talking that is going on by brands, by everyone. But it's how much listening are you doing as an agency? Because out of that listening will come the ideas that you pitch to the businesses. Now, the third thing, I could dwell a bit more on listening, but I'll fast forward and go to agency versus consultancy models. I saw a research, I'm not sure if it was Edelman, because sitting here, I was thinking about who did the research. And they were trying to put forward the top most remunerated agencies. They put the top 10, and 4 of that had the marketing units of the 4 big consultancy agencies. The truth is, these guys are having our lunch, if I can use that phrase. So the point is, how do we pitch ourselves from being agencies and graduating into consultants who provide business solutions? Specifically because where we are now, creative ideas alone will not get us to where we need to be. It has to be business-driven solutions. When people come to me in the course of my work, I'm thinking, yeah, how's this going to move the dial? How's this going to give me revenue? How is this going to solve a problem? So we've got to advance ourselves from being creative agencies to business consultants, which is why you have the 4 big C players in that group. The last thing I've got to say before I hand over to you is about partnerships and collaborations. We are going to need a lot of partnerships in the phase that we're going to. Let's say we're delivering a solution for a client, and the solution requires building an app. I don't expect you to suddenly go recruit a coder or recruit, you know, someone from the scratch. You need to find someone who can collaborate with, who will give you, you know, the solutions that you need. And I think ultimately is understanding that the audience that we deal with have a very complex value system. So for us, ultimately, and I use the word us loosely because as marketers or agency, we're still one, is understanding those complex values will be very critical, you know, for us. I mean, I do have a few other thoughts, but it's important to stop and just hand over to you so you can progress to the next question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the inside-out approach, and I think we need to talk a bit more about that going forward. So I would like to have the contribution from the, not the least, but the last member of the panel, Mrs. Biodun Adefila.
Thank you, Larry, also known as Dadiwa, and thank you for having me here. So you said something about storytelling, and we can't really remove that from our business. It's part and parcel of who we are. It's a key cornerstone of what we do. So I'd like to start this with a story. I had some slides prepared, but obviously, as you know, in advertising, you just roll with the punches. So here we go. All right, so something that I call the Samsonite, and it's a story about this guy called Samson. I'm sure we all know him. And now imagine him in a desert and he's being attacked by 1,000 Philistines. They had daggers, they had swords, they had all sorts of things, horses, and he had nothing. And he looked around him and only saw the jaw of a donkey. And he took it and he started swinging it hours on end. And at the end of the day, you saw horses falling, men falling. He won, he saved his life. And then one critical thing that he did is that after he had won, he threw away that jawbone of a donkey. Now, if it were you and I, we'll probably take that jawbone, patent it, make a prototype, produce millions of it. And then the story will be that this thing actually works. It can kill 1,000 Philistines. And we'll be right. But the thing is that we would then be tied to tradition. And Larry, you said something about us being able to change the old model. The essence or the moral of that story is that tradition is often frozen success. You can't keep with it. You need to go into the future unfrozen. And that's why we are all here today, because we need to move forward. We know that the consumer that we are talking to is not frozen. It's forever moving. It's changing with the dictates of the times, as we've seen in these last few months. And we know that within, you need to just keep the pace. And one thing I'll also say is that in the post-digital era, everybody will be playing on a level playing field. Digital will no longer be a competitive advantage. Either have it or not. In fact, it will be the price for being in business. So that's why we need to throw away tradition and begin to meet up with the demands of what needs to be done, not even today, because you've gone into 2030. So what are we doing today to ensure that we survive now and continue to survive into the future? And what I would say is that while all this is going on, we need to continue to understand the consumer. Everybody that has spoken in this session has said it. We need to understand them. We need to understand their hurdles, their fears, their desires, their dreams. We need to understand all of that. And as you rightly said, analytics is not going to give us all of that. And so, because there are emotions tied into all of this. And so the role of the strategy planner is very key. So we'll need to strengthen our hold in that if we don't have it already. And something else that we've all said, creativity has to be solutions focused, not creativity for creativity's sake. We won't move far with that. And one other thing I would like to say is that the consumer has redefined value. So we need to see when we say we are giving the consumer value, what exactly are we doing? They have redefined it, so we need to follow through, understand what value means to them, and then deliver that to them in a way that they can appreciate. In all, what we are talking about is that businesses have to anticipate what the environment is like and how the environment will affect their consumers, and then be able to intervene in between. And lastly, second to the last, upskilling is very important. Nkiru just talked about it now. If you don't have the skills, now is the time to go and begin to develop that skill. Yes, you will spend money, but at the end of the day, you are looking for a sustainable future. And I have to say that AT&T has spent like $1 billion, upskilling their employees just to ensure that they are future fit. Yeah, so maybe we don't have $1 billion, but we can start from where we are. Sitting down and expecting something to change, do nothing about it, that ensures that you are not even part of this game at all. And there must be collaboration between us and the clients, because they can't do it alone, we can't do it alone. And then getting involved in things so that we are not, so for instance, we noticed that the Gen Zs, let's say for instance, are consuming less sugar. How do we know? Because there's a community of them that used to be 20, maybe 2 million, now they are 20 million. Why? We begin to see that they are changing. Now, do we sit down and look at the change? No, we say, Mr. Client, we notice that your consumers are now doing this. This is what we propose that you should do. You are owning that situation. You are controlling or influencing the P of product. Can we influence price? Can we influence place, not just stay with promotion? So for now, those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Interesting conversation. I know we don't have so much time, but I'd just like to say this direction as well. It's not the first time we're talking about these issues. And I look around us, and I see that a couple of our legacy agencies are either in comatose or gone or struggling. and those are not so legacy who are up and coming also. Do we just, I mean, are we really bold to make these changes? Or we just talk around it? And of course, it's all down to the individual agencies, at the end of the day. But I'm glad, Ikechi mentioned something earlier about the CASAS approach to projecting ahead from a strategy and practical approach to projecting to the future. I would like Ikechi just mention a bit of that. For me, I wonder really how bold we are about and how serious we are about making some of those changes. But the days of 5-year plans or even 3-year plans are gone. Where we are now, your plan is as relevant as where you are today, and it can change tomorrow if you're talking about being future fit. So, would you want to just, take that on a little bit? Are we bold as an industry to take on this future and make a difference?
Just to reinforce that, and also reinforce what you put on the table about the inside-out approach. One of the things that comes to mind is the need for us not just to unleash the creative energy of our young teams on the client's brief. We need to involve them in the business of our business. There is a need for us to reinvent our agencies through an open democratic culture that is able to bring on the fresh perspectives and ideas from the shop floor. Secondly, when we say looking at it from the inside out, the other thing I wanted to bring us up to speed was the fact that our processes come under scrutiny in this unique season we're in. And about 12 years ago, after an agency retreat, we decided to automate our job processes, just with a view to improving the brief cycle turnaround.
Yeah.
And interestingly, when we were discussing terms with a key global client, they said it was mandatory that we automate our process with the same platform. And it's not like we ever planned that this would be us meeting the requirements for working with a global client. But because we were ready to drive change, even during relatively good times, we found ourselves prepared to benefit from the dividend of being future ready. The other thing, of course, again, is developing a culture of proactivity. Most of the time we talk about how the specialist agencies, the influencers, the celebrity influencers, the global consulting agencies are beginning to weigh in on our business. And so we start considering whether to lower the entry barriers, what other steps to take. Do we start off an activation agency? Do we start off a digital arm? And for me, it's not really the question of how we respond as much as how we are positioned. If we are able to position ourselves rightly, like Nkiru said, as thought leaders, problem solvers, and also strategic partners, then we can sell our offerings, whatever label we put on it, so long as we're able to inspire the professional confidence. And that confidence is built as a result of us, rising to the required standards. So those are some of the things that come to mind. And we want to be able to look at our business and say to ourselves, we are the leaders within the advertising industry. How are we engaging with these times? The organizational culture within our agencies, is it toxic? Is it such that will drive growth? Is it such that will drive the necessary change for us to remain relevant now and in the future? Larry, you mentioned that as the key takeout of your presentation, being relevant now and in the future. And so as leaders, we need to ask ourselves those questions, and bearing that in mind, begin to make the necessary adjustments as leaders, both in terms of our personal outlook and our behavior, to inspire confidence and hope in our agency teams. I want to believe that when we give our teams a sense of purpose, a larger purpose than meeting a financial target, and they see this as something that is big enough to motivate them, then we are also creating an anchor for our agencies, because even when we are going through tough times, they are inspired by that purpose. And so they don't just jump ship and move to another agency, but they see a larger purpose that they can build their career around. So I believe those are some of the things we need to do to make sure that we are building sustainable businesses and that we are future fit to dominate the terrain, no matter the trends that we have to contend with going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's a very good point, especially in terms of being future fit and even being, being fit for today. I mean, you mentioned something about involving our young people, our young talent in the business of our business. I think that's a paradigm shift of sorts, for lack of a better phrase, if we were to apply that. Because when you look at things in general, we still tend to think a very, very traditional, as it were, and how ready are we to do that? I'd just like to ask this of, I mean, any of us. I mean, again, let me take it from Nkiru. Again, inside out approach to it. Having seen this side and that side, and looking at multinationals and the rest of them and all that. How do you ensure that we can keep that stream going? And what I mean by that is that talent feels a sense of ownership even within our space, because that's the future that we're talking about. And I think the good leader is the one that is preparing for, hey, you know what? I'm as good as out of here in no time, and if I were not here, this ship will run or sail without me, as it were. So how do you look at the issue of talent and sustain? I mean, I put in a funny phrase of, still if need be, but make sure you retain them and making them have a sense of purpose, like Ikechi just said. How do you ensure that in an organization?
Thanks, Larry. And I mean, when Ikechi was making the point, I kept nodding. I kept nodding because leadership can be more critical, at this time. And it is so because, and I believe he leaned in on it, is because the role of selling a vision is a very important one. And sometimes a vision is what people cannot physically see, but they can journey with you just based on that promise. And I remember working in Virgin Atlantic for years, and people kind of thought, oh, they must be well paid. Actually, I say it publicly, we weren't. But the vision was so powerful, and he simply wanted to run an airline where people would love to work and people would love to fly. And so we all followed. And therefore, with building that vision is also getting your talent to not just see where they're going, but also helping them to see the tangible promises, that are in there, for them. And I say to agencies, this is not the time to make your agency head your family friend or your brother's sister's child. You need a professional who would have definitive talent management programs. And therefore, the management trainee who's coming knows that, well, if I stayed and aligned to this vision, I will be here. And will be here doesn't mean a lateral move. It means that today I'm a management trainee in client service, and tomorrow I can be in the digital sphere or whatever. They must see that dynamism, because remember, they're not insular. So it's really having a system, and when I say they're not insular, they're not protected away from the world. They can also see what's going on in the market and in the world. So it's having a strong system and a structure, that helps support the youngsters and the entire team who have bought into the larger vision. Just one last thing. I think Ikechi mentioned democratized leadership. I say to people, and the protests we're having in Nigeria reinforces it to me. The people who are leading are not the people who wouldn't ask questions. The Gen Zs and the Gen X are the people who are loud about their questions. They are the why. Why should I do it? Why? So the onus is on you as a leader to be sure that you are high enough to keep the vision going, but you are low enough to keep your ears on their chest so that you can respond to their why. It's very critical.
Thank you. I'm actually being told we're running out of time. So they want to take over. Well, there was a question from a member of the audience. And if you don't mind, there's a question from a member of the audience. I think it's a very important question, and anybody can answer that. From somebody I respect a lot, Mrs. Uko, says in the spirit of collaboration, do we foresee big mergers amongst agencies, creative and digital? Anybody can go for this, as briefly as possible, because I don't have time. Tope?
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're already headed in that direction. Really, a lot of times we find that we're collaborating. Again, from what I said earlier, we're thinking that we have to align our thinking. And if you're going to align your thinking with people in other specific competencies within the industry, it's absolutely is necessary to collaborate. We've gone into a few collaborations. I mean, I've called on agencies or partners to actually let us work together on a brief. I think the more critical thing is to stay afloat. So I would not be so quick to have such a major brief that I could not got the competence in and try to get people to come on board very quickly. What you're going to be delivering is going to be wishy-washy. So what you'll find is the necessity and the place of collaboration. So I believe very strongly that we have it a bit, perhaps not in very clear terms as you would have it, where you will have it written and then there's a merger that is really being celebrated the way we've had with banks and all of that. But I believe very strongly that even some of the things that in our scenario planning, okay, what's the future? What will take me to where I'm going? Collaboration, I see very strongly for any leader that is actually preparing to be future fit, being very top line. You know, and there's no way you can, and which was what I had said earlier as well, about the fact that, and borrowing from Larry's point, in terms of getting talents from all over. So you don't have the talent, I'm going to come to you, let's do this together, let's lean in on your talent, while I'm also trying to integrate or develop the dynamism of those that it is that I have within. So I believe collaboration, it really is the future. See it happening already, at least I've been a part of a number of some. It just might not be out there the way that we think, or the way that it's been mapped out, or the way that it's been struck in mind. The future is new.
Yeah, cool. Thank you so much. I mean, I know of one recent one. There's Yellow Brick Road and EXP, what they call the
EXP, yes, totally.
So, I mean, that's a good development. I mean, we look forward to more of that going forward. Thank you so much. I wish we had more time. There's a whole lot to talk about, but we have to end it here. Thanks to Marketing Edge, Ikechi, my media past president, say, Kiru, thank you so much. Biodun, Momiwa, like we always call her, and of course, Tope, my dear sister. Thank you so much. And also, we thank Steve, who had to rush off to a meeting. I mean, wish he was there, but I think we had a good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, sir.
Bye.
We'll be bringing on the experiential panel. Will be the question that was asked has been answered. I mean, traditional is frozen success, and obviously we will need to move into the future on frozen post-digital era. We have to throw away almost, if not all, tradition. And as everyone has been talking about, upskilling, leadership, collaborations, all of these have been a constant and a continuous. So thank you so much, everyone. I will be introducing the experiential marketing panel, which will be led by Tunji Adeyinka. Tunji Adeyinka is the group managing director of the Republicom Group, a full-service agency group with an inspired agenda to transform businesses in Africa by offering strategic business, marketing and communication solutions to meet their needs in a new digital age. Tunji has worked on different brands in several sectors covering technology, telecoms, FMCG, finance, and healthcare for over 28 years. The Republican Group provides services covering communications, consulting, technology, and strategy. Tunji's work experience has covered the agency business, where he worked in MC&A, Saatchi & Saatchi, Tequila Nigeria, Rosabelle, and Connect Marketing Services. He also has some experience in telecommunications, where he worked for 7 years. Tunji has a master's in international relations from University of Ife and an MBA from the IESC Business School, Spain. His first degree was obtained in English and history from the University of Ilorin in 1989. On the panel next, we have Tolu. Tolu Lokwe-Medebem is one of Nigeria's foremost experiential marketing professionals. She has the honor of being one of the pioneer females in this field, having honed her skills and expertise since inception of this new marketing concept. With almost 20 decades of experience spanning experiential marketing, event management, and brand management marketing, she has been instrumental in achieving many successful campaigns on behalf of big ticket clients. She was WIMCAN's Female Experiential Marketing Professional of the Year 2018, and in 2020, one of Brand Communicator's top 50 women in marketing and communications. Tolu is a member of XMAN, Experiential Marketing Association of Nigeria, where she served until recently as the first female vice president. Next on the panel is Victor Afolabi. Victor Gbenga Afolabi is a passionate and visionary leader who has, in the last 20 years, not only displayed and demonstrated an exceptional knack for turning businesses around, but also sustainably birthed several business ventures with an unbroken chain of top and bottom line growth across multidisciplinary industries. A consummate venture capitalist, Victor has the innate ability to create energized and consumer-centric culture of continuous improvement, innovation, and creative but tailored strategies to ultimately position companies to hit the competitive landscape running, ultimately growing market share consistently. Victor holds a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree from ABU Zaria, Master's degree in Managerial Psychology from University of Ibadan, an MBA from Alliance Business School, Manchester University, UK, and alumnus of the Lagos Business School. He's an Acumen partner and also a member of several professional bodies and recipient of many awards. Last but not the least on this panel is Dr. Felix King. I call him Dr. Felix King. His surname is, he will tell me his surname and tell me how to pronounce it. In a country where unemployment rate is overwhelmingly high, entrepreneurs who provide jobs for the army of unemployed youths are not only solving one social problem, but contributing to nation building. Dr. Felix King, through his business concerns and by dint of hard work, perseverance, dedication, and drive, has been able to provide employment opportunities to over 1,000 individuals, both Nigerians and expatriates, with steady and regular incomes for them and their families. So many youths are being gratefully employed, engaged on a regular basis, thereby reducing crime rate in Nigeria and beyond. As at the fall of 2018, his foundation launched Global 36,000 Women, and is looking by launch goal 36,000 women by 2020, which is a projected goal to reach and empower 36,000 women in Africa in 10 years window. In 2019, Dr. King, through a World Press Conference, announced the expansion of the works of his foundation with the Startups Africa. The Startups Africa is a hub that supports African female startups entrepreneurs with seed funding of up to $10,000 US. Apart from his business and charity work, Dr. King is also a devout family man who is loved by many and happily married to his wife, and they are blessed with children. He's also a devoted Christian, an avid lover of good music, and is widely traveled. You're all welcome, and thank you so very much. So over to you, Tunji.
I'll answer myself. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Tolu, for the warm introduction. It's really nice and warm that in the last few hours we've been listening to a lot of our colleagues, friends, very indicative and also very strong in terms of where the direction of the talk has has been going. Very, very nice insight, good insights from the advertising team that just left, led by my friend Larry, and the other panels as well. For this panel, we will adopt the same approach that Dr. Phil adopted. We will speak to some of the issues which we started discussing from the beginning. Of course, the topic is how to make your business future fit in the post-digital age challenge. And starting from the lead speaker and some of the takeout from what he said, which are very apt at this time. He said that it's very important for brands to build empathy. He said that brands must be connected to people's lived experiences. He spoke about shared value, and he spoke about authenticity and transparency. And the different panels have also spoken to these issues and specifically spoken about growth. So the first point that I would like to start with before I invite the other members of the panel is that as an industry, and I'm very glad that the last discussion started to tend more towards that. When you begin to look at competitiveness in an industry, you look at the values or the pillars that you have inside the firm and those that you have outside the firm. And the first one that I would like to look at are the ones outside the firm. And I'm speaking now to Marcoms in general, not just to experiential only. Because if we neglect that, then whatever we say about this post-digital age challenge, we're all going to be struggling over a cake that continues to grow smaller and smaller. And that is the fact which, someone that I respect so much, Kelechi, who was TBWA, was mentioning about a week ago in a discussion about the size of our industry relative to the GDP. And he said then that really, if you look at the size of our industry, we're about 1%, 0.1% actually of Nigerian GDP. And that, for me, said a lot. If you look at the numbers that we're turning out, as all of us put together as agencies, you can clearly see that really our market is small. It's not as big as it should be. And there's no service business can grow bigger than the sector that it is servicing. And that is a very important thing to start with. But why am I pointing that out? I'm pointing it out because it is imperative for us to be growth engines for the brands that we work with, but not just the brands that we currently work with, but also for markets, for brands and industries that are not yet marketing ready. And I say that because if you look at our books, all of us in the agencies that I've just spoken from the beginning to the end, you'll find that the top spenders are the telecoms companies, the finance companies or the banks, and then a few manufacturing companies. And that is not sustainable. So we need to do a lot of work to develop SMEs, and which is why I like what Felix is doing in terms of his foundation. So as marketing agencies, it is critical that we are not working only to grow with the businesses that we're currently servicing, but we also need to expand the pie by making more businesses marketing ready. So that is the first thing. The second thing that I would like to speak to is also what a lot of us have spoken to, and that is important, the importance of data. So if you have in the current situation and in what we see, it's very clear that clients are asking for value. They're asking for value, and one area where they're looking for is evidence-based marketing, which is if you're asking me to spend, why are you asking me to spend? And then how effective is the spend? And that is very critical. Therefore, whatever we're doing in this age needs to be seriously focused on data. But as we focus on data, we also need to be careful not to throw away our creativity, which I think the last panel spoke about. If you look at the consumer today, and the reality of the multi-channel engagement in terms of the way that they purchase and the path to purchase, is that there's so many changes, and therefore technology becomes very important and is very key to reduce the cost and also to increase efficiency. So it is what we're going to be speaking about in the next few minutes. We'll look at how the experiential leg has been able to disrupt and change, and also to prepare for the future. Because if you look at a client's budget in the last 6 months to 9 months, the experiential businesses are probably the most affected from a budget cut point of view. And the reason for that is that a lot of our engagements with consumers are face-to-face and physical. And because a lot of those have been lost to the COVID crisis, therefore, a lot of businesses have had to pivot and to look at ways to address this situation, as it were. So, having laid this as a background, I would like to begin to invite some of the panelists to share some of their perspectives on how they think we can make our industry future fit, business future fit, especially in this digital era. And I'd like to go first to Tolu to speak to you, to say, just by way of general thoughts, summary of your thoughts, how do you think an industry which probably was generating 70% of its revenue from physical face-to-face high-touch activities, how do you think such an industry can begin to change and prepare for this digital challenge?
Thank you so much, Tunji. Obviously, this is a conversation we've all been having. These are some of the things that we've all been like exchanging ideas on in terms of and seeking ways to go about it. It then takes us back to quite a lot of the things that a lot of, in terms of even other businesses, not even necessarily experiential. And that goes to things like innovation, that goes to things like collaboration and talent in terms of that, as well as the opportunity to upskill in terms of the organization. Now, taking all of that into consideration, I'll look at one of our colleagues who's taking on a new way completely in actually running actual experiential. And truth about it, like you said, our business is face-to-face. It's about engaging. But one of us has actually gone way out to continue engaging by actually putting up or setting up a virtual studio, so to say, which they call a hybrid, which essentially you can actually have a mix of an actual activity going on, whilst it's also transmitted online. That's a way of going innovative about this business that we run. But even at that, what are then ways, when we're not going that way, what are then ways that we're looking at? I have what we found, and it goes back to this collaboration thing that is being said by almost everyone. In recent times, we will not say we've not been working, because obviously there have been briefs coming in. But like almost everyone has said, a client throws you a brief. He's not even thinking about whether or not you're an experiential agency. All he knows is that you're an agency that works with him and he needs a solution. So that takes me back to what Andisa had said when he said the fact that, guess what, in trying to define what it is that we do as marketing communications people, what are we doing? We're actually in the business of influencing. And that's what it is. So when I look at that, then I ask myself, okay, this is what I want to do. This is what I'm doing, experiential. But at the end of the day, how am I going to get experiential, more engaging, and more into sorry, there's something.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think there's a.
Yes, I keep on hearing. I'm trying to look for the source of it. you know? So I'm asking myself, and then it goes back to some of these things that we have said again, because I'll keep on referring to what we've heard today. And those are elements of, are we honestly listening to what the consumer wants really, in terms of how do we relate with them? And then how do we relate with them? So a lot of people have gone digital, but it's not about going digital. It's honestly about understanding. And that's where you had the discussion with Bumi, where you had the discussion with Emmanuel Ago, where you're not just talking about the Internet of Things for the fun of the Internet of Things, but you're actually looking at it in terms of how it is integrated into your business and how exactly it is that you are using it to drive your business. Experiential marketing is about live experiencing. Live experiencing doesn't honestly have to only be about us going out to actually engage people physically. We can actually, this is where live experiencing now, we're actually having this meeting, we're actually having this activity, which had, and these are from South Africa, we had Dr. Phil, he's in Canada, we have all of us all over, and we're actually running a seamless, so to say, activity. So I'm thinking it's in terms of how we're actually able to think through how we want to innovate and make this work for ourselves as business, as well as the brand, and taking especially the consumer into consideration. Because at the end of the day, yes, we didn't set up businesses as Red Cross, but we cannot set up our businesses or set up our activities outside of the consumer. So we actually have to keep on thinking and looking about how we make sense to him, about how he actually thinks that we can relate, he can relate with the brand. So it's about continuously listening to them and seeing about how we can integrate or merge their thinking with some of the activities that we are actually coming up with. So it's innovative for me.
Excellent. Yeah. So these are opening statements, and we'll be looking at about 3 minutes for each person, because there's a lot that we have to discuss. I would like Felix to chime in on this. Felix, how do you see the last 9 months from an industry point of view? What has been happening, especially in the experiential space, in terms of getting the business to be future ready? Can you unmute? Felix is muted.
Okay. Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So basically, you know, if you look at the past 9 months, if this conference was done 9 months ago, my response will be a little bit different from the way I assess the industry presently. You know, what is going on presently, moving forward, I don't want to dwell much in what has happened behind, because when the whole shutdown came up, we all lost our businesses. Businesses were closed, a lot happened. The confidence, consumer confidence to go out was zero, and even the brands, custodians were not willing to do anything. Even if I wanted to, because of government restrictions, so a lot actually really brought the business a little bit on a very low end. But for the past since September, I think things are beginning to change again, and it shows that the consumers and the marketers, everybody still strongly believe that it is so difficult for you to do away with the traditional experiential space where we operate. But there was a research that was done on experiential, which was done in the US. Of course, we all know US is the epicenter of COVID-19 as we speak. And they tried to find out from consumers, and just to find out what we make them to take action. And from that research that was done, first, everybody agreed that experiential marketing still is a very key factor to the success of a brand. So everybody agreed on that. But now people were then asked, and it was discovered that with the current restriction in place then, that nearly 21% of people, 31% of people have attended, despite the lockdown and restriction. You see, have like about 31% of people who have the confidence to attend product demonstrations. 1 in 5 have attended pop-up shops, and 70% have gone to brand installations. Now, let me quickly move forward straight away. As we now move to Nigeria as a place, before September, before August, I was a little bit worried about the industry. But from this September, October, I think I am very hopeful for the industry, because the brands are beginning to see that during those periods, what has happened for brands who didn't really have that strong network, who didn't have that strong route across, really had a big issues. They suffered because they couldn't move, they couldn't interact with the consumers. It was more of what is available. So people were more attracted to what is available. So you don't have any preference. You don't have any preference for any brand. So your strength at that stage was no longer about engaging people. It was more about just making yourself available so that consumers can see you and pick. But now we're moved away from that gradually. Restrictions are gone. The competition is coming back to the place. And most of the brands are beginning to feel that the only way they can quickly recover from all the challenges they had and all those stuff is quickly going back, engaging with the consumers one-on-one. And if you check, you see that most of the brands right now, they are all busy. They're in the market doing one-on-one communications with the people. The bars are being bombarded presently with people. But what people might not, but what the brands are not going to do, like I keep saying, we are going to be having like a pyramid bottom to top approach for the next 6 months or so, because people still don't have the full confidence of going for a large gathering programs. But for the niche programs, where you have the one-on-one programs, like doing your samplings, like doing your sales programs, retailing, and all that stuff, I think that really is there's a huge future there. So I really don't believe in people running to panic, to start to think of, okay, am I going, as an experiential person, I really don't see myself quickly trying to move away and try to see what other aspect of the marketing you are going to do, because I believe people need to specialize. Like most of the brands, most of the companies, they will look at you. Are you a digital agency? So if you're a digital agency, then the experiential agency, based on the way each of the agencies are being aligned, is coming up with a creative that is powerful enough for the digital people to be able to activate. Because even the brands have also come to realize that the digital space is not as impactful as people actually were thinking it is going to be. I've had a lot of conversation with a lot of marketing directors, and that is the belief they all have. They have that belief that the digital marketing we are talking about doesn't really ignite action. So if you're a brand that want to think of, okay, you want to drive volume, you want to create you want to ignite actions and all those stuff, you just need to find a way out around it. With the digital, definitely, it's not really going to give to you. So what I'm going to say, people should not panic. Things are getting back, and we'll all be fine at the end of the day. In as much that things don't go back to where it was, we will be fine. And in as much as the government restrictions are being eased gradually, I think the industry is there's hope for the industry.
Thank you very much, Felix. Thanks. That's really good. Victor, can we please get your opening impression about this topic that we're talking to?
Yeah, I think it's similar to what every other person has said. It was quite impactful in terms of what COVID-19 and all the restrictions that had on marketing spend, consumer engagement, and the way the consumers and marketing practitioners have engaged with experiential marketing. However, I'm of the view that the disruption that we're talking about has started subtly. I think experiential marketing, in my own opinion, the way we say it, will evolve. I think it will pivot. When you have the kind of rest or break, structural break, like was had in the industry in the last 6 months, it makes people to rethink a lot of things. And they rethink their spending, they rethink their budgeting, they rethink the impact of what their campaigns are. Like all the other panelists have spoken in all the other sessions, they begin to look at evidence and ask themselves about, okay, we're spending this much, where the data supporting this, what's the result supporting this? And I think it will be strategic for quite a number of experiential agencies who create experiences to begin to see how they can, to a large extent, better create deeper engagement with the people. Should there be, to a large extent, some level of disruption? And what do I mean? I know, yes, people talk about the whole digital thing. Yes, digital limited in what it's able to do in terms of conversion, in terms of direct impact and getting direct results from the engagement you have with your consumers. But also technology in itself is a major disruption. Why will technology be important going forward in how we engage? Technology will be important because we're now beginning to deal with a lot of digital natives, which is not just about how they communicate using maybe social media channels or digital channels. It's the fact that the whole of their lives is enmeshed in technology. It's enmeshed in the use of technology in different aspects. And therefore, I'm a firm believer and a proponent of the fact that the engagement in the way we know it today is likely going to evolve. It's likely going to become a bit more tailor-made. It's likely going to change in terms of what channels people are going to be engaged in, or what channels will need as experiential people to engage people. We have seen a lot of reallocation of channels when people are planning. I mean, when you look at 10, 15 years ago, practice as a core marketing person, the channels that were important were no longer as important for some kind of consumers and products as they are today. And so when we begin to look at how our targets evolve, the Gen Z we're talking about today, how they're evolving, how they're consuming media, what their lifestyle is, and how we intend to engage them, I'm of the opinion that the COVID period and era was an opportunity for us to rethink our business model, to rethink what is the definition of user experience, and to rethink how we can better create deep and engaging user experience for the brands that we represent as we continue to engage these people who to a large extent are digital natives.
Thank you very much, Victor. Now, one of the key themes that ran through from the beginning to the end today is the fact that as partners, as marketing agencies, we need to become strategic business partners. I think that is something that has come through in all the discussions. So I would like to ask, as an experiential marketing company, I mean, it's very critical because at the end of the day, the marketing director is looking for a way to elevate his brand, to amplify the brand, and to amplify the brand promise and make it as physical as possible. Maybe not physical, but tangible as possible. Because tangibility is not the same thing as physicality. So how can an experiential marketing practitioner fit in as a strategic business partner to the businesses that we work for? I'll start with Tolu again. 3 minutes, Tolu.
Okay, one of the things that, one of the challenges I think that over the years we had, and for some, it's getting better. Is a situation where, as Andisa had said when he spoke about, we need to integrate ourselves into being strategic partners instead of being known as the ones who make the t-shirts or the ones who make, that's in terms of, he was talking about marketing then, but similar to us as well, because early days, what it was then was a situation where you were given a plan to go and implement, so to say. But for me, that's experiential, that's activations. It's not experiential. As experiential marketing companies, part of it is the fact that a lot of clients need to trust us enough to get us involved right from the beginning, such that, again, like PR, the PR people said as well, it's not a situation where last minute you just think, oh, something, yes, you could have their tactical activities that you have, but then that there are activities that are actually planned into the strategy, that are actually planned into your calendar, so to say. And it's one of the things that it is, because at the end of the day, it's all about the value, honestly, that any client thinks that an agency is adding to their brand, so to say. So if a client starts to see you as adding value to them, then they take you through the development of their strategy. Because the truth about it is, experiential PR, whatever it is, it all has to be thought through strategically. It's not an ad hoc thing. It's not jump and start doing this. No, how does it fit into the strategy? Who are you talking to? I mean, Victor's talked about everybody's talked about who the Gen Z is and all of that. And they are constantly evolving, same as what experiential is really. Experiential is a form that is constantly evolving too. And the truth about it, in dealing and in living with the strategy, we have to be on top of the strategy of all our clients' businesses, as well as the strategy of our own business. We need to be in tune with it. We need to understand the direction at all times, such that we become it's a partnership. It's not a tactical thing, jump into it. We build up a partnership and we add value to the business, and we leave the brand and we leave what the consumer. So you are able to come up at different times and say, okay, based on our understanding of where we are going in terms of the brand, we don't think this trajectory we're on is going to work. Why don't we try? And based on value that you have added up until that time, the client is actually able to look at it and say, oh, should be told. Yes, we can actually look at that and all of that. So for me, it's the value that a client sees in whatever your offering is, that actually allows them to take you on board as their strategic partner.
Thank you very much, Tolu. I'll go back to Victor now on that same topic. How do I, as an experiential marketing company, fit into the C-suite? How do I take conversations in the C-suite?
Yeah, so, I mean, Tolu has said virtually what it ought to be, but just to reemphasize, it's not just about paying lip service to it. And I think I've heard a lot of that lip service to say, I want to be in the room when you're planning. And the question is, and okay, most times I tell people I have the unfair advantage of having been on two sides of a coin, okay? So at times to sit on the middle of the coin, I can look at both sides. I mean, as a client, what was it like? And then as an agency. And it's not about, I want to be there. Oh, I think activations or experiential are important. The question is, what is the skill set of our people? What value do they bring to the table when you ask them to come to the table? And I think that's why when we talk about rethinking what our business model is and what values we want to add going forward, and either people are talking about, mergers and all that, it's a function of what skill sets are around the table. And it's that skill set that determines what I want to pick from. Okay, yes, we want to be there to be a strategic partner. The question is, what skill sets are important as strategic business partners, and do the people in our team currently, do they have that competence to bring that value to the table? And so it's about a skill set or a skill gap thing. It's not about, oh, if all our people talk about is about wrecking, about looking for ushers and production and all that, and we're not thinking very strategic about the brand, what's the brand positioning, where do we think the brand evolving to, what are the market dynamics? When we don't think in that kind of critical thinking manner, when we don't bring that to the table, it becomes difficult. So, I mean, a big part of my concern majorly in the industry and cuts across is the fact that I think quite a number of us just do not have the right skill set under the roof. And it's a big deal if those skill sets, we don't even have them. We can be able to have. And I think for me, the most strategic part is the fact that I've seen how our data analytics team has been the growth driver of the business in the last 4 years, okay? And it's not because, oh, we want to talk about data analytics, immersive technology and all that. It's the fact that there's a real data analytics team that sits about 12 people who actually offer those data analytics services. And so when somebody's talking to us about data analytics, even if I am not the expert, there's an expert person who is clearly telling you, this is how we analyze data, these are the tools we use, these are the results, and you're investing behind them. Then it becomes easy. So when we start talking about evidence-based marketing, it's not just evidence-based because I want to do a survey or I want to run out or I want to say, I ask people and this is what they're saying about your brand. It's the fact that when we look at the listening tools and we looked everywhere, this is the analysis, this is what the Power BI report of this is saying. That is when the client on the other side takes a second look and says, okay, there's a skill set here that I'm looking for. So while we want to be strategic business partners, I mean, I listened to other sessions and they're saying, oh, we need to bring the whole marketing. Everybody likes a one-stop shop if they have it, if you can demonstrate the expertise. But the question is, are we developing the capability of our people in that direction? Are we making them future fit? Are we making them future ready? Or are we still stuck in the past with the expectation that things will always remain the same? So I think that basically is the balance that we need to strike as leaders of agencies, experiential agencies, and as people who lead and give direction to other people. I think it's all about the skill set, the skill gap, and what will be the critical competence that will be relevant in this industry going forward. Because I am of the opinion that for them to be future ready, it's not going to be the same skill set that they had last 10 years, they were going to be needing in the next 10 years. Definitely it will not be.
And you know, we're going to talk about skill sets in a few minutes because that is important. So for about 8 years or thereabouts, I was sitting on top of Connect Marketing, and I see, as you've said, Victor, the kind of consumer touch points that we have and the kind of data that we have. And it's really, you know, it's like heaven because the way that we can profile the customer, the person, how he takes action, where he takes action, and the rest of them. I think those are very, very important. And those are some of the skills that the consulting companies bring to the table. And I think that some of the discussions we've had from the beginning is that if as an agency, a marketing communications agency, if you don't have those skills, you either outsource them or you insource them. But you must understand that that is a key skill which you must have for the future. I actually think that it's a hygiene factor. It's not even whether you like it or not. Felix, how can we fit into that discussion?
Sorry, you said what?
How can we fit into that discussion of being a strategic business partner?
You see what the problem is. What the problem is, I know I had this conversation with Victor a long time ago. It's about mindset. First of all, we look at it, the companies. How do they see an experiential agency? Do they actually understand what experiential agency is? There are two different kinds of agencies. You have the experiential agency, well-established experiential agency that cut across different aspects of the marketing mix. And then you have what Victor would normally call the portfolio agency, you know, the one-man gang agency. So it depends. when you work with multinational companies, and first of all, what they want to see is to see your trust, and is to see, do they trust your ability? Do they trust your ability to think? Then do you have what it takes for them to see you as because you need to first of all position yourself as an integral part of the marketing mix. So when you put yourself as an integral part of the marketing mix, then you start to think, okay, as an agency, a special agency, my work is not just to go and put banner or to go to market and do call and shut down and all those stuff. So first of all, to some agencies, to some experiential agencies, they believe that as an experiential agency, your work is to go and implement. But what has been going on in some multinational companies, if you are an experiential agency, you must be part of the marketing mix. So which means from the point of the brief, that is what they do now, is from the brief, there is a collective input from all the marketing mix, be you digital, be you experiential, be you, everybody comes together and have a proper session and they take it up from that. But when you go to companies where they are still unable to really have a true definition of what experiential marketing supposed to be, as not just an agency of just carrying the bus and go to the market, and they treat you like that. And if you also don't have the understanding, or you are too, you don't want to, sometimes we don't want to move away from our shares, and definitely, let's face it, how many agencies have the right structure? Very few agencies have the right structure. When you talked about having a full bank of data and all that stuff, it's not an easy thing to do. It takes a whole lot to do. So when you have that and you take it to a client and you're able to show this is what you have, definitely they start to see you as an integral part of the marketing mix, and they will give you that respect. That is the way I look at this. So to summarize, some agencies operate as strategic partner, while some agencies act as doers, just go.
Yeah, thank you very much, Felix. Again, just looking at the future, and I want you to speak about some best practice without mentioning the clients. I know that in some of the cases, clients that you work for, as you have rightly pointed out, when there's a marketing brief, the brief goes to all the agencies, and then sometimes the winning idea or the idea that is going to then be implemented from a creative point of view will come from PR, from experiential, and then that is what drives. Can you just share that insight, that experience with us?
Okay, what most companies, the big multinational companies, because you are not into so when a product is going to be launched or there's a campaign that is going to start, because you've already identified all the different agencies that are involved in that process. So everybody come together and do a workshop. Maybe, for instance, somebody from my experiential agency might actually have the big idea that the entire marketing mix are going to work with. So what they do of late, they don't restrict anything to a particular sector of the marketing mix. So a digital agency might be the one that have the idea. So if I come up with an idea, a product launch idea, so okay, this is the idea, this is the direction we want to go, and everybody's in love with it, what then happens is this. That now becomes the center point for the whole project. Then the digital people then come back with their interpretation to that idea. Same with the creative agency, come back with the same interpretation to that idea. So I would say we can't honestly say that companies are not going through this direction you are saying. The multinational companies today that I know, they see experiential agencies as an integral part of the marketing mix. That is where I see it, and it has really worked. You might see some things going on, but what normally happens outside Most of those concepts are not actually from the creative agency. It comes from the market, it comes from the experiential agency.
So can you then call them creative?
Then what happened, because what has also happened, because you are guaranteed your place, because you are guaranteed your place. So you don't hide, you don't keep your ideas to yourself. You are open, you are transparent, you are open to collaborate with people. So it's when there are no transparency, that is called a collaboration. People trying to collaborate becomes a little bit difficult.
Okay, Felix. So it means really that creative, as a creative agency, it means every agency is a creative agency. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
most of the multinational companies, that is exactly the way they function presently. Every agency is a creative agency, because you all go through a process. So what they normally do presently, if, for instance, a brand, they are opening a new brand, whatever is launching, all the agencies will come together. They will brief all the agencies together. They will take you through the process of that new campaign they want to do, and everybody will form themselves into teams. In fact, what they do, you break yourself into teams. So in those teams, there's one experiential, there is one digital, there is one PR. They already work much PR. There's one digital, then there's one creative agency. So they form different teams. So each teams come up with their ideas. And once these ideas, people see these ideas, everybody can say, okay, this is the idea to go, and that is go. Basically, presently, most multinational companies, that is how they operate presently. They don't do creative agency, go and bring the idea and give to experiential marketing. No, that is not really working presently.
Okay, thank you very much.
In the multinational companies.
Yeah, we want to take that kind of methodology to our Nigerian companies as well. That's the essence. So look, skills. What are the skills that are needed for this age, this digital age, from an experiential marketing point of view? What are the skills, the new skills that are needed?
Honestly, is and when I say anything, I mean that you actually have, because what you're looking for could come from an engineer. What you're looking for could come from, because now everybody needs to be thinking. And apart from that, apart from the normal skills that you then come up with, you then have to start training and all of that. But first and foremost, for me, in terms of skills, when I'm looking, I have staff that are lawyers, I have geologists, they cut across, you understand? So for me, first and foremost, when I'm looking out in terms of skills, is first and foremost what I look for, regardless of where you're coming from, is that you want to learn and that you are willing, honestly, to learn something, to do something different. What you then find with those kind of, when you do those kind of things, is you find out that, for instance, during the advertising session, you heard, I think it was Larry that was saying somebody, I mean, she's also a marketer, but he was also asking that she's talking from outside, inside, so to say, when he was speaking to Nkiru or something. And those are the kind of things I find that we get. So it's not a matter of whether you've been a promoter for the past 50 years, or you've been in experiential marketing for the past 1 million years, or you actually even studied marketing. No, that's not what it is for me in terms of skills. When you're talking about skills. So skills could be anything, but first and foremost, you are actually open and willing to learn. Because the truth about it is, as on a personal note, learning is every day. Because thinking about it, strategy for us here on our side is on a daily basis. Every brief that comes from a client is a learning curve for every one of us. And like Felix said, the truth about it is, by the time you are integrated with everybody else on a team, they are learning from you, you are learning from them. So regardless of whether or not you come with the skill set of an engineer, what's important is that you are open and willing to learn.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tolu. Victor, what are the skills that are critical going forward?
Yeah, so I'll pivot a bit from what Tolu had said, but to answer that, I think the first thing is, one of the critical things we do in innovation is a lot about, future thinking and backcasting or scenario planning, all meaning the same thing. And when we try to look for, when we look at an industry and talk about future fit, you're asking yourself, what should that industry look like from an engagement point of view? And for me, when we looked at it as a company, we saw 6 different areas in which we think when you do a backcasting or a scenario planning of what experiential should look like for the Gen Z, we see there's going to be a lot of immersive technology to create a lot of engagement, and it's going to be a lot of sensational activities involving all their senses for them to have a proper user experience, which is UX. Okay, we think there are people who do a lot of mass customization. The experiences need to be customized. I want to do it my own way. You see many of the apps and things people are using are things that allow them to personalize their looks and all that. So there'll be a lot of customization of experiences. A lot of the experiences that people will be asking for, and this is not just about the client, the people. And also from the client side, it's going to be a lot of things around from client side now, data-driven decision making. It's going to be something in which you want me to be in this location. Question is why? I mean, we're working on a project for the federal government of this. I mean, the COVID fund and all that after the trader money. And it was a lot of learnings from trader money where they said, okay, fine. So now we want to do this for these people and these social artisans. Tell us from your experience all over the country, where should we be? How should we get them? It was all about data because almost everybody around that table has no clue about what marketing is all about. But it was data-driven decision making. The rest is also about measurable impacts. So the measurable engagement impacts will be what clients is asking for. I want to be able to measure. And of course, a major part of us are missing out is that globally, people will be talking about my cost per contact. How do I reach more people with less funds? We can't run away from it. Experiential, I mean, I'm sure Felix and you, Tuji, were the major beneficiaries of the legacies of this industry when bosses were being hired for 25,000 naira and you were collecting 60%.
What do you mean?
Is that?
What do you mean?
The legacies of industries was you and Felix before we, the new generation, joined. A boss was 25,000 naira. You got 60% mobilization to start a campaign. You got 15 to 18% agency fee. You got brand promoters and ushers for 50,000 naira. Today, and you are being paid 2 weeks after you submitted your invoice. Today, 10 to 12 years down the line.
90 days.
60 days payment period. Single digits agency fees, they negotiate on everything, whether multinational or multinational, and people are hiring bosses for 10,000 naira and you are separating working days from non-working days. Question, that was not how it was 15 years ago. A critical point. People will want to say, how can I reach more people with less?
Yeah.
And when you look at what these industry scenarios are likely to be in the future, it brings you back to say, what are the skill sets that are critical? And where I will pivot away from Tolu has addressed what professions, and I think, yes, virtually all the professions can be relevant. But from the skill set point of view, 4 critical skill sets I find ready for the future are very critical. One of them is problem-solving skills. A lot of people use a lot of problem-solving skills in experiential. I find a lot of them more relevant than when I was in brand management that people don't even know. I get into a place and this is the crisis. I come in here and I see something unprecedented. We wake up and there's NSAS and you're managing, for example, a government account. How should the government react? What should they do? What should they say? How should they speak? How do you read that? How do you interpret? It's about the problem-solving skills. The next thing is I've seen a problem, decision-making skills. I need to quickly make decisions now. You do not have people who say that we are working on it, we're thinking about it. Those are not the skill sets of the future. It's a very fast-paced and dynamic environment. So when we talk about the skill set, and we need to probe this as we look for the talents that need to come on board. Besides their profession that gives them some basic, you need to probe that. It's not everything that is in the book. Remember that what do we sell as agency? The skill set and the abilities of our people. We don't sell bottled water or tangible goods. We're selling services, which is the initiatives. and the skill set of the people is what you offer. And you're only as good as all the people around your table anyway. They'll judge you by who's representing you. So the other thing apart from that, the other two ones is also about critical thinking skills. How do you think critically? When something comes out, how do you connect the dots? Felix talked about, in top multinationals, they split them into groups. I've seen as clients and as agency, you put some people into your group and you're asking, how did this guy get into the room? Some of them will sit in there and have absolutely nothing to add to it. So critical thinking skill is about, can they connect the dots? What are they talking about? In this brief, we've painted the portrait of the product. How can you connect it to what the purpose of the consumer should be and all that? Critical thinking skills. We must see how to develop that. And finally, the last is about analytical skills. Data and general analytical skills. When you gather all that information, and like again, of course, Tuji and Felix, you've done this for donkey years. If they go into your archives and they see all the flyers and surveys you have done, if you type all that out, that data, you'll be shocked. Question is, somebody else looked at that and says that as empty paper. Somebody else says, wow, I can advise a company to launch a product. This product will be X, Y, Y, Z, and it will sell. Why? You have been involved in launching, actually maybe in the beer industry, you've launched all manners of beers and you see those that failed, those that didn't fail, those that survived, who consume, who doesn't consume, who makes them buy, when do they buy, and what time do they buy. That's the data that we have. When you put somebody with all this information, how are our colleagues able to internalize the data, analyze the data, and be able to bring out information from it through very deep analytical skills. I find those 4 critical skills are very important, and those are the things that you cannot use robots, algorithms, or AI to solve. These are critical skills that individuals need to bring to the table, and I find it very relevant for the industry.
Thank you very much, Victor. As we begin to wind down because of the time, you mentioned something that is a very important part in these times. Now, the brand and the agency that will win, the brand that will win is the brand that works with its agency as a partner, as a business partner. And the kind of terms that you put on the table for your business partner are the terms that enable that business partner to build a sustainable business. So payment terms, very important. And you also expect a certain exchange in terms of the kind of skills from your agencies, because you know that the kind of terms you have on the table are very critical. So just to close, and I'll give 1 minute to each person and then we close, is that what do you see as the best kind of client, agency, partnership, and relationship in this age that we're going to, or we're in already actually, because now it's very clear. You're not making sales. The numbers are not amounting to anything. So you have to be transparent. You have to be open. So what do you see as a model working with the agency that is kind of fit for purpose at this time? I'll start with Felix. I'll go to Tolu, and then I'll finish with Victor.
Okay, I think basically what is going on now, just in the past, also having my conversation with the clients, what they really want to see, first, they want to see agency investing in their people. You need to train your people properly for the new challenges that are coming up. Then secondly, they want to see transparency, because what transparency in the sense that they want to see how can you use technology in driving measurements for your activations, for the programs you are doing. For instance, what has been happening before now, you go to Kano, for instance, to go and run an activation. You are supposed to do XYZ. You are supposed to have like 100 touch points. Sometimes you do only 50 touch points and you come back to Lagos and you declare you are doing 100 touch points. So they want to see how do we validate that if you are running 100 touch points, you're actually going to be doing 100 touch points. So that is where technology, actually people need to invest more in technology. So the client need to see that you are already thinking, of, okay, this is what we want to do to be able to be more efficient in driving your your campaigns and to be more efficient and more effective. Then data is very important because you don't just have to, they want to see, if you say you want to go to Aba to go and drive an activation, why do you want to go to certain area in Aba to drive this program? So you must be able to come back to them to say, I want to go to this place because your core target, this is where they live, this is how they live, and then you're able to show them, and this is the outlet, or this is the point that I think you're able to do that. Because what normally happens, they don't really want to see people coming with try and error. They want you to come and talk to them with authority, that I have the experience to do this. So this is the data to push what I want to do. This is the technology I'm going to use to help you to see you get the value for the money you are spending to make this happen. I think when the clients are able to see some of these things, that you put these things on the table, I think they're going to feel more comfortable with you, and you are going to get more business. Because what is going to happen now, you will discover what is going to happen within the last time of the year is your ability to tell a client that if you spend 100 million naira last time before COVID-19, and you did one big show, you can use this 100 million and do 20 smaller shows that will even be more impactful than the 101 show that you have done before, because the big shows are not going to happen in the next 12 months. It's just not going to happen. So I will encourage people to try and see how they can develop their system, how they can talk more to the clients and show them how they can do things a little bit differently from the way things were being done before. And most importantly, before I close, is the industry itself. The industry itself needs to be properly structured, because the challenge with the experiential industry compared to the other marketing mix is those other marketing areas, they are more structured. So experiential marketing is not really structured. So that is why you discover that most times the clients, they don't take us as seriously as they take the other marketing. That's why sometimes when you go for meetings, you see the way they will address the other agencies is a little bit different sometimes from the way they approach the people from the experiential side. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Felix. Tolu, 1 minute, and then Victor, 1 minute.
Okay, so for me, it's pretty much simple as well. It's in terms of data, talent, and the ability to show that you're agile and you're always on your toes, ready to. And that's why sometimes, apart from the fact that we talk strategy, apart from we have all the things and all of that, when they're not taking data, that's why some of the briefcase carrying, in quotes, agencies, is because of that, they're able to kind of like give a sense of agility, so to say, which at the end of the day, sometimes it always comes down into an issue. You understand? So even with all the structures that we have in place and all of that, we should be able to showcase that agility in terms of turnaround on things. And the good thing about data as we speak now, it actually helps us to be agile. It actually helps us to showcase turnaround, with the example given of wanting to run an activity in Kano or whatever. For instance, maybe on a good day, and as part of also ways of maybe making some extra money or something, you would probably be sending a pre-producer or something out there. All that doesn't have to happen. All you have to have done, you've been running this activity on and on. You should have the data that says to you that, and this data is constantly evolving. So data says to you that, oh, within so we can do, and you're actually able to present some of these facts and all of that. They take you, even like I think Felix has said, it's more serious. And in terms of talent, it goes back to the upskilling for everyone. Upskilling. I mean, you can't be at one position and say that you are doing a good job. No, you always have to keep in tune or in time with whatever it is that is going on around the world in terms of experiential marketing. So you are integrating all these new forms and new learnings into your organization. And like Felix said, you'll be taken more seriously. Tunji is gone, Benga. So do you want to?
I mean, just a parting word from my end. I think the relationship we'll see going forward, and I think we saw it in all the sessions, going forward is going to be a more symbiotic relationship driven by value. Even during the COVID, I found out quite a number of clients that were dialing us up and we're having sessions and we're talking, where people trying to pick one's brains. You know, I mean, we've had these, we've just come in, and they're trying to pick your brains and ask, what do you think I should be doing? Why should I be doing this? How can we design this program together? And for me, it's all about value. So what's the kind of relationship I see is, I think the future is going to put a demand around we demonstrating value and making sure it's a win-win. It's not going to be anymore around, oh, you're not paying me enough agency fee and all that. I think value is going to command a lot of that as we begin to put a lot of originality in what we do. You won't tell me to come and design a program and I'll not design this skewed into our strength and bring in a few things where, I mean, the usual thing in the industry, you move the front page and the back page, put another agency and award to them. I'm going to put in some peculiarities where you need to defer to us because of that competence and that ability of that technology. So it's all about creating value and making sure that it's a win-win. If we keep doing that, I think we're going to have a healthy client and an agency relationship, and there'll be a lot that will evolve as we go together. Of course, to a large extent, also showing the younger ones, they're involving younger brand managers, quite a lot of inexperienced clients. We have been in the marketing space close to 2 decades. There'll be a lot of hand-holding you also need to do in a respectable way to the other side. And I think once they see value being demonstrated, we can get better relationship out of it. Okay, Tolu?
So we have
thank you very much.
We have one question before you. Thank you, Tunji. What's the place of transparency in the economy of the business of collaboration and strategic partnership? Did you hear that? Tunji, Frozen, Victor, Felix. So what's the place of transparency in the economy of the business of collaboration and strategic partnership? So Felix first.
Yeah, I think when you look at the way our industry is here, transparency is more of an individual thing, to be very honest. No, it's more of an individual thing. If you have your DNA not to be transparent with people you are having business dealings with, there's just absolutely nothing. So, but my take there is that one of the basic foundation for your business to move to the right direction. So the basic foundation of your business is built on transparency. So your ability to do things the right way and to make people to trust your judgment, because transparency is not just about money and all this, it's about trusting your judgment, and letting people see that this is how you are arriving at where you are going. And then once people start to trust you, trust your judgment, which is the bulk of the transparency as far as I'm concerned, I think that really works. And yeah. But most importantly, you will discover right now, most of the brand managers and marketing managers, they rely more on the experiential agency companies to show them the way, because they believe that we are the experts. They believe that we are the experts. And the moment you start to show them the right way and the right direction to go, you will see even the confidence level just start to grow even much better.
Thank you so much, Dr. Felix King. Thank you, Benga. Thank you, Tunji. Thank you, Tolu. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So we're moving on to, thank you very much, and thank you, bye. So we're moving on to, I mean, it's turning out to be a masterclass, a full marketing masterclass. We're moving on to the media now. And for the media, the lead speaker for media today would be Dr. Ken Onyali. Dr. Ken Onyali is the Group Executive Officer at Insight Redefined, Sub-Saharan Africa's renowned marketing, communication, and advertising group. He holds a PhD in development economics from the Academy of Science, School of African Studies, Moscow, Russia. He's an alumnus of Advanced Management Program, AMP, Lagos Business School, and was also trained at the IESC Business School, Barcelona, Spain. Dr. Ikwe is one of the highest sought after professionals by result-driven leaders, as is renowned for visionary business transformation leadership, with over 2 decades of building successful brands and transforming businesses. He's the go-to professional on leadership and policy implementation. He's a fellow of Nigerian Institute of Marketing and the current past president of Nigeria's regulatory body for media independent practitioners, MIPAN. You're welcome, Dr. Ken. We also have on this panel Jude Odia. Jude Odia is the managing director of Starcom Media Perspective. He's an astute IMC strategist with 360-degree work experience across client and agency divides, and he's exposed to best-in-class brand management strategy and media operational models from leading global media networks. Jude has championed and coordinated winning integrated media campaigns for multinational clients like P&G, Coca-Cola, MTN, Visa, Samsung, Mondelez, etc., working with regional account management teams across West Africa. With great passion for industry upliftment, Jude has facilitated in various professional fora locally and globally. He was one of Nigeria's top IMC professionals invited to the 2018 EMEA Emerging Executive Summit organized by Google at its global HQ in California, USA in September 2018. He believes that brain power and knowledge sharing are critical in achieving a better world. Welcome, Jude.
Thank you very much, Tolu.
Next up is Alaba Fadero. Alaba Fadero is the Executive Director of OMG Weka. He has about 27 years industry experience with specialties in strategy, media buying and implementation, procurement, negotiations, finance, and operations. After his previous experience with Low Linter's affiliate in Nigeria, Alaba joined OMDN in 2000. He was seconded to Ghana to head Media Reach OMD Ghana operations in 2009 and was also responsible for other West and Central Africa countries. By dint of divine providence, hard work, and commitment, he grew the business and agency, and the agency was #1 in terms of billing and reputation by 2012. He returned to Nigeria in 2013 as the Executive Director, Chief Operating Officer, Media Reach OMD. Alaba is a registered practitioner in advertising, RPA, APCON, and his industry experience spans a wide range of products, including FMCG, durables, telecom, banking, and airline industries in Nigeria, West Africa, and Central Africa region. He is currently Executive Director, Omnicom Media Group, West and Central Africa. Welcome, Alaba. Next up is Adara Adeke. Adara Adeke is the Managing Director of Pickup Media Nigeria with over 20 years experience across advertising, media strategy, planning, buying, and market research. She has managed brands across various local and multinational clients in Nigeria. Her professional career spans All Seasons Media, Zenith Optimedia, General Manager Strategy, Planning and Buying, Share Mind Initiatives, Lagos Media, Director and Head. Adara is a member of the following, is a member of many professional committees and associations. Some of the awards Adara has been nominated for and has won includes Women in Marketing Communications Award, WIMCA, Outstanding Female Media Independent Professional of the Year 2018, Best Female Brand Personality of the Year Leadership category, Gold Award for Leadership Innovation by Nigerian Brands, Award 2017 International Brand Awards nominee, Most Distinguished Amazon of Media Public Sector in Nigeria for the year 2017, Lagos City News and Nigeria Women in Media Excellent Personality Award 2015. You're welcome, Ada, and thank you for joining us. Oye Akidende, Nigerian by nationality, African in perspective, and global by experience. Oye is a media, tech, and entertainment executive whose 20+ years experience has been primarily in entertainment, consumer goods, e-business, financial, media, and digital sectors. With demonstrated initiative and innovation, he has been successful in technology, project management, strategy, marketing, product and business development, giving him a vast set of skills. Mr. Akide is the GM Music Services for the MTN Group and was appointed as the CEO for Music Time. He is responsible for strategically developing and managing key relationships to fulfill his vision of becoming Africa's largest sustainable music ecosystem. A family man, Oye likes to be involved in global workshops to contribute to discussions on various trends in Africa and its impacts and possibilities. He's a collector by heart, from comic books to vinyl. Listen to Oye's favorite quote: "My deepest fear is not that I'm inadequate. My deepest fear is that I am powerful, powerful beyond measure. It is my light, not my darkness, that most frightens me." This is paraphrased from the award-winning novel by Maria Williamson, A Return to Love, 1990, HarperCollins. Thank you and welcome to everyone. So over to you, Dr. Ken.
Yeah, afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was struggling with the audio. I think somebody muted me from that end, you know.
Thank you very much and welcome, sir. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, thank you very much for the invitation. I think my panel and members of the panel are lucky enough because I've listened in and out of the conference all through the day. And at the point we are hooking in, it looks to me like all that is important and germane to be discussed has been exhausted. And in the positive sense, in the sense that I've heard about businesses, I've heard about how they are structured, I've heard about skill sets, I've heard about how do you now future-proof these businesses, and I've had solutions to all that conversation. So it makes our job easy, or easier, if I can use that. I think it's you've given me a license to end a session that should have lasted for 1 hour in 20 minutes.
Yes, that would be nice. Your video is not on though. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll not end the session, sir. Just we look forward to hearing from you and your panel. Thank you very much.
Okay. As I was listening, I was asking myself if I should restrict myself to media, because when I saw the name properly situated within media, I was thinking, should it be a conversation around how media is structured today in the mix, or how business is generally inclusive of media is supposed to arrange and structure itself so that it can survive not just for now or for future businesses. But I look at the members of the panel, and I see the number of experience they bring to bear in terms of knowledge, in terms of skill set, and in terms of exposure involved 5 years thereabout. Because whether it is media, whether it's experiential, whether it's advertising, all of them are struggling with relevance. And I'll explain what I meant by that, because the market dynamics have changed. The consumer of today have changed. The requirements and tooling processes for businesses have all, I'm talking of what is required today has all changed. So the topic is so fluid and so important that it doesn't really matter what aspects of the business you are dealing with. It's to understand what this change is. And that takes me to the topic of today's conversation, because I read things like post-digital. So I asked myself, what era are we in? I don't know if Jude can help the conversation by starting from that. So if it is post-digital, what is this one? Are we in the post-digital area? Are we presupposing that the digital has come and gone?
Thank you, Doc. Thanks for building the context. I think it's all about nomenclature. It's all about semantics. And what is fundamental is what you see, what I will call digital acceleration. The fact that digital has leveled everything, changed our lives, changed the way we live, changed the way we buy things, the way we even make money, the way we consume media, and all of that. So life has changed. Whether you want to say post-digital or mega post-digital, that is nomenclature. But the fundamental thing is that life has changed. Life will continue to change. And all we need to do is to always understand that we must evolve and keep evolving with the times and position right so that we don't become the victim of the changing times.
Yeah, fantastic. I'll go to Alaba now because when I hear change, it presupposes that we understand the present. And therefore, for us to have played in this present, it means that we understood what was in the past, what the journey is. But it looks to me, the more and more I look at this practice, it looks to me that most of the activities are still strongly rooted in the downstream sector. And when I mean downstream sector, I mean the traditional things we do. Forget that people come to symposiums, their mouth change. Forget that they talk about the need to move from being communication partner to business partner. The last conversation, really, I was very thrilled when some guy, the guy that spoke said, listen, it's about skill set. It's not just mouthing it. It's what are the factors of production in this context. So Alaba, what is it we're doing now and where should we be looking at before I go to Ada to talk about future-proofing it?
Thank you, Doctor. We have to accept the fact. Let's thank MarketingNet for giving us the opportunity to share our views and thoughts on this subject and to thank the previous panelists and speakers. I've gained a lot today. Doc, we have to confirm or accept the fact that we're experiencing a lot of things that we used to do with a new normal, so to speak. Like you said, is a nomenclature. Pandemic, even before pandemic, we were anticipating series of changes occurring. But pandemic brought it upon us. When you talk about digital, at a point during the lockdown, how did we exist? Basically, we're on online digital, making a lot of things happen. Things that people thought we wouldn't be able to do in this area or this part of the climb were happening. So if you look at it from that point, things won't be the way they used to be. So we now have to begin to look at how do we now navigate this new normal upon us. We a lot of things have changed. When you look at it from the media point of view, it's changed. The way we buy our things have changed, product and category have changed. Even the way research is being done has changed. When you look at consumers, their lifestyle has changed, so we need to move. If marketing is all about consumer experience, about consumer, everything relating to that has to change as well for us to still remain relevant. That's where I will stop.
Yeah, fantastic. I've had the privilege of a very long journey in this space, and I'm not talking of just media. I'm talking of the marketing communication space. And for all through those more than two decades, I've heard this word change. At every corner, be it after every cycle of 5 years or 10 years, you hear change, and I understand that because it is dynamic. When you wake up the next week, the calendar has changed. You have flipped it. But for us to keep abreast of change, I think is what is paramount, because change will always be there. It has to be dynamic. But for us to keep abreast of it, then we have to understand that journey. And that journey is the journey of coming from hindsight to insight and then foresighting. And the primary prerequisite for that will be data, which is the area I think is bread and butter for a decade. what is the role of data or lack of it? And I'm talking of primary and secondary data and capabilities around data, because it's not just having data for the sake of it. In today's context, of what relevance is data and what type of data are we talking about? I think Ada is muted.
Ada, you have to unmute yourself.
You need to unmute yourself now.
Good day. Thank you, Doctor. Like I was saying, data is not something new. It's something that lives day to day with us. It all depends on who has the eyes to be able to understand where the opportunity lies in accumulating and gathering this data. And not just gather data, but making good use, finding insight, and be able to find relevance of data to our day-to-day life of the consumer, as well as the brands where we manage. We cannot talk outside the consumer, because when we talk about consumer change, consumer on daily basis is changing. Behavioral changes are changing. People are moving from one age level to the other, and there's attitudinal, psychological change that goes with it. And there are trends that happen within the industry, within the society we live in. But how we open our eye to be able to observe those changes is what matters. Everybody, we talk about, like my previous colleagues have talked about the new normal. Consumers have changed. What have changed? People now work from home, which never happened before. Doctor knows it, that somebody that used to have somebody that works certain number of days, but now you find out most people are working from home. And what had changed when they start at home? What attitude, how do we connect with these consumers? We have to, as media experts, follow these consumers, enter into their everyday life, understand their day-to-day activities. That's why they talk about 24-hour consumer lifestyle. What had changed after 24-hour clock? What does it do? And what had changed? It's no longer the same thing that we think that previous data is. It will remain the same. We have to be able to tell, if I enter a mall, consumers, the few that have the fear to enter a mall, what is their experience when they enter a mall? How did they decide on a particular product to use? So that when we are communicating through media, we'll be able to say, do we really reach these people through this medium we are using, or do we talk about alternative? When we go to digital, how do they consume digital? It's not that they are just on digital. What did they do? What are those connecting points and keywords that we'll be able to drive we getting and then be able to get this consumer engaged? Well, how do we actually get to the best touch point of this consumer? Because we have to not just that we consume TV or whatever. What is the mood of receptivity of that consumer at that particular time? It's not that he watched TV. There's a mood that he can connect. A woman taking a child to the school, you cannot be reaching her, an average woman cooking in the morning. By 6 a.m., she's still busy struggling in the kitchen. But how you will be able to know that by between 7 and 8 or 8:30, he has to drop the children in school? You have to know that that's a point that she's in a better mood, in as much as she's being distracted by radio. But passive listenership of radio comes to play a role, because our consumption and connectivity level becomes high. So the mood of reception, for her to receive whatever you're advertising about a particular time, matters. So you really have to have a total understanding of these consumers by profiling so many data to be able to get insight from this data before you can profile a decision or a strategy to reach this.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Ada. And I'll come back to you. I hear you, and I hear the mining part. I mean, what value you could bring out of data. But when I looked at Jude, the moment the word media expert was mentioned, he chuckled, because I know him, and I know the circumstances surrounding the situation of his day-to-day business and how he works. I know that he has since left that cycle where you can conveniently name media expert. He's much more than that now. So he likes to see himself like, and I agree with him, a solutionist, because today we are talking about the need to pull away from that downstream where it is just mechanics of media. So Jude, it's not because the struggle today is not being a media expert, is it? It's more than that.
Oh, thank you, Doc. Now, if we agree that the consumer is changing, if we agree that the challenge of our clients are changing, if we agree that the economic situation of these consumers are changing, then it's only inevitable to say that our business models will have to change. I mean, 5-10 years ago, you used to have what you call a media specialist agency, when traditional media was the bane of the core competence they have and was driving about 90 or 95% of their revenue and income. Today, that cannot survive a company. Today, what you need to ask is to say, what is actually the pain point of my client? What is he or her, what keeps him or her awake at night? Because once you position yourself from that point of view, that you're looking for, you're making yourself a solution provider, irrespective first of your core competence. So how can I help my client solve the challenges or the problems? That is what the typical media or marketing professional should be thinking now. That alone completely disrupts the original media agency model or construct. That is by default, it should destroy it. Because if you're still thinking that you will survive using that model now, then it's just only time extinction will face you head on. All right. So our model needs to be shaken from the root. And it has to come from, first of all, understanding that we are not just going to be talking the change, we have to be the change that we talk about. So our models have to change. Our people have to change. I've heard a lot here and I've learned a lot, I must confess, and I think Marketing Edge, a lot of us talk about skill sets. We're talking about going to other places to get the skill set. Talent is good, but how do you organize these talents to be able to face and solve specific problems? For example, using analogy, if you want to.
Sorry, Jude, before you go for example, because that will give us the details we want, probably at the end of the conversation, which I know that you go to solutioning. But the immediate task, when I look at people in our space, I struggle not to call them, not to the temptation to keep saying the word agency, because I know what the limitation is. Once it remains an agency and the mindset remains agency, it means that you are deeply rooted in that downstream sector, which I talk about, where pricing, where margins make the difference. So the need today is to quickly move this conversation to midstream, where design thinking will probably develop and put on the table different levels of proposition that will help you now maintain the cost of the chart of a business, maintain profitability, which will deal with product development, service delivery, agility. So Alaba, sitting at the top of a big, again, I won't use the word agency, solution and outfit. How would a big outfit like that survive in these times when we need to quickly move this conversation from downstream to that midstream, which is design thinking? And then how do we get these clients to remunerate as such so that you cover your cost of sales?
Okay, Doc. I think we have to move from.
Sorry, Doc. I didn't.
Sorry, Jude.
Jude,
Alaba,
you say something so I can go on. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'm saying we have to move from the traditional mindset to a digital mindset. What do I mean? I think we have to move from operational optimization really to customer and employee experience. That will be, and then the operation will now be automated. It has to move from just in-store isolation solution to in-store and online integrated. And then the tight cost structure that we'll be looking at with low investment in capabilities now have to move to low cost of ownership and then fast time to market. Irrespective of what we do, the customer is still the king. And then the business with a strong customer empathy, they understand how the customer feels and how they want to feel and think about what products and services they need. And then you consider their challenges and daily struggles always, and be the solution they want to see. And then that solution must be apt and fast. is the solution provider of the future. And that solution provider must focus on 5 things. You must focus on about value. You have to be seen to be providing strategic outcome to your clients based on their customer experience and their challenges. You have to be seen to be feeding clients with new knowledge that they can use in the marketplace. We all know that the marketplace is a battlefront, so as much as you can, you have to equip them with what is required for them to win in the marketplace. Once they win, you know you have to win as well. You have to invest in solutions and that will explore into the future. Our technology of today won't win the battle of the future. So that has to be part of what you have to look at. And then it's all about people. Technology without people is the people that make technology work. Digital transformation without people or talent won't take the solution provider of the future to anywhere. And then you have to be a partner of this client. We have to work together. They have to share their challenges. We have to work towards providing solutions together for these challenges. That's where that's how we will see it, Doc.
Thank you very much. I see some hands raised. I don't know what the structure is, whether people wanted to put on the table some questions. Otherwise, if the moderator don't mind, I just go on with the panel discussion.
Please go on.
Perhaps we were expecting some form of presentation. I'm sure some of us have presentation, but we can share with the organizers later. But maybe we should continue with this conversation.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Alaba. And I'm not a fan of presentation anyway, because most times when I sit and people make presentation, I just see through it that is preconceived anyway. So something that is spontaneous will probably give us that kind of innocuous solution in that we are looking for. You know, for me, I'm big on agility today. You know, it's not sit back, think about it, put it on paper, and it goes back to that traditional realm. Now there must be some ingenuity and agility. I've known Ada since forever, and I remember that 10 years ago, thereabouts, she was shouting on top of the roof to say, "Data is everything." How can you be winking at the lady in the dark? How can you be thinking about a solution when you don't even know what the basis for it? What exactly are you looking for in a brief? So has this become now the norm? Or are we in a safe place to think that what we don't require is a computer department? Remember how we had it those days, or data department, but that everybody who walks through an institution understands what the basic requirements are and have the instrument of work to do the job?
I think first of all, before you provide a solution, you first of all have to identify what the problem is. It's only when you dissect the problem and have a better understanding of what the problem is. We are professionals in the field. Just like you're going to a medical doctor and you're telling him whatever, first of all, he has to know your theory and what the problem is before he can provide a solution. We as agency or have the partners to the client have to really know, show that empathy, have understanding of these brands and the consumers and what is that they are looking at. Be able to say this data is available, and so that we can now come to the client and say, these are what we find identified you as a problem. Even when the client gives you brief, you find out most of the time you have to challenge the brief, because you find out some of the things listed out there are not really the actual problem of the brand. You ask some certain questions to be able to come back to the client and say you are providing a solution. If you don't really clearly define the problem, identify the problem, and understand these consumers and know really what we are trying to get and the share of the mind of this consumer, and whatever solution we are giving the client, we'll be able to address the problem of the consumers. We will not be able to get to where we're going. So that's the purpose of the data. If you don't have the data, you'll be able to tell clients, this question that you put here or this brief does not really identify the problem of this consumer. The problem of this consumer is this. And based on this problem, if you don't have understanding and insight about this consumer, and that is where we are coming back to talk about data. Data is everything. If a consumer is talking about convenience and you're busy promoting a brand about values or sales or whatever. And he's talking about how he can conveniently walk into a place and it's a hygiene environment. I don't care how much I pay for it. You have to be able to understand, have understanding of this lifestyle of this consumer, what that have drifted or changed, and be able to know what point to connect with that. It comes to the consumer. So you'll be able to provide that solution to the client. And we can only do this when we have a thorough empathy and passion for the brand. Most of the time, we have to put ourselves out of whatever strategy we are providing and talk from the point of consumer, see things from the eyes of the consumers, not just from the eyes of the brand manager sitting on the table and the brands of agents.
So sorry, Ada. So in a typical agency setting, whose responsibility is it? Has it been democratized?
I believe all of us are experts in our industry. We have to have a quick understanding, because if you're a strategist and the data person just gather data there, you don't know what data is all about. You will find the value in it. Everybody has to have that understanding of what data and the values that data play in our life. Or else you can give him data, he just dump it. This thing is not making sense to me. So we have to have a kind of an integrated and train our staff to be able to have that understanding, not scared of data. Know that data is a life that will guide you in the direction. It's like a pivot that will direct you to the right decision to take. And that's why when you see us in terms of coming to normal media, we do it the day-to-day. No, we have to be able to plug that data back to the life of the consumer and get out the ingredients that will make the difference in the marketplace.
Okay, fantastic. Jude, that takes me, because I wanted to take it in part by part. That the second part for me, because I see here future-proof, and that is a big word, because I mean, if you want to perpetuate a business, then you have to begin to think about future-proof, and there are many factors. There are many foundational blocks that you have to put in place if you want to stabilize a business, grow the business. How much more talk about future-proofing it? But let's have an attempt at it. When we talk about future-proofing the business, the necessity for that is because we've moved from that industrial age to the digital age, and now even we are attempting to have a post-digital age. So where is that struggle? Why do we use the word future-proof, George?
Okay, we use the word future-proof because it's a word that captures our desire, but we do not know the how. Okay, we do not know the how because of, first, the baggage of mindset. A lot of us have run this race for a long time with a mindset. Things have changed. It's been a struggle to basically change this mindset. And the mindset change will help you do two things. First one is automatically it will impact on your business model. You will know that you have to change your business model. That's number one. Number two is that it will automatically let you know that you have to work on, I like to call it talent. I don't really want to call it people. What I mean talent is because, when people say convergence, I agree. However, the convergence will be a convergence of people with specialist skills. All right. The third one will be the ability to organize these talents to form a team that can be what I usually call a composite team that can actually face a problem and solve it. So the problem is that we do not have this idea of understanding that skill set is something we need to invest in. We mount it, we talk about it, we talk around it. And when we talk about data, I have two things to say about data. Whilst recognizing that we have data depth in Nigeria, but I still want to pose that we have not used the ones we have efficiently. We have not maximized what our data can give.
Yeah, is Jude breaking or something?
Yes.
Alaba, can you hear Jude?
No, it's gone off.
Okay, maybe Alaba, maybe
some data, aggregate, and more importantly, draw out insights. Can you hear me now? So, can you hear me?
Go on.
Okay, so for me, insight data is good, but we need to understand that we require some skill sets to draw out insight from data and be able to use that insight to develop solutions. These are deliberate skills that we need to have. And what the mistake I see us still making in the industry is that we still think and hope on those old research and managers with the old skills they have to provide us the insight. No, they are good, but they need to upscale to acquire the right skills to deal with data and extract the needed insight that can help business owners and our clients to take decisions and provide marketing strategies that can help them solve their problems. It's very, very important.
Yeah, I can see that Alaba Fadaro is itching there, because when we talk about future-proofing businesses, those are the helm of affairs, know how it pinches, and it is pinching hard these days. I'm sure he wants to say one or two things in that direction, because whether it is media, whether it is the creative side of our business, or whether it is the experiential side of it, leadership for me now, and the deficit of it is, for me, the biggest issue around the industry. And that has to do with how have we generationally passed on, whether it is knowledge, whether it is expertise, whether it's experience from generation to generation. And all these skill set we're talking about, is this really a generational thing? Does it have to do with demographics or some set of kind of young people who must know certain kind of skills? And what is the difference really between management and leadership? I'm sure Alaba would want to say, because the way I see the management is the guy who is making sure the turbine is rolling, and the engine is on and working. But leader is the man who is pointing at the map and say, this is the direction we are going. So where are we with that combination, Alaba Fadaro?
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. When we say we're in a new normal, that means everything is changing. We have to, if everything is changing, then that means everything relating to our ways of working has to change. We have to reanalyze, we have to reimagine, we have to retool. Even the business model, as mentioned by previous panelists and speakers, has to be looked at again. That has to be tweaked as well. So in that regard, if we were thinking about the future, yeah, we're the leaders, but the future is about a moving train now, where if you don't reposition yourself, it's either you are sinking or you're off. I've heard today people say innovate. It's either you innovate or you die. So it's about looking at this from the point of, if you know things are changing, how do you position your business in view of all the challenges around you, all the stakeholders? How do you position your business to be future-proof or fit for the future? In that regard, if technology and digitalization is key, and then there should be digital transformation as well. So in all this, what I think as leaders or business owners, what we have to do is you have to marry digital transformation and the skill set of people that you are building the future for. I'm sure Dr. Ken, between the two of us, worst case scenario, within the next 5-10 years, we are off. So you are building the future for some people, but you have to carry them along. The way they think, you talk about democratizing data. The way they think is different from the way we think. So you have to, their views matter as you are building the future along. So the skill set that we need for the future is not the skill set that we have today. Where can you get the skill set from? Well, we used to call ourselves agencies, but now we're solution providers. The skill set that the agency started with is not the same skill set now. Today we've got engineers, we've got scientists working in the agency, because it's now diversified. You have to find a way to ensure that all this, ensure that you maximize the potentials of the talent on ground. So in being future-proof, all these have to be brought to bear. And then you start thinking about, I should transform digitally, get yourself ready for the future. You need that talent that will work on the digital transformation.
Fantastic. Fantastic, Alaba. I just wish you put that 5 years quick notice in perspective. When you say would have been off, I was wondering going where. But having said that, I want to take it for granted that what you are saying is that most of us would have left maybe the practice, not that off. I mean, if I'm going off now, I'm going to go and join the NSAS protests physically. You know, that's where my contemporaries are now. But having said that, now data, yes, we've seen the importance of it. Yeah, quite all right. We see, and we know how elaborate that conversation can be. But what is data without technology? Ada? I think you're on mute again, Ada. Hello, Ada? Can you hear me?
Ada, you need to unmute yourself. Okay.
Somebody muted me from that side. I said, you cannot just have technology without data. Something would have led to you coming to augmenting whatever reality you want to see. To be able to build that, data would have been able to guide you in developing the technology. So you have to, when you have developed the technology and you automate them, which is the major enabler to whatever you're doing in your business, then you can leverage data and then consumer to be able to get some values that you're going to give. Just like in organizations, clients, you have to look at, okay, what is happening? The normal thing that previous agencies do is that client will go, okay, we do a media plan for 12 months. They give you 12 months plan and everything. And now you find out this pandemic has changed things. Nobody is committing in the long term again. The clients wants to do short term because anything can happen any moment in taking decision. And what is happening is that people are now optimizing whatever you currently have, even the media plan that you say you have. What are changing in the mind of the consumers? How has the life of the consumer changed? What are the touch points that the consumers are drifted or shifted to? And how do I go back to be relevant in the midst of the mind of the consumers? Which is basic thing that we have to. And again, as agency, how do we get into the mind of the client to make sure that he find us relevant to be able to keep giving him the value? And it's the question of the value that we bring to the client's table, and that professionalism and solution, and be able to understand these consumers and present it to the consumers. And the clients run that campaign, and it comes because he measures it as you're running. They are measuring you on a daily basis. That's how some clients are working on. It's coming to like what is happening in China. If I spend 1 naira, I should have 1 naira value to it. Because money, CFOs are asking you on a daily basis, how do I make sure that the value you're bringing to me is turning out not just Naira and Kobo, but seeing it in the building and equity of the brand, and then making sure that I maintain a strong affinity or bonding with my consumers. My consumers still find me very relevant in terms of their top of mind, and not just on their top of mind, they are building strong affinity with my brand. And that is how you can say, okay, these people use my brand, and nobody can come and take them away. Because you have to be able to continue making that decision that the client find you relevant as a solution provider and your solutions are working. It's not that you're providing solution that does not work for the client. Tomorrow when you come back, he will not find you relevant. As we as agency, we as company have set up our own company, are we making sure that we keep giving that value? Sometimes we give some target where we were working from and say, I will make 100 million as an agency. But you find out at a particular time, things have changed. How do we give that target you have given to your subordinate? How do you train them to make sure that you now say, this is 100 million? How do we now be able to work out new strategy that can lead us to deliver that 100 million without losing value to the client? It's not just about, do we need to find another environment that we can utilize to be able to find value to the client without losing our own basic responsibilities? So we have to look at the business angle at every point in time, review, reinvent, reappraise, work as a team, innovate at one time or another, look at whatever technology we are using, still using data to be able to make a decision, not just our own assessment or assumptions.
Yeah, no, I heard you that say money, and that aspect is important for me because at the end of the day, businesses are structured to make money. Yeah. But these days, it's not even just the to the elasticity of the profitability, it's even sustenance. So I go to Jude. really and truly. How do we position our businesses so that we make money in excess of our cost of sales? So that if we do that and reach that milestone, then we can talk about sustainability and future-proofing the business. Especially in the context of today, where me and you know that the margins are shrinking on daily basis. If we continue with the models we have, riding on those kind of models and evolving on margins that are coming from what used to be 15% to 10%, now 3%, and even in some cases now 1.5%. So, but you have a structure to run. So how do you continue to make money in excess of your cost of sales? Jude, did you get that?
Hello, Doc.
Did
you get that?
Jude is on mute. He has to unmute himself.
You unmute yourself.
He's freezing. I think he has a
Jude, unmute yourself.
internet issue.
Yeah, okay.
So can somebody else take that?
Yeah, Alaba, maybe you can just go on now. Jude will still lay emphasis, you know, where need be.
I think the way we look at it is that you have to move from being seen as a provider to a partner by clients. A provider will be once they need you, that's when they call you. But a partner will always be there before any decision is taken. If we move to that level in our relationship with with all our clients, that's when we now begin to provide value. That's when the solution that we're talking about will come into play. And then once you begin to provide that value, your real worth will come in. Maybe not with that client, based on referral and every other combination put together, then you begin to make money to sustain yourself. But we have to move from this mindset of I'm just a provider. When they need media campaign, that's when they'll be called. A day will come when they won't remember that supplier. But if you are partners, as they move, they will need you to help them in navigating some challenges. So it will look as if without you, these clients won't move. So when you get to that point, it's easier for you to demand for your work than when you were just coming and then we'll run this campaign, you run the campaign until 3 months down the line. But if they're having challenges relating to other marketing communication areas, they will call you first to say, what do you think? How can we resolve this challenge together? That's where I think the agencies that want to be push-up proof, that want to start preparing for the future fit, will have to move through. Dr. Ken, you are on mute too. You have to unmute yourself, Dr. Ken.
Dr. Ken.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, so Jude, Alaba touched on it quite all right, but you pulled me into that sphere of performance media. Without sounding transactional, I still know that is a burden for agencies or the concept and the practice of media within the marketing communication space to make enough money to cover cost of sale and still remain in business. So do you want to add to that before we go to the general house for other questions?
Okay, for me, the bottom line is that you have to remain relevant and remain in business by making more money. But again, how you make more money when it comes to something like Araba rightly said, first of all, the values has to be there. You find out when people value you and know the kind of professionalism you bring to the table to them. That's the way you can have the right or the whatever to negotiate and say, can you move me from A to B? But when the values are not there, we are just a yes agency, we are not a solution. When it comes to like the activation team was saying, having a total think tight, thinking about the brand, looking at the problem of the brand, providing solution to the brand. And when you're coming, we're coming with a solution that is out of the box that will address my problem. Is when the client starts seeing the values you're bringing to the table, that gives you more opportunity to be able to have a conversation that will lead to saying, what you're paying me now, I need to be able to move from point A to B. I need to be able to interject more values, more by getting more talent into your team. I need to be able to move from this to this, get this technology and this whatever. Because if the client don't see the value first, they can't talk about the money. Most of the time we are looking at, okay, money, yes, is in business, but all the same, we have to give that differentiation in value before we can now follow up with asking for more. And again, how we ensure that that value that we bring delivers is what matters most.
Okay, thank you very much, Ada. Jude, I don't know if you are back now and you can hear me.
Not back yet.
So Jude, relevance is a big word in this conversation. And talking about relevance, because I know that once you get it right with relevance in any sphere of life, then you have traction. You have something to negotiate with. Now, I want to ask you, and that is what will help you define what relevance within our context and help other people know that riding on this, you can expand your scope of influence. Is the media agency not a creative agency? Why is it that when people say creative agency, they think it's all about art direction? But I think you're a creative agency. And if the answer from you is yes, can you please help put that in proper context for the benefit of all?
Thank you, Doc. I think the right nomenclature should be solution agency. All right, whether it's media or creative or experiential or whatever, be a solution agency. And the question is this: you can't provide solution to a problem you don't know. Most of the time, even the briefs that we get from clients do not exactly touch the real heart of the problems of the business. And so what happens is that if you take that kind of brief and profess solutions, you are drinking Panadol for diarrhea. We must have
Sorry, Jude, I understand that, but somebody can still argue that that is still within media solutions agency. Is that what you are, or is that what it should be?
Like I said before, you become a solutions agency. What it means is have the right competencies that will help you deliver to your clients. Let me give you an example. As media agencies within the group that we work no longer call themselves media agencies, not because they do not provide traditional media services, but because they have developed competencies and organize those competencies into business units that they aggregate to address specific client problems. So it's not about media agency, it's about having the right competencies and have the right business model and the right talent so that can address clients' problem. That is the big thing we need to go for. Solution agencies as against nomenclature agencies.
Thank you very much. Like I said,
hello, Doc.
A lot of, yes.
Can I add to what you just said?
Yeah, fantastic. Please feel free as we wind down. Yes.
I think it's about ideas. I think it's about ideas. Ideas can come from anywhere. Who is going to implement that idea? Maybe a creative agency, maybe a PR agency, maybe whatever. You see most clients now, when they are working on an assignment, they call all agencies together. It could be the PR that will come with an agency that the creative agency will go and now flesh up. So it's about ideas, really. That's where I'll see it. It's about solutions. Solutions will come from ideas. Thank you.
Well, I agree with all of you, but what I wanted actually to pull out from you is the emphasis that, so even though we have different techniques that differentiate us to become creative agency, media agency, experiential agency, but the creativity in what you do, using the technique you have and the skill set and knowledge in a creative manner that delivers that relevance of today. That is the conversation I wanted to pull out, and I'm sure in different ways we have touched it. So one word each before I go back. I had promised that it won't be maybe 1 hour or as long as it is. We haven't tried to cover this fair as much as possible productively. So just one word each as we round up.
You have to tell us. It has to be.
Okay. Okay, Adam, maybe just one word, very, what do you want us to remember today?
Consumer focus and data with data insight.
Fantastic. Jude?
Have eyes on the problems of the client, develop the right capabilities that can deliver it, and please understand that you keep evolving to provide.
Fantastic. Laba?
Okay. The consumer is still king. We have to be agile. Automation is a key variable to optimize every key aspect of business input. And less, and then you achieve more. Because without agility, you won't remain relevant.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. In all we do, I mean, of what use is it that you cook the soup, it's fantastic, it tastes well, but you return to the table late. Imagine if you are at the restaurant and you wait for 2 hours for a sumptuous meal to come, you would have lost the appetite and the relevance. So agility is key, especially today, because the clients don't just want solution. It has to come with agility, and then it has to be snackable as much as possible so that it defines and delivers on the solution of the immediate. Later, they can talk about heavy lifting. So I think we've done a good job of this panel, if I must say, and I thank you very much. And I would like to hand over to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ken. Thank you very much to everyone. Yes, you did. You did a good job. You did a good job, and it was at ADA consumer-centric data. Great. That's from Tayo, and great presentation and all of that from everyone. Thank you so much, everybody. We will be moving on to the digital panel now, and like we said, it's not, of course, last but definitely not the least, the digital future. Ideally, like Dr. Ken actually asked when he started, he was like, so if we're talking about future fitting post-digital, then where are we now? Because ideally, we should be in post-digital as we speak. So we're moving on now, like I said, to the digital group. But the digital group will be telling us probably what we should be doing, what they're doing, and what we should be doing to future fit ourselves as well as our businesses. For this group, we'll have Ose Osudeko, who is the lead discussant. Ose Osudeko is the group head digital marketing at Fidelity Bank, where she's charged with the responsibility of materializing the value of all its digital marketing activities and helping grow the bank's digital influence. She was previously head digital at Starcom Media Perspective, where she managed digital budgets for the world's largest brands, including Mondelez International, Cadbury, Visa Card, and Samsung. She also developed and executed integrated digital strategies and managed a highly strategic and commercial digital team. At Wild Fusion Digital Center, was responsible for project managing the first digital marketing training center in Nigeria into existence, deepening the quality and range of the training programs and materializing its aim to build the digital space in Nigeria. She's passionate about leveraging technology and integrated channel attribution solutions in unconventional ways to accelerate improvement in customer experience and marketing efficiency. Welcome, Ose. On this panel, we also have Dayo Adefila. Dayo Adefila continues to be one of the leading marketing communications lights in this era, whose experience in the last 2 decades has evolved from core traditional advertising to becoming one of the pioneers of digital marketing in Nigeria. A seasoned ad man who had successful stints in various functions at LTC Advertising, Inside Communication, SO&U, and V-Mobile Nigeria. He has always believed in the power of consumer insights to lead the way to effective communication and innovations. From 2011 to 2017, he was co-founder, CEO at renowned digital agency Hotsource Limited, which he led to an unprecedented hat trick of Digital Agency of the Year awards and eventually equity participation for Global Network, the Publicis Group. In his role today as head digital marketing Africa at PZ Cussons, he pushes the mandate of digital transformation and works in the 3 business units, PZCN, PZ Wilma, and Tech, leading and supporting teams to utilize best fit use of digital for the sustainable success of brands in their portfolio. Dayo continues to inspire and mentor up-and-coming ad practitioners as one of his contributions to the growth of the industry. You're welcome, Dayo, and thank you for joining us. We also have Good News Chibuke, who is an entrepreneur and business leader in Nigeria. He's the co-founder of Duchess Ads Limited, a cross-channel data and internet advertising technology for mobile, desktop, and connected TV. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Administration, CIA Nigeria, alumni of Enterprise Development Center of the Lagos Business School, Lagos. Before moving to AdTech, Chibuike worked with 2 of the biggest banks in Nigeria, where he performed banking operations, relationship management, and product development. He facilitated a number of products in the banks, including agricultural financing, warehouse financing, and corporate lending. He was given an award of excellence for being in the top 1% of Nigerian business executives in technology. He's a leader in technology in Africa, and I believe he's actually the one running the virtual session. So thank you very much, Good News, and thank you for joining us. On this panel, we also have Oti Ukubenije. Oti is the advertising, sales, and operation lead for Opera Software Nigeria and is responsible for growing Opera's share of the digital advertising market in Nigeria. After working with top media publishers and marketing technologies companies in the UK, including Biomedia and Integral Ad Science, he moved to Nigeria in 2015 and joined Sponge Limited to boost digital investment among top brands in Nigeria. Oti is a digital marketing professional with a proven track record of developing and executing digitally led marketing initiatives to drive growth and profitability for B2B and B2C brands. Welcome, Oti, and thank you for joining us. Last but not the least on this panel, we also have, I had read his CV actually, Oye Akindiende. He's Nigerian by nationality, African in perspective, and global by experience. Oye is a media tech and entertainment executive whose 20 years plus experience as in primarily in entertainment, consumer goods, e-business, financial, media, and digital sectors. With demonstrated initiatives and innovation, he has been successful in technology, project management, strategy, marketing, product, and business development, giving him a vast set of skills. Awarded the Music Business Executive of 2020 by Scream Awards and Marketing Edge 2018 Digital Entertainment Innovator. He's listed at 2016's Advanced Media 100 Most Influential Nigerians. Oye is the GM Music Service for MTN Group and was appointed as the CEO for Music Time. He's responsible for strategically developing and managing key relationships to fulfill its vision of becoming Africa's largest sustainable music ecosystem. A family man, Oye likes to be involved in global workshops to contribute to discussions of various trends in Africa and its impacts and possibilities. He's a collector by heart, from comic books to vinyl. Listen to Oye's favorite quote. My deepest fear is not that I'm inadequate. My deepest fear is that I'm powerful beyond measure. It is my light, not my darkness, that most frightens me. This is paraphrased from the award-winning novel by Maria Williamson, A Return to Love, 1992, HarperCollins. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us, everyone. So over to you, Ose. Okay, over to you. Good news. Who is leading the panel? Osa is not here.
skeleton note said to lead, but I want to welcome everybody, and I think Oti can take up in the absence of Osei.
Oh, also, it's just been upgraded to panelist.
Okay, she just joined.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me. I want to say special thanks to the organizers. I see a lot of my orgas here, Jupodia, Dr. Ken. Thank you so much. Obviously, Daya Dayfila from the Inside Group. Good to see you all. So we're going to have a discussion, but to start off our conversation, I put together a few slides with some, I guess, foundational topics that we have. But just before I start, whilst I bring the presentation, I'll just pass it on to my co-panelists to introduce themselves so we can start off. Thank you.
They have all actually been introduced. We've introduced them, so please go ahead.
All right, great. So Tolu, I've just tried to share my presentation, but it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
You will be added on.
Should I just go on?
Go on, but you will be.
All right, great. All right, so thank you once again for being here. I'm going to speak about making your agency future fit in the post-digital age and from an agency perspective. So I think really— Can you
try to share your screen? Try to share your screen. You can share now.
I just tried. It says host disabled participant screen sharing. So that's not happening. Can I carry on?
Hold on.
Okay. Hi, Oti. Hi.
Hi, Osei, how are you?
Fine, long time no see.
I see you now. Or do you think you can share the slides with Chibuike so he can present it for you?
Okay, great. That would be awesome. Hold on.
Yes, you can. You can do it now.
I can lead now? Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Yes, I can.
Yes, we can.
All right, just confirming everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just put it on the slideshow. Okay, great. I already talked about the topic being making your business future fit the post-digital age challenge, and we're speaking from an agency perspective. I've already been introduced, so I won't spend time introducing myself. And I'll just go straight to it. So I think the first question is that, is the digital era really upon us? I mean, that's the question we should be asking. And I'd like to say yes. Are we just on the verge of it? I'll also say yes. And why is that? If you look at businesses today, every business is prioritizing digital technology at the moment. And so it means that the way we have lights and we have oxygen, that's how digital technology will be. Now, what does that mean? It means that you wouldn't be able to have any kind of differentiation based on just using digital technologies. And I think that's very important to establish. So using, I had a speaking engagement before, and one time the person was like, I still thought you would emphasize how to use social media. Social media is kind of like English that we speak now, and everyone uses it, down to my parents, down to my granduncles, so that's not a differentiating value for you. But yes, digital is still very important. We think it's a real enabler. Can it solve all our issues as agencies? The question is no, but it can actually do a lot. And how important is this? The International Data Conference, Corporation rather, mentioned that by 2022, over 20% of the GDP globally will be digitalized from digitalized industries and offerings. So that means it's really big. We also see that regardless of whether you're in banking or FMCG, there's a lot of digital transformation that is going on there. Last year alone, about $1.2 trillion was spent on just digital transformation. So now that digital is evening the field, the playing field, there are three key things that as agency we need to keep in mind. Number one is, our consumers, our employees, our business partners, and even societies, they have new expectations for us. And it's very simple. They're more informed now, okay? So they have more expectations from you. Another thing is that, consumers, employees, business partners are all different segments and should be treated, they have different realities. But the good thing is that the different realities, bring opportunities for us to really play and, kind of shape our differentiation. And then even within the customer segments, there's still individuals, and customers really need to be treated as individuals. And so as a result, we're not just saying, oh, personalization at scale, there needs to be individualized experiences. And for that reason alone, agencies need to be digitalized, and they need to carry along these key stakeholders as they go on board. But before I really jump into the topic of the day, I wanted to kind of give some theoretical foundation. If I ask everybody here, is your organization digitalized? I'm sure everybody will say yes, mainly because of COVID. They will say, oh, I now work from home. I now use Zoom, I now use Teams. But that's not what is called digitalization. There's actually a difference between being digitized and digitalized. Being digitalized is when you're literally converting your analog process into digital, all right? So before I had to go to the office, before I could work, but now I could work from home. Before I needed to be in the office to sign a check, but now I can do an e-signature. What that brings for you is actually operational efficiency. But digitalization is when you begin to use digital technologies, and the digitalized data to be able to create, meaningful experiences for your customers in the way you interact and serve them, and obviously, new revenue streams. And I actually thought Elo would be here because he has this platform called Customer Data Platform, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. But that's the difference. So as I begin to talk about digitalization, I'm not talking about being analog to digital. I'm talking about creating new value for customers using digital technology. And so the question is this, how do you really make your agency future fit in this age that we find ourselves? For me, I actually think there are actually four key pillars. Number one, there has to be a lot of the transformation in your agency as an organization itself. Number two, the culture has to change. Number three, the people, you have to look into that pillar, and then the customer experience. All of them, as you've seen in the presentation, are enabled by the digital environment that we find ourselves in. So without speaking too much, I had the conversation with Dr. Ken and with Odia. They really talked about agility, how the fact that as an agency, your mindset has to shift. You don't need to wait for every 3 years to pitch a business before you can offer value. You need to be agile, you need to be flexible, you need to be adaptable to the time, and you need to move fast. And I want to bring our attention to Facebook. Facebook has what they call 5 core values that guide their business. And one of them is move fast. So what Facebook does is that if they have an idea, they literally go to market with it. Over time, they can improve on it. So you see Instagram over time, we're improving on things, but that agility to get in there first is very important. So agility, if you have an idea now, move. I remember about 7 years ago, I was driving with Basia, my director at Wild Fusion. Someone was talking about programmatic, and literally as we got there, he started thinking about trading desks. That is how fast agencies need to move. Another thing is that agencies need to collaborate. So as I listened to the conversations, by the other panelists, they were talking about creative agency, experiential agency, and foremost, even within the organization, there has to be collaboration, regardless of whether you're planning, you're buying, you're an engineer, you're a developer, there needs to be that. Now, what does that do? That silo mentality is broken, right? What does silo mentality mean? It means that I keep my skill to myself. and it's for my units, it's for my own clients, without actually working together. Also, you need to partner externally. There's no reason why a programmatic supplier cannot partner with, out-of-home providers to be able to buy ads digitally at the moment. But everyone wants to eat the cake on their own. So it's very important, because in that kind of collaboration, new value creation can be created. And so these are 10 areas where you can actually, kind of digitalize your organization. I'm not going to touch on it too much, but I'll just touch on only one, which is brand. In media perspective, we've always been known as a full service, media buying and planning agency. But as we began to service customers and their needs that came up, we realized that we were more than this. There was a bit of a disconnect with what we had branded ourselves at initially and where we were. And so we actually had to take time to kind of recount what our offering and what our business represented. And I think at the time we said we were a digital first solutioning company. And now what does that mean? Since we're a digital first solution company, we need to be, no longer there, they need to be the one who starts to do programmatic TV buy, programmatic radio buy. They need to lead the industry with digital solutioning. So it doesn't matter whether it's PR, digital as an enabler, and they're using it in terms of marketing communications. The second one is culture. A lot of agency people, one of their frustration is that you worked on a document, you come up with a great idea, and you present it to the client, and the client says no, right? So what they find is that usually they don't really have the freedom to express themselves. And so it's very important that the agency actually gives them room to express this, openness, curiosity, and as they digitalize. Now, it's very important. I was in an agency, there was an organization that was going through digital transformation, and I did not understand it. Why? Because I wasn't carried along. So the leadership of organizations needs to ensure that they carry along everyone, and they lead and set that examples. And I think agencies need to remember that the median age in Nigeria is 18. Meaning that in a few years, all the workforce will be majority millennials. Where are the millennials today? They're protesting, right? All right, so why are they protesting? Because generally I find that they want meaningful work. Yeah, money is good, but money can only keep me somewhere for a period of time. They want meaningful work. And so the culture of the organization has to be one that has a clear vision to give these guys true meaning, and has to provide, the right conditions for them to join and remain in the organization. I'll give you an example of what we did internally in Fidelity Bank, even if we're not an agency. So Fidelity Bank is on a 5-year digital transformation journey, and we're in year 3. And earlier in the year, we decided, okay, let's ensure that, we're a nationwide organization, we have thousands of employees. We need to ensure that they understood what our digital transformation journey was. So what we did is that we did some culture quiz. And after doing, we thought, okay, people kind of fairly understand it, but they don't understand it very well. So we came up with this initiative called Think and Pitch. And the idea was to get employees, regardless of your grade, regardless of your division, to pitch a digital solution that actually saves costs for the organization or increases revenue. And the entire process was digitalized. We cannot be going through a digital transformation and they say, you can come and do it in my office. So you had to do a 2-minute video with your initiative, upload it in our internal social network, and then there were panels, reviewer stages. Now, what am I trying to say? This initiative was led by our managing director. He was there, he spoke at it. Everything from the scoring was done digitally. And so you need to just come up with initiatives that would work for you. I was going to show the video from it, but I realized that we had some initiatives, so no one else goes and presents it outside of this, so hence why. But it was a really good initiative that literally brought home our digital transformation journey. So you have people from all over the world that became, finalists, all over Nigeria that became finalists. So I want to just read some quotes from a culture perspective that I think really emphasize this. The first one says, it's much easier for family businesses to create a strong corporate culture. That culture begins with the owner family itself, centers on the individual, and enables employees to feel as if they're part of the family. So again, it's up to the leaders of the organization to ensure that they're actually just kind of leading the culture. there cannot be any dissonance. And the second one just talks about self-motivation of employees is a critical ingredient. The role of management is to prevent demotivation by eliminating obstacles and addressing resource deficits so that targets can be achieved. So a lot rests on the leadership in defining the culture, leading it by example. So the third one is the people. Now, two key things for sustainability, no matter the kind of technology you have, is people and culture. Very important. As we begin to interview people who will be part of our organization, we can't be saying again, oh, please tell me your experience. What course did you study? If you look at organizations like Amazon, Google, Facebook, they have something called the STAR method. And the STAR recruitment method is really to identify, is this person self-motivated? How curious are they? How contemporary is their personality? You know, what level of digital skills, you know? So I would just tell organizations, as you recruit people, begin to spot these traits that are, you know, very future oriented, I will say. And then we need to also realize that, see, as an organization, you already have people there. Not all your employees will want to go on the journey with you. We already have issues where people feel like there's a blurry line between my work life and private life. At any time, someone can send me a WhatsApp at 11 p.m. and they expect me to actually act on it. So you need to realize that not everyone will be able to kind of want to see the digitalized change, but it's ultimately up to your team as you define your organization, your culture, to decide what the right mix should be. But generally, there are two types of people every agency needs. Number one, people who are hungry to move the agency forward. The second level of people are people who will ensure compliance and keep the business intact. So for example, someone comes up with a very creative idea. You need those second people to say, okay, APCON will not approve this, you know, so we don't get fined, you know, we're in compliance. So I find that those two sets of people kind of work best. Nevertheless, every organization needs to adopt a lifelong learning approach. Very important. So if we're digitalized, do we have a portal, a platform where regardless of location, department, people can actually share ideas? Is there continuous training? Is there cross-departmental training? Very, very important to think about. So the people points is very important. And then the next one is really what now begins to move into the meat of the discussion today, which is customer experience. And the first thing I did was to actually give a client's perspective to the end users, right? A lot of time when organizations, agencies think about customers, they first think of their clients. Well, making me happy, calling me on my birthday, sending me flowers, really is not going to solve the pressure I have. I have a lot of pressure. Number one is marketing, as you know, it has changed. They expect you to do a lot of product innovation. They expect you to bring revenues. They expect you to be able to ensure the customer journey is smooth. So as a result, generally on the client side, and I'm starting with the client side, so the problem, and then I'll go to the solution, is that customer experience on the client side generally has now become a business approach. It's not just making your client, your customers happy or giving them multiple pleasure experiences, but ensuring that in everything they do, they're at the center of what you do. And it means that we all have a clear customer vision. All right, and that's one thing that a lot of client-side organizations need to deal with. So I'll give an example for me. If an agency comes, I get a lot of time saying that, you can come and put a banner on my website. What value does that bring to me if I just put a banner on your website, you know? Now, what are my challenges in the bank now? I'll give an example. If you go to the ATM, you put in a card, you use your card. You go into Spa, you use your card. You want to buy airtime, you use your USSD. What else do you want to do? You use my internet banking, you know, you use my chatbots. Now, my customers are in multiple touch points doing so many things. I have a lot of data about them. But one of my challenges is actually harnessing that data to be able to deliver such a personalized customer experience. So rather than agency just come and say, oh, you can, you know, It's October 1st. One thing that will be good for you to do is ask your consumer digital to sing a 2 minute national anthem and you reward them. I mean, that's like digital marketing from 7 years ago. A lot of businesses want, data-driven solutions, tech-driven solutions, and that's how, digital or agencies need to be thinking, digital or not. And so delivering and linking that customer value chain is very important. Whether the person comes on my website, whether the person comes on my, call center, I need to be able to link that experience. So as I'm highlighting the experience as a digital marketing agency in quotes, what solution can you bring? Telling me you can buy me Google Ads is not a solution for me at this point. And so, like I said, there's a lot of data. We need to analyze it. We need to get enough insight to be able to deliver experiences. Now, so how should the agency resolve this? Now, agencies need to get close to their end customers. Do not necessarily wait for your brand to deliver all the data for you. Get very close to the end customers, and tech platforms like Opera, where OT works, is a little bit easier for them because they have a lot of data. But end customers should be seen not as consumers who have purchasing power, but as citizens that we literally need to ensure their welfare, their well-being. We need to make sure they're happy. Another thing is that agency must broaden their skills. Just telling me you have engineers, what are the engineers doing? Do you really understand digital transformation? Digital transformation from industry varies, So it means that you need to start looking at beyond just housing the normal online and analytics expert, content specialists. Do you have people who are data scientists to really give me insight from the data analytics? Are you able to give me product innovation? That way, I don't need to wait for the biggest spender in Nigeria to pitch the brand in 3 years. I can actually come with, digitalized solutions that would even probably fetch me more money than even the biggest spenders media budget in Nigeria. Do you understand experience design? So agencies really, really, really need, I cannot overemphasize how they really need to broaden, their skills. What I see a lot of, and I think is only at the top of my mind, very few agencies, but I'll use Terragon as an example. Terragon started as a digital marketing agency. And now I would say they've morphed into a tech agency. They offer so many solutions beyond just programmatic buying. They have this customer data platform, which I'm going to talk a little bit about just to end this segment. So this is a tease. There's a lot of buzzword. I remember one time it was data management platform, but in the last 12 to 18 months, there's been a lot of talk about customer data platform. And so as I go into the fourth pillar, which is literally around the digital environment, just a few things I've noted from agencies. What I find is that yes, agencies understand how digital technologies are important and how they underpin things like the organizational structure, the culture, the people, the experiences they give customers. But I find that a lot of them don't have the right digital infrastructure to be able to deliver this new digital experience in this age that we're in. Another thing I find is that a lot of them don't know how to even go about it. And sometimes it's okay to actually ask for help. I don't try to be everything. If you're a parent, you need to be a teacher, you need to be a cook. I don't have the patience to teach my kids, but where I can actually employ the professional to do that. For us as an organization, when we wanted to go on our digital transformation journey, even if we're not an agency, we had to get in experts. The thing about the experts is that they don't know your industry as well as you do, but they're able to guide you to the journey. And I think we worked with KPMG, Ernst & Young, different things in different consulting agencies to make this happen. So just some facts to just reiterate, customers, both clients and your end users are more informed and they're smarter now, all right? You need to start looking for new revenue lines. You need to, and how to kind of serve them better. Another thing is, regardless of what role you play in the agency, even if it's human resources, I already explained how, recruitment is very important. You need to kind of rethink your role and how it fits into this digitalized, post-digital world that we find ourselves. And another thing is that digitalization will be different for different industries. So just to end this segment, I explained to you what my challenge is. My challenge is I have a lot of data, but I don't know how to harness it and actually bring insights. And so in doing my research, I've come across something called the Customer Data Platform. And this is my solution. Now, I'm not saying this is the only digital technology that agencies can look into, but from a client perspective, this is a solution I am looking into. And it's called the Customer Data Platform. What does it do? It's a platform that allows you to be able to pull data from so many sources, whether it's your email service provider, your CRM, your marketing tech, your ad tech, your website, wherever, it's able to pull it in. Now, what it does is that it pulls in that data, it unifies it, and begins to bring individualized insights for your customers. Now, let me give you a practical example. What this can do, and what a kind of case study, a fictional case study for Walmart that I read. If just assume I'm a lady, I go into the supermarket and I do my monthly shopping. And excuse me for the example I'm using, but every month that I go in, I actually buy a sanitary towel. And I've been doing that, I do that monthly, I've been doing that maybe for 3 years. All of a sudden, the system is able to say, okay, Ose didn't buy sanitary pad last month, this month, and she didn't do any bulk shopping, and she has still been shopping. Everything else has been cost done. The system has said, oh, perhaps Ose is actually pregnant, right? And then offer her, offers for mother care, and stuff, right? That's how smart the system is. So I've just given an example here of how it segments you, and then after segmenting you, it actually individualizes you. Those are some brands, but like I said, there's a local brand. Now, I'm not going to tell anyone to jump into getting this. I haven't even gotten it, it costs a lot of money. But, because there are things like, what is your customer experience strategy? What's your data strategy? Do you have the right team to be able to deliver this? And then what is your change management process? There's so many things, but I just wanted to bring it as a technology that I'm looking at. And so it has a lot of benefits. One, I can see the customer 360. I can actually anticipate a lot of greater loyalty. So I go to Spa every month, you give me some kind of coupon to spend. Tesco does it a lot, in terms of loyalty. Is able to give me technology competitive advantage. Remember that I said just using digital technologies doesn't necessarily mean that. That's a differentiation, a differentiative advantage for you. And then you're able to see the big picture, because I'm not only measuring how much revenue has they brought to the bank, but I'm measuring everything in between. What is your experience within the different, pillars that lead to the end result? And so in summary, okay, yes, it's very important as we're in the post-digital era for agencies to become digitalized, but it's very important that they develop a digital change management system. Very, very important. We usually just take this for granted. Someone just comes with a really good idea and it can be really good, but you're working with so many people and you don't actually manage how we apply to the people, your system, your processes, your culture. So it's very important that you have that one. Another thing is come up with, initiatives that kind of shape, your desired digital culture. And I gave an example of one that we did in-house. Be very particular of how you recruit, how you train, how you retain. It should be reflective. This process should be reflective of the dynamic post-digital age that we find ourselves. And you need to really focus on delivering transformative customer experience. So don't wait for a brief for you to understand what my needs are. Don't wait for a pitch. Follow the industry, be close to the customers. Customers are more than a bullseye. They're more than, Ose, she is 35 to 40, she lives in Maryland. There's more to me than that. And that's why that individualized, experience is very important. And, leverage technologies that would, encompass everything that your brand offers to be able to have, a transformative experience. So that's it. Thank you so much. And then I'll hand over and just ask some questions to my panelists. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ose. Before you, one, please, before you, you had mentioned earlier that you thought Elo was going to be on the panel, so I'm bringing up Elo.
Great.
Now, so Elo is the founder and CEO, Terragon Group. Elo is an entrepreneur who has worked in mobile and digital media on the African continent for over 15 years. He has gained valuable experience in different countries, including Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire. He was part of the founding team that grew a mobile technology startup and took it public in Nigeria. Elo has consulted widely for various organizations in the telecommunications and banking sectors, including the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation, IFC, on development of rural telephony initiatives, mobile payments in West Africa, and development of new products. Elo is passionate about leveraging the unique ways Africans use the mobile devices to intelligently connect brands to their customers. He holds a global executive MBA from IESC Business School, where he graduated as the best student of his class and made the IESC Business School Under 40 Entrepreneurs list in 2017. He has been in founding and leadership roles with the Mobile Marketing Association, Nigeria, and the Internet Advertising Bureau, IAB, West Africa. Through his passion and drive, he founded Africa's leading data and marketing technology business, Terragon Group. The business serves various multinationals and local brands with offices in leading commercial cities across Africa, including Nairobi, Accra, Johannesburg. The company's headquarters in Lagos. Terragon also has its research and development team in Bangalore, India. Welcome, Elo, and thank you for joining us.
Great, welcome, Elo.
Thank you very much, Tolu. Thank you also. Hi, OT.
Great.
Hi, Elo. Welcome.
Hi, Elo. Welcome.
Good to you now, also.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Tolu. So yes, like I said, I just gave that presentation as a foundation, but I want to start by asking a question. So there's a trend that's happening now. From the client side, from the tech side, when they want to hire digital talent, they literally go to the agencies, right? So we find that the talent in the digital agencies are depleting. And so based on this and based on how in the post-digital age, we've already established that there should be a lot of agility. Should brands now house, their digital skills? Do you think that they should do that? Or should it be, left external as we see mostly? I think I'll just start by asking, I'll start with Oti.
This question is settled. So I mean, this is a conversation I've had over and over again, and I will totally say that there is room and there is need for the agency, right? In the sense that brands are out there to make great products, provide great services, and focus on delivering these to the consumers. So more often than not, marketing plays the role of a support function to the core product or service delivery. And as such, they would rather go for people who have the expertise in that area, which typically you will find brands leaning towards specialist agencies with broad competencies and all that. Now, when you look at digitally driven environments, you realize that the investment it takes to have a full-scale, fully functional, digitally driven agency in-house can be quite heavy, right? It may be more beneficial to work with an agency that has all the competencies working with similar clients or businesses with similar problems and have built that capability, right? So sometimes it might be very tempting, or I want to pick out some few sharp guys from the agency. You just go in and stifle these guys on the brand side because they are frustrated with a lot of the bureaucracies and roadblocks that they would deal with on the brand side compared to the agency side, where they are more creative, they can explore and do all sorts of things, right? So I would say it's a topic that needs to be looked into carefully when businesses are making that decision, and it also goes industry by industry. So if you're a very performance-oriented business like banking, for example, by all means have an in-house team, right? And then when you start to think of your broader comms campaigns and experiential stuff and everything, then you can work with agencies. But if performance is a key part, so finance, betting, e-commerce, you cannot ship that out to an agency, right? There's a whole lot that goes into it. So I would say for performance-driven organizations, definitely have that. And even when you go into FMCGs and stuff, as you start to do more personalized customer type experiences, you build those competencies, but it doesn't negate the fact that you need agencies for your thematic campaigns and all the other things, because you need a bouquet of ideas to keep the ship going. So it's a fine balance you need to find depending on your industry category.
Great, thank you so much, Oti. I'll pass on that question to Daya. I'll just get every panelist to kind of answer it before we move on to another question. So Daya, over to you.
All right, thanks, Ose. And so, yeah, so Oti was the first to take a strike at that. So you are pretty bang on. You know, it's a hybrid approach, really, that will help to deliver that very high level optimal, you know, achievement for a brand. So why do I say that? So first of all, on the what we call the client side, right, which is the business side, right? It's inevitable. You have to make sure there's a lot of digital competency, digital capability within your own organization. Why? Because you have people dealing with brands, markets, trade, everything. So you can't also restrict them from. In fact, you must make sure that they are also digital capable. On different levels. You're talking about data scientists. I mean, some companies like PZ have data scientists, within, the organization, right? However, there are certain competencies that naturally thrive within an agency, environment, right? And short of, trying to set up your own agency, right? There's just some things that, yeah, when you bring in 1, 2, 3, 4 guys, say, okay, I want to bring in a web designer, this and that and that. And I just want to have them doing basic digital marketing. A couple of years ago, I used to talk about traditional digital marketing, which was, be on social, do display, those kind of stuff, right? So if you just want to get, people to come and do those kind of things, you don't need that. You need to rather let your agencies, deepen their own, experience, their own value that they can create. So I think it's a hybrid. And like Oti also said, different categories, different sectors, may require a higher level of what they need to have in-house, right? And guess what? FMCGs now also have to do quite a bit of performance marketing. Why? Because you have to make sure that every single thing you're spending, because we're really, really affected by COVID and all of this. You have to make sure everything you're doing is really helping you with conversion. So what also shared earlier about CDP, those are the kind of things that we're actively looking into, because there's no point. You don't shoot with the what they call it the shakabula those days, something just spray and then you're just hoping to just get. You have to be more targeted, much more, and then that consumer journey has to be clearer. So there are competencies that must reside in-house, digital competencies across the marketing and even beyond the marketing chain. So you have to have people thinking about digital across supply chain, commercial, marketing. You can't also restrict it to people in marketing. However, there are some things that the agencies will do very well. But note, like also did in a very extensive presentation, there's a need for agencies to also consciously accelerate their own learning curve, right? How they deliberately learn to collaborate with partners beyond the traditional, digital sources. How to work with people like the Terragons, the Operas, how they open up, because sometimes the agencies sometimes feel, oh, these guys are going to take my, reduce my margin and stuff like that. But guess what? The client is looking for extra value, superior value, and is thinking about a year down the line, not just today. So how do we begin to prepare? So let me kind of add that for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think you've both kind of said it well. I think, and before I kind of pass it on, I think one of the two things, that I feel might be a gap with most in digital agencies at the moment. Number one is agility, especially in a place like, when I first got into the bank, there was just basic creative I need. There was downtime. Once there's downtime, it's a bank. All hell breaks loose. No one cares whether it's 2 a.m. in the morning. No one really cares if it's Sunday or Saturday. It has to be done. And then I realized that, more and more when I needed that speed, I couldn't find it. So it made more sense for me to kind of, house some skills in-house. And then for someone who has worked in the agency, there's always that restlessness where it's just, you kind of bring your agency mentality to your new environment. I don't see myself as a banker. I would never see myself as a banker. So, and I also want to further my career. So there's also that, how do we kind of strike the balance? So I feel like we've talked a lot on that. I'll just come up with a new question. So should there be standalone agencies, right? In starting the presentation, one thing we said is that digital at the moment is not literally a differentiating factor. And so I want to ask, should we still be saying PR, digital, media? Do we need to still have that level of differentiation when we're saying that we're trying to deliver holistic experiences to our customers? So I will start with Elo for that one.
Also, thank you. Hi guys. So what is the question? Do we still need to have agencies that focus on
differentiated by activities,
creativity,
creative agency, PR?
Difficult question, but I think that the answer is it depends. I think everything will still continue to have its niche and its role to play in the value creation process.
Okay.
But the reality is that the guy who drives creative, who is also the guy who's a specialist will continue to remain a specialist. But channels is what you need to think about a little bit differently. So how do you, if you're a creative mind, how are you thinking creatively and maximizing a channel like digital? Or if you're a creative, if you're a PR person, how are you driving communication and leveraging traditional media? Is traditional media going to die in its entirety? No, it's not. I think it's going to remain a part of what we do, but there's just going to be digital infusions across everything. So I think specializations will remain. I think they're going to continue to be creative directors, but I think creative directors will now start to think about, creative directors will not be thinking billboard as the only channel, or creative directors will not be thinking about the TV ad. Creative directors will be thinking about the first 10 seconds of a video. How do I capture the attention irrespective of medium? So that is a different sort of creativity than singing a song, which is a Nigerian type of creativity, right? Nigeria's own creativity is mostly driven by song. So if the beat of your song doesn't catch after 10 minutes, after 10 seconds, then the chances of it working on mobile is very, very is very limited. So I think specializations are there, but we need to continue to morph. We need to continue to evolve. Those who stay stagnant at the times would also go with that time, and those who evolve with their specializations will continue to remain relevant. And the years of experience also would be something that is very valuable and useful to those people. I think it's something that for a business like Terragon also we have kind of like put in our own DNA. This is our third evolution as a business, and yeah, it's tough, but it's also something that you need to go with the times. Everything is technology driving what we're doing. I hope that helped. Thank you.
Super great. So Elo has said that, okay, there'll still be, specialization, which I agree in terms of skills, but we need to rethink, the channels of deployment. So I'll go to Duchess. Same question. Should we still have, standalone, agencies like PR agencies, media agencies? What's your point of view on the subject?
Good day, everyone. For me, I believe agencies can have specializations, but combine other things that they don't have strength in. So marketing or media as it is changing, and the rate of change is quite fast. And you can't say you're going to have all of them in one house. There are agencies that have core strengths in certain aspects, and then they cooperate with other ones on the other aspect that they don't have core strength. For example, right now, due to the COVID, the digital agencies seem to be doing fine, but that doesn't mean that the experiential and outdoor has died. No, they don't die. They're only going to evolve. And some of the agencies on that aspect that quickly evolve by either cooperating or innovating better ways of doing things will still remain in their aspect. And businesses, just like the brands, don't have one phase aspect of marketing. They're either doing outdoor, or they're doing indoors, or they're doing digital, or they're doing a combination of others. I don't think you're going to be the best in any of such. You're just going to be best in one aspect, and then you're going to cooperate in the other. And another thing is that while you are concentrating on one aspect, make sure you have a key partner that you work with on the aspect that you have shortfalls. That we've cooperated with a number of, we're not really on the agency side, we're on the platform side, but we cooperate with agencies, and most of the things, you see the agencies delivering some of the values we've created, but not in our name, but using that technology to create wonderful and fantastic value propositions to their customers. And if they had said, hey, I don't want to cooperate, or I don't want to share with anybody, probably one day another person takes a better offer and takes to that customer and you lose the business. But when you see that, okay, we want to deliver something around 360 to this customer, and we believe we don't have capacities in this aspect, then you do it. Then another thing is look at, can you actually innovate quickly and move from one aspect to another? So if you can, fine. So there are a number of agencies that started one, probably offline, and then over time they moved online and they become creative agencies, or they add PR. But the speed at which you do that will also help you. So you don't have to just stay in one place and say, okay, I am known for this, and over the years I've built a pedigree in this. No, companies like IBM and other companies were already there before Google and Facebook came up. And if you didn't, and who are the biggest companies in the world today? They are the companies that have moved fast, not the companies that have sticked to what they know or what they've been doing for the past 50 years.
Great. Okay, thank you. I think for me, the reason why I asked that question, I don't know if Oti or Daya wants to add to it, is, you know, when you think about a digital agency, right, you kind of have the bits of every kind of skill in it. Digital will do PR. So I remember there was a few years ago when I worked in an agency, and this personality was going to get some investors, but there was some terrible news online about him, and we needed to get it out. We took it out. We didn't think, oh, we're a digital marketing agency, let's go to PR. We literally deployed strategies to get, you know, the bad press as down the bottom, you know, as possible. You know, that's one. Also creative. When I'm thinking creative, I mean, we come up with ideas. We're not necessarily thinking, you know, for TV. Is this how is, you know, let's just stick to social media. An idea is an idea. It's how you now deploy it that matters. And that was why I asked that question. But it kind of leads me to my next question. In terms of the structure as at 2020 moving forward in the post-digital age, what should, you know, the structure of a digital team kind of be made up of in terms of skill sets, you know, or, you know, how should it be structured? So I'll go to kind of Oti for that.
Thank you very much, Jose. I think I'll answer that in a very practical way, right? Is to look at our current reality, right? It's safe to say oh, we're going into the post-digital age, borrow some key concepts from the likes of Accenture to say, oh, there's the evolution of the dark power and stuff like that. Let's not kid ourselves. We need to be realistic with our market, right? How much of blockchain and artificial intelligence, extended reality and quantum computing is our reality today in this market, right? So we can't move faster than what is available to us as businesses and to the consumers as well. So I would imagine someone like Elo will have his own story to share, moving into certain companies to say, we want to deploy a CDP for you. And because the business is looking for their customer data to start with first before even putting it together into a warehouse, right? You just have information sitting all over the place. So you end up restructuring businesses. So it's a case of given our current realities and bearing in mind that when we talk about digital agencies, we need to really shift from digital agencies as part of the marketing communications process to as part of the business and actual marketing function itself, right? So you need to think of the digital agency as your partner at product development level, at place. If I look at the 4 Ps, at product, pricing, place, promotions, all of them, that is where you need the digital agency for. So if the digital agency wants to position itself as that type of partner, then it needs to evolve beyond just comms. It's that idea of we're a digital marketing agency for comms. That's why you go there and there are 6 social media managers and 1 mid-level software developer in a digital agency to start with, right? It beats the purpose. If you look at the big agencies, the digital arm of big agencies are actually more of software companies than just agencies, right? Because when you strip out creative, which any department can do, PRO guys can come up with creative strategies. Out of traditional, everybody can come up with creative strategies, right? And communicate stuff. But the core thing is, how are you positioning the business so that you can have a big impact in the digital transformation of your customer? So I would say there needs to be a fine balance between your software engineers that would develop digital solutions for your clients, your data scientists that would read deeper meaning into the data that sits all over the place with your clients and make sense of that to help with product development, market fit, and then enhance the personalized communication process, right? And then scale down on all that investment in social media guys and stuff, because all those things can be automated, right? The part you might struggle to automate, maybe the creative guys, right? But in most cases, these guys are shared resources, right? There's no point hiring a very expensive creative director and putting in a digital agency. You're wasting the guy's talent, to be honest, right? Because more often than not, he would not be able to fully exploit himself. So I'd say I break it into 3: heavy at the top, be on the software side of things, be on the data side of things, and then move further into the other standard services around. Yeah, and then creativity. Before you start thinking of the executioners, like your social media managers and everything, because those ones are easily going to get disrupted anyways. Agencies are building software that disrupt themselves for those support services, I would call them. So I think they need to find that balance. And then we must look at this thing from I always like to look at it from the 4 Ps, right? So from a product perspective, are you building a team that will be able to go to your clients, sit down and say, let us take your products and repurpose them for digital consumption? Are there people on your team that can actually think and implement that on behalf of your clients? When you look at pricing, do you have strategic thinkers in your agency, business thinkers that can actually take a brief and look at the business from its own business perspective, not go straight into comms, right? How are you actually positioned to impact the bottom line of your customer, right? Because more often than not, take out the CEO, nobody else is thinking business in an agency. Everybody is thinking tactical, creative execution and stuff like that, right? So you need to have more account directors or account managers who are very business oriented that can think in sync with the clients that they're working with to effect things. So are you creating price bundles and attractive offers that can be offered digitally? You need people with those skill sets internally as well. And then when you look at place, right? Which sort of ties into products. So are they creating experiences on different digital platforms? This is where your software engineers come in and the likes. This is where your data engineers come in to be able to glean all the information that you're getting from this experience and turn them into meaningful insights. So I'll just say, and then it comes to promotion as well. This is one aspect that is heavily ignored, right? When people think promotions, you're usually thinking offline, right? But I've seen that digital agencies are in the best position to build consumer promotion solutions for businesses that would actually be more scalable. So today, you still have experiential agencies and all that delivering promotional strategies, which is why some brands are still sending people to redemption centers to claim 200 Naira or 1,000 Naira worth of prices, and it will cost you 500 Naira to get there, right? That's because they probably have a digital agency that's not well positioned to help design those experiences. And there's been a lot of talk about what design thinking and stuff like that, but it cuts across. At digital level, that's where it really should start. So people in digital agencies should be able to help their customers think about experiences from a digital first perspective, because you are dealing with customers who would more and more become digitally enabled.
It's so fast. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's the kind of weighting I would put when it comes to talent distribution within an agency.
Great. I don't know if Elu wants to add to that, because he's run like, you know, data media, data agency, tech company. So it'd be great if he has any kind of addition.
Sure, sir. I think that we'll come down to the economics. I think OT set me up for this one. It is one thing to have the stack, as OT has captured it, which is absolutely spot on, and I think is the way to go. But when we look at it culturally, the supply side of talent beyond product into data, into technology, into software is quite limited. And with that limiting factor, the demand and supply starts to become something else. Then on the client side, you have the same concerns. Clients typically will want to do fantastic things. They ask for all sorts of things. When you bring the bill to them and tell them, oh, this is what it means, this is what it costs, they'll say, let's keep that one for Q4. By the time August comes, they'll tell you, it looks like they're going to cut the budget. These are the realities of the times, right? But you have those people, they're a fixed cost, right? So from an agency perspective, you have a retainer that that can barely pay for that entire thing. So I think we need to look at it from culture. I think you spent quite a bit of time talking about it in your presentation. And that culture cannot be insular within the organizations. That culture needs to come out. It needs to evoke some deep thinking across the value chain, that is the industry value chain. A brand, what am I demanding from my agency from the beginning, before I run a pitch, right? And how much am I willing to pay? And the agencies, on the other hand, need to think through, what am I offering? Agencies, I think, must start to offer beyond, like what you said, must start to offer beyond the creatives of it, must start to offer beyond the tactical executions, the ideas. It goes beyond going to the client environment and taking a notebook and writing down a whole bunch of ideas and going to execute. It goes beyond that now. So that cultural review, or those kind of changes, those are the conversations that need to be had in the industry. And I think that is what will deepen innovation. Through that deepening of innovation, spend will start to go up. We've been doing digital for 10 years in Nigeria. What is the percentage of digital spend per brand? It is under 20%.
Thank you.
People talk about 30%, people talk about all these numbers, but at the heart of it is under 20%. You know, the average will be about 20%, and that's being very generous. But what is driving this? There's an industry cultural issue. If somebody who is a CMO doesn't understand this whole thing of digital, then the person is not going to allocate his resources to it. He will allocate his resources in the stuff that he understands. And how is he going to understand it? There needs to be a whole bunch of people educating him. You take NSAS. We've all come out. We're now shouting that this place needs to get better. The government cannot no longer act like they are not hearing. That's the same thing in the industry. Digital, everybody has mobile, everybody has this stuff. But if it's just 1, 2, 3 people talking, then nobody's going to listen to them. So we need to educate the ecosystem. Educating the ecosystem comes from digital being equipped, digital agencies or digital companies, technology companies being equipped to do that education. Yeah, that is just the addition.
Great. So just based on, that kind of the budget and spend that Elu touched on, I remember on the digital side, there was this particular client.
I'd like to add something to that. So let me drive you back a little bit. I'd like to add something to that. So this is a discussion that has been looking for who's going to bring the cat out of the bag. The truth is that there's a threat on agency business. And that threat is innovative threat. So instead of the agencies to think about ways of being software or solution providers, just as Oti has talked about, you see agencies trying to grapple for, lobby for budget and all those things. Those are not the aspect agencies should be focusing on. Agencies should be focusing on building solutions. And if they haven't built solutions, sooner or later, it's going to happen. You've said it that some brands are taking things in-house. Why are they taking things in-house? Because you can cut agency retainers and then run those things in-house. But those agencies have built capacities around themselves and have built solutions that are not easy to replicate, then the brands will have to revert to them. But in the absence of that, so if we keep on saying, hey, I own this brand and I have an agreement with them, or I know somebody here, that's bullshit. Technology has scattered all those things. In fact, COVID has even put more pressure on the person who is presenting in that brand place, that the person cannot even categorically state that you will get the budget. But what the person would want is that the management is looking for something new. The management is looking for increments. The management has probably got hold of data and they are compared with their competitors somewhere else. And they'll be questioning, why are we spending money on this project and we're not seeing the results? So how do we make it work? And probably somebody is providing that solution across the sea, and then it moves. So agencies need to look at that okay, we have known strategy, we know media buying, we know this things. But what's more than that? The primary thing is acquiring customers. Why don't you do something bigger than that? And then you get the brands always pursuing you.
Also, I think the thing here is basically the need for leadership from two sides. One from the client side and also from the agency side. So the leadership from the agency side has to do with deliberately becoming a learning organization. And when you start to learn and you're able to learn at pace and sometimes even ahead of your client, because you're actively studying, scanning, understanding what is important. Like Doche said, it's about business performance, right? Or conversions or getting more customers. How do you help me? You have to also be able to think ahead for me. One of the agencies that I work with, Third Floor, they I mean, not just them anyway, but you find that these guys are very deliberate with the kind of resourcing strategy that they have. And they also are carried along to understand what is the strategic vision that you have, right? And then they can begin to look at how they're going to resource. Because like Elo said, there's economics that comes to play in this thing, right? You know, when you were asking a question about structure, you know, yes, you want to have all those very, you know, awesome guys, but, you know, the bread to pay them is going to be also there. So sometimes you find some agencies are able to do a project-based approach with those kind of resources, but it's well understood with the, you know, with the client, and you plan it. And then if you see that this client is going to be on a consistent basis, begin to move in that direction, then you can say, you know what, let's renegotiate, you know, the retainer or whatever it is, right? You know, so being a learning organization is key. You know, the agency has to, like you said, also, don't wait for every new brief. You know, scan the environment, understand my business as well, right? And then begin to profile and think with me. You know, not all clients will say, no, we can't increase, you know, spend, but on what and for what purpose? You know, that's, you know, those are the questions that have to be answered. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Very the contribution. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, so this just keeps coming to me before you move on. I think one of the things we really overlook, and it's a missed opportunity for agencies, is digital agencies have the unique advantage of being product developers, right? So there's something I learned from working with Opera. If you're building any tool that we would use in-house, if it cannot be sold for a subscription to clients or anything, don't build it, right? There's no point wasting resources to build it. So if agencies keep thinking about who is the next client that's going to fund our next project, such that we would use their campaign to do research or do whatever, but our objective really is to build another great product in the market that we can commercialize for the industry. A lot of the social media tools today, a lot of the analytics tools today were built by agency guys. They were trying to solve internal problems or problems for clients. Absolutely. And they ended up building products for markets. One big phenomenon in the UK is comparison websites. They are now the biggest drivers for financial contribution in the UK and in the US. These were built by agencies, to be honest, right? So there's a whole lot that agencies need to think beyond just trying to feed up the client and using that as the basis for building a team. You see what I mean? They can definitely look beyond that. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Oti. I just want to touch upon something that Elo kind of mentioned when he talked about culture. I think also, I find that agencies sometimes sell themselves short. I think they sell themselves short because the value they bring also is very questionable. So I give an example. There's this client when I was on the agency side, we had worked on, he was like, revise this, revise this, revise this. After we were taking 6 months to pitch the accounts, you know, I finally got it. Now told us for the year, your budget was 5 million. We literally rejected that. We said, no, we're not going to work with you because you had, I mean, especially when it's a client that would add insult and all of that. So I think one of the reasons why, you know, digital is not getting the spend, because when we enter the market, the thing we kept on saying is that, oh, it's a cheaper option, it's cheap. So if you're cheap, why are you asking me to spend more money? But thank God for COVID, thank God for, you know, the kind of, you know, time that we find ourselves. I think more than ever, digital has the advantage. I mean, as a brand particularly, I see our spend going like a 60-40, you know, 60 for digital and maybe 40 for traditional, because all our projects are products are being digitalized. And why would I be putting, you know, digital products mainly on traditional platform? It doesn't even make any sense to me, I would say. So I think the future of digital is very bright. Yeah, I think we should keep it going. I can bet you, check any of the clients, you'll see that swap in terms of budget. But as an organization, an agency, define your cultures. These are the kind of brands I need to work with, you know, and, you know, make sure you're clear on who your client vision is. So just a final, I think we've really spent a lot of time, but I'm going to say and ask a final question. Oye is now here with us. Oye, welcome on board. I can't remember who mentioned it earlier. Hi, Oye. When I was on the agency side, and I will confess, is if Twin Pine had come and said, oh, you can use my platform, I'm like, you want me to be giving you my budget so you can be better than me? You have more data than me. So I'm guilty. I apologize for that, Elo. But why how can we have better collaboration between, middlemen like tech companies like Opera, like, Terragon, should we be having a closer relationship to the client or to the agency? So I will start with Oye, since he is the new man on board.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I think the collaboration is always the best way to go. Most times you find situations whereby a lot of brands and clients don't even have enough platforms to spend money on. I remember there was a campaign I was trying to run in one of my other companies, and there are not enough platforms to even run the campaign on, and we had to do with what we had. But more and more collaboration seems to work. I thought at the time TwinPrime was a very, very novel idea, because that was collaboration at its finest. It was a bit like what Google does, right, with publishers. So it got in the biggest blogs and websites that had mobile traffic, and it was a mobile platform. I know some of the challenges. I'm sure Elo can probably say better than I can, but some of the challenges were obviously onboarding some of the bigger publishers so that they could get better reach. I think a lot of times most companies are sensitive to sharing their data. That's their information. They're sensitive to even splitting revenues. So I think there are conversations to be had that it's always good to reach a middle ground, go through the commercials. The party that's proposing should drop scenarios whereby if you go by your own on your own on this route, you tend to earn less money than if we do it together. And I think more and more once those cases are put in and justified, or even if it's just a simple proof of concept, collaboration will definitely happen. So that's it from my side.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so I will go to Dochase. Do you think that the collaboration should be more to the client side for tech companies or middlemen, or the agency side? Thank you.
I think tech companies have a role they play. Dochase, as a tech company, doesn't play the same thing that the agencies play, and the companies are at the point of execution, the point of innovation, and then at the point of data, the research, and all the weapons that agencies are going to use to execute the brand. Now, the collaboration will be on different aspects. Tech companies will collaborate with agencies to deliver a solution for brands. Agencies will collaborate with agencies to deliver a solution for the brand. And agencies will also collaborate within or even without. But where this is lacking, then you see something that is short. And the fact that maybe some of these people that should have seen themselves as collaborators start seeing themselves as threats, or one agency or one platform seeing the other person as a threat, or somebody that is going to reduce their margin or their budget. It's quite unhealthy, and not unhealthy for them, but unhealthy for the brand, because the brands probably will not get visibility, or probably will not get what they're expecting to get in that project. And the key thing is that the brand is the wife hair, or is the chick at this point, and both all the agencies are struggling or wooing that particular brand. And if there has to be a collaboration, then players should be open enough to explore that collaboration. I and OT work together on a number of things, and we still collaborate. OT, Opera is a technology company, Duchess is a technology company, and we all know our strengths, and we collaborate on a very different ways. And I expect to see that more with agencies. I expect to see that more with other players in the industry, to see that, hey, things are quite evolving and moving quite fast. And then we ask, what is new in this aspect? And how can we collaborate to get that? And what is the next frontier? And what is our gap to achieving those things? So this should form the reasons why we should collaborate instead of competing. And when brands, their taste or their expectation is changing, you also know that you have an assignment. So a few years back, probably digital would have been that you buy art space in Orange, you buy art space in Top Media, and then you delivered digital online. But now it's changed. If for a brand, if my ad is going to be on one particular spot from morning to night, then you have failed. That ad has to identify my customers first before showing that to them. I can't say that all the customers that visit that site are my customers. And that's what technologies have done. And that's because to bring that thing into place, for you to see an advert on a particular sport, a number of things have gone into place. There's a DSP that has come in, there's a platform that has come in, there's a data that has been used to make decisions, and these are on the technology side. Now, on the creative side, there has been probably cooperations between a number of agencies, creativity, the decision of the platforms to use, the decision of the type of execution. Is it going to be video? Is it going to be just display? Is it going to be rich media? Those are things that could have been this decision that would have been made at the strategy and agency level. So I think the collaboration should be from both sides.
Thank you very much. So we spent a lot of time, and so I think we've gone past our allocated time. Just to end, I will just ask each and every one of us to give parting words. Before that, I think collaboration should be both sides, from an agency and also client perspective, particularly for transparency and accountability. So from that aspect, I think, there should be, and that's what Google does. See, we're a partner as agency, but we're also client partners. That way there's no, there's no tampering of anything, and it just gives, credibility, to digital, which should, we don't get to the situation we are in with traditional, where there's always questioning, or did it air, did it not air? So I think, there should be collaboration with both parties. So on that note, I want to thank all the attendees, and I want to just give our panelists an opportunity just to give parting words, and I would start with Oye.
So, apologies first of all for coming late. But I did listen into most of the conversations. We find ourselves in a new space. Nobody knows exactly what will happen post-COVID, but one thing is for sure is that all businesses, most businesses have gone digital. So you see a lot more digital and data transformation happening in companies now. I think now is the time more than ever for digital to become bigger than it is. So digital spend obviously will become bigger and bigger year on year from now on. Collaboration is a must. When you just look at things done through retargeting, remarketing, things like that happen. In the space where I play, we collaborate all the time. I had a platform, Music Time, whereby we collaborate with artists, with licensors, content providers, and also we collaborate with the digital platforms as well. So it's a full collaboration. We collaborate with the telcos as well by getting bundle data. So collaboration is the future in digital. It's what will drive the solutions further and make better and tailored solutions, you know. So if there's a gap in your agency or your company, and you feel that by partnering with another agency or a company or a client, you can actually give a better solution to users, you know. It becomes way stronger. So those are my parting words.
Great, thank you so much, Oye. So I'll just pass the mic on to Edo.
Fantastic. Thanks, also, for putting together a fantastic panel. Well done. I've learned quite a bit today. And to everybody else and co-panelists, thanks for having me on. To the audience, we know it's virtual. It's a little bit different from what we're used to. But going into the future, it's going to be both virtual and physical. So we need to start getting used to it. I think that digital going into the future, as you said, it's should drive the direction. But what you don't know, you will be afraid of. So it's best to get into it, understand it. When you understand it more, you'll be more comfortable to explore. As you explore, the ecosystem gets even stronger. Yeah, so counting on everybody to play his own part, and we've been on it for a few years and we'll continue to be on it. Cheers, guys.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Elo. And I'll pass the mic to Dochase.
Yeah, for me, I believe digital is going to play a key role in how advertising is sold and delivered, and who are our target audience and who are our clients. So we're more like agents, both the platforms and agencies and practitioners. We are middlemen, and it's a chicken and egg thing. You have access to the market. You have access to what people are doing on the internet. I call it the eyeball economy. You understand the eyeball economy, and you have ability to influence decisions. And then you take that thing that you have to a brand and tell them, hey, I have access to 300 million people in Africa, and I can break them down into purchasing intent, and I can break them down into what they're going to do. And then the brand, like, yeah, but 300 million people is not my customer. And you say, yes, I know your customer is just a fraction of it, probably 30 million people. And we have a technology that can break down that 300 million to those purchasing intent, and then give that to you. And that is where brands are going to be putting in their money. And then another thing is that in digital, there's a lot of expectations. Like Elo said, the budget for digital is still far less than the other forms of advertising, but the expectation for the digital is about 10 times. So you spend maybe 10 million naira offline, and they just bring their results to you, and you accept that. You spend 1 million naira, you want to see how many conversions that happens. That's something that has come to digital, and it's going to be there for a long time. And we, as tech companies, have to continuously deliver that value. And it's my words to everyone that we'll continuously dig deep, we'll continuously research and bring out technologies and bring out innovations that make customers to stay, not only for businesses to acquire customers, but to also keep them.
Great. Thank you so much, Dochase. So I'll hand over to Daya for his parting words.
All right, thank you very much, Jose. And thanks to the Marketing Edge team as well, and my fellow panelists. My words will be few, really. And this is for the agencies and also for all of us, right? Because we're all trying to be consumer centric. Okay, so just a few things. One, let's learn to diversify sources of data. Sometimes, there's a lot of focus on just, specific streams, social, just only get it there. It's excellent because it can unlock a lot of things that you can actually make actionable insights. But there are other ways to think about data as well, where you can get your data, transactional data, which is financial data, because not all brands will have customers that buy something every day, every week. So if you keep looking only to social, you may miss where you can get some of these kind of things from. So diversify your sources of data. Don't be afraid to outthink the client in terms of, be more strategic. That is something that I'm sure, some of the guys in the digital agency space, will also admit that sometimes there's lack of strategic depth, within the agencies. And you need that because it's first and foremost understanding that strategy that leads to what is the tool, the platform, how do I use it, how do I use that, right? So it's good, it's key to get the data, the software engineers and things in there, but if you don't have the guys that can point the direction very well, then you just become another vendor. And that's where the threat comes in, when you appear to the client as just another vendor I can pick up, right? So don't be afraid of that. And then use the existing data, mine the data that you have. Sometimes we already have stuff that is so rich, but we have a lot of expectations that we have to accelerate into AI, into IoT, and we don't even use stuff that we have currently. So I think future fit, making your business future fit, really is about being a learning organization constantly, knowing what you can execute today, execute it very well. Right, that is important. Execute that part well. Learn from it. Learn to take those learnings from what you've done and use it to build for tomorrow. Quietly, those are things you have to do. So I think it's been a very great session here, and data, insights, creativity. Data fuels better creativity when you get the insights from it. Right? So this is just to say that we all need to keep learning. We have to keep learning. Collaborate, like Oye said. Collaborate. Agencies, don't be afraid or whatever. To talk with the operas. In fact, the expectation from the client is that agencies should be the ones bringing what they believe will help the brand achieve its objectives faster, because you are scanning the environment more. You should be scanning more. So I think it's been good sessions, and looking forward to having more of this. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And then Oti.
Thank you, sir. Big thanks to Marketing Edge and to all the attendees who have stayed up till this time. It's almost 6, and to my co-panelists here. I'm just gonna leave with 2 key messages to 2 groups of people, actually. I'm going to speak to every other player in the IMC industry, the integrated marketing communication industry. I'm going to say this: digital is not an agency, right? Digital is a competency, it's a solution, it's an approach, right? It's an attitude. In fact, it's the way. So I think we need to move away from that thinking of those digital boys have come again, or so when we say digital first, we're not saying the digital agency first. We are saying let the thinking and the solutions being preferred be digital first. That's one thing. And then my message to digital agencies, it's very simple. We complain about the share of digital spend not growing, but we need to understand that businesses would invest in marketing activities that will help them get closer to their customers and deliver products and services. We are still in a largely offline market. right? So this digital that we're talking about, how much access does it give the business really, right? For them to take a larger share of their marketing spend or whatever to throw into that, which means we are the ones responsible or that will be able to grow our share of that spend. And how do we do that? Design your agency around not just the communications part of marketing, but the 4 Ps. Influence how the product is designed, influence the place where the products are distributed, influence the way it's priced, so that consumers can access these products and services better digitally. And then there is a bigger reason for you to now communicate to these guys more digitally, which automatically increases the spend. So I'm saying, be the ones to influence how the market will grow than waiting for the spend to shift automatically. We can't do more than the market. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you all. You've all made really good points, and really appreciate. Thank you to the host, Marketing Edge. Thank you for the opportunity. I think everyone has said everything that needs to be said. I'll just round off with 2 things. Number 1, do not sell yourself short. If you're sure you're creating real value, you know, it really does my head in when they say, you haven't just put one banner on my website. I can't put a banner on your website because you're not giving me value. You know, and I'm not going to change that just because I know you. So I would just encourage us, create real value and charge for your value. You know, I mean, I see what agencies are earning, and trust me, for the value they're bringing is very questionable. So I think that if we have the right value in place, people are willing to pay, because there's a lot of pressure from us, particularly on the client side, to deliver a lot of value. So I wish you all the very best, and I'll hand over to Tolu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jose. Thank you, everyone on the digital team. It was fun, actually, with you guys, and we're ending. So sincere thanks to everyone who has made all the sessions such an experience. We had quite a lot of people, obviously, at the beginning, but you can imagine that as the sessions went on, people had to drop off more and more. So thank you so much. It's been a long day for everyone, but it's been a very fulfilling, insightful, and educating day for everyone. So thank you to everyone. Thank you first and foremost to the Marketing Edge team, to the guest speaker, our lead speakers, all the panelists, and everyone out there, everyone who dialed in to watch this. Thank you so much. But I mean, it's time is fast spent, so we won't go through a run through of anything, all the things, but there were just one or two things. So one thing is, we cannot continue to do things the way that we have always done it. It's important to realize that whatever it is that we're doing must be tangible value. We must be solving cultural tensions, and we must connect to the lived experiences of the consumer. And remember, it's no longer about trends, it's more about values, because what people care about really, really, truly doesn't change. And as regarding marketing communications, we're all in the business of influence. And having spoken to everyone today, we have actually realized that it's true that you're either market driving or you're market driven. And even listening all through to the digital conversation, they are pretty much saying the same thing. And all through all the conversation we had today, it was about collaboration, innovation, and all of that. So once more, I say thank you to everyone for making this a success. And thank you to Marketing Edge for actually starting out their first ever virtual summit. So until tomorrow or next year, thank you for having me, and thank you everyone. My name is, once more, Tolulokwe Akwike Medebem. So good night.
Good night. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.